The Indianapolis Motor Speedway has seen its share of legendary moments in its 114 years of history. Since 1909, the best racing drivers in the world have made the pilgrimage to IMS to test themselves at this crucible of speed. Today, the continent's top GT teams and drivers from Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, are joined by the GT luminaries from Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli, forming a field worthy of this venerable venue for the fourth running of the Indianapolis 8-Hour presented by AWS. Hello everyone, welcome to the racing capital of the world, Indianapolis, Indiana. My name is Ryan Marine. We've got a full host of folks helping to bring the coverage to you today. Let's meet the first of them with our own Amanda Busick, getting you up to speed on Fanatec GT World Challenge America.
Welcome to Speedway, Indiana, home of the famed and historic Indianapolis Motor Speedway, host of the greatest spectacle in racing. Drivers near and far always talk about the goosebumps they get driving into this place. Doesn't get much better. From Sonoma to Sebring, the seventh and final stop on the 2023 Fanatec GT season ends right here in Indianapolis for the 8-Hour. In our pro category, everyone's been chasing that RS1 Porsche of GT3 newcomers Stephen McAleer and Eric Filgaret. In the Pro-Am category, the top honors are going to go to the 04 CrowdStrike Mercedes of George Kurtz and Colin Brown, or that 120 Porsche entry from Wright Motorsports, Elliott Skier or Adam Adelson. But the battle for third rages on between driver of the 007 Aston Martin Derek DeBoer and BMW's own ambassador Samantha Tan. Now we have 8 hours of racing ahead of us, where we'll race into the night here at IMS, and then those celebrations will happen above the iconic podium. But it's Indy. Anything is possible. Good luck to our competitors and happy racing.
So much still up for grabs in the North American Championship, but we are joined this weekend by Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. This marks round 4 of 5 for IGTC, and to bring you up to speed, here's Tom Hornsby.
Welcome to the iconic Brickyard, home to Fanatec GT America's season finale and Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli's penultimate round this Saturday. SRO's globe-trotting GT3 series has already staged events at 3 iconic circuits in Australia, Africa and Europe. It will conclude in Abu Dhabi this December. But until then, all eyes are here on IMS, where some of the world's best GT drivers have assembled for the championship's North American leg. Several international teams have also joined their American counterparts, including last year's Indy winners Craft Bamboo, BMW's factory squad WRT and Huber Motorsport from Germany. 13 of the 22 entries are eligible to score intercontinental points. BMW, Mercedes-AMG and Porsche have each nominated their maximum number of 4 cars, and there's one more solely chasing independent cup points. IGTC's overall drivers' champion cannot be crowned at Indy after Mercedes-AMG paired points leader Jules Gounon with Raffaele Marciello. 19 points cover the pair, 6 fewer than for winning the finale in Abu Dhabi. Another Mercedes-AMG ace, Luca Stoltz, and BMW Spa winner Philipp Eng both start 15 points behind Gounon, while Maxime Martin and 2020 Indy winner Augusto Farfus are another 5 back. All 4 could be knocked out of title contention or take the championship lead on Saturday. The Manufacturers' Championship, on the other hand, could be decided, but it's highly unlikely. BMW needs to increase its current 9-point lead to 44 if it's to celebrate with a round to spare. And that's only achievable if one of its nomination wins and all 4 Mercedes-AMGs fail to finish. Elsewhere, 3 drivers are fighting for independent cup honours on Saturday. However, only Sky Tempesta's Jonathan Hui can wrap up the championship before Abu Dhabi. He's currently 13 points clear of Stephen Grove, while Antares Au starts 5 further back. If both retire, Hui needs only to finish to be crowned champion.
So much star power has assembled here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and they will be tested by this 14-turn, 2.4-mile road course. For more on the circuit, here's our Calvin Fish.
Welcome to the racing capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, for the final Fanatec GT track preview for 2023. Now for the teams and the crews, it's a dream to work on Gasoline Alley, but for the drivers, it's all about finishing first and potentially kissing this yard of bricks in front of the pagoda right behind me. Let's take a look at all of the challenges here at Indy. Let's head down to turn 1. Actually, we're going to head right down in that direction. The fastest part of the racetrack here at Indy is on the approach down into turn 1. GT3 cars hitting about 165 miles an hour. Now the real key is finding that braking point. It's tricky because the road continues all the way down to Speedway turn 4. So you got to find a reference point. You got these marker boards up on the fence here. That is key to try and find where you're going to hit the brake pedal. But when you make an overtaking move down on the inside, they're no longer there. So again, it's tricky to get that apex. As you can see, the curbing there is quite large, it's quite tall, so if you get up over the top of that, very easy to unsettle that inside right rear and turn the car around. Now we're going to see a lot of action here this weekend, and if you do make a mistake and go straight on, the next key is finding that escape route to take that shortcut over to turn 3.
Now hopefully the team managers had their drivers go down there before we get to the darkness here at the end of this 8-hour race. Next fastest part of the racetrack is down into turn 7, Holman Boulevard, about 150 miles an hour. Pretty bumpy there under braking. Then this next sector, really important that you have the car compliant to get over these curves. You really want to create nice big radiuses through that sector versus this is turn 7. You see that curb there a little bit bigger to the inside. Then you're winding up through the gears. This is turn 10. Back onto the short chute here. About 140 miles an hour approach speed before we get to a very critical sector on this circuit.
A really important corner here at Indy is turn 12. You've rushed back up onto the super speedway, that flat out right-hander there in turn 11. This brings you down in this brake zone. Now, the reason this corner is so important is you've got to be thinking ahead. Believe it or not, how you get through turn 12 will affect your exit speed on that front straightaway here at Indy. I love the nuance here. You still got the banking here. This is the exit of turn 1 on the super speedway. Look at that angle. It kind of tips you down into that apex. That curbing, use it a little bit, not too much, not too aggressive there. Then it's all about your angles. Where is your steering input as you're going through these corners? If you rush through turn 12, that'll get you out of sync for 13. That'll affect turn 14, and that's how you finish your lap here at Indy.
It is an absolutely beautiful, gorgeous fall afternoon here in Indianapolis. It will play host to the 8 hours of racing that is ahead of us for the 4th year in a row. The Fanatec GT Series comes right here to end their season. And Ryan, you were talking about stars earlier. I'm sandwiched between Bob Varsha and Calvin Fish. And Bob, you've been to venues all over the world. How special is Indianapolis?
Well, it's so easy to define, Amanda. First, the physical presence. This place is breathtaking in its sheer size, and watching the eyes of drivers who come from all over the world to race here that go wide when they first see these acres of track and grandstands is just fun. And then there's the history. Unser, Mears, Foyt, Andretti, Gordon, Earnhardt. The list goes on, and everybody wants a place on that honor roll.
And Bob, when you think about it from a driver's perspective, when you drive through that tunnel for the first time, you recognize the enormity of the stage here, and the perfect venue for the final round of the Fanatec GT Championship and the penultimate round in the Global Championship as well.
I do call this place the greatest spectacle in racing. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that today, but we're going to have a ton of pre-race ceremonies happening here. Me and these guys are going to talk to some drivers, but everyone race to attention, and let's hear our national anthem.
Rise as you are able, as here to honor America, who's your native, Just V.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Just V performing the American national anthem here as we get set for the fourth running of the Indianapolis 8-hour. The land that became the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was purchased in 1908 by Carl Fisher, James Allison, Arthur Newby, and Frank Wheeler for a mere $72,000. It has turned into this, an iconic venue in global motorsport. Back down to the grid in Amanda.
Well, Bob, we saw a preview of what today may look like in qualifying yesterday and then the shootout, and it was Huber Motorsports that ended up taking the pole for their very first trip to Indianapolis. But, Bob, is there something that you saw yesterday that you think will be predictive of what might happen?
Well, what we saw yesterday was the kind of chaos that you would find as drivers vie for a pole in a sprint race. But we've got a relatively small field of 22, 23 cars. We've got 8 hours of racing ahead, and yet all of these world-class drivers wanted all that comes with being on pole at Indianapolis. There's hardly a car in the field that doesn't have at least one driver in contention for a championship. And any of the cars that aren't in contention can, of course, win the race and be spoilers in those championships. So there's a lot to race for here.
Kevin, we can start to see the activity build up behind us, and you think about driver one that's about to go out for their initial stint. What are these moments like as you're counting down to the race start?
Well, it's game time. You need to get in your zone right now and get focused on what your intentions are in the first part of this race. There's a lot of boxes that have to be ticked, particularly for our championship contenders. There's minimum drive time that has to be with all three drivers that are registered in each entry. And certainly for the championship contenders, you got to get to that 50% mark to even be eligible for points in this race. So we've got the Fanatec GT Championship. There's a global championship. Lots going on, and for some teams, they're involved in both here this weekend.
Well, Ryan, as promised, we're going to start talking to some of these stars that are going to be in this race today, but I know you're up there, so we're waving at you. What's your eyes on today?
Oh my goodness, the star power in this field, it is stunning. And one thing to note, 3 previous runnings of this event, there have been no repeat manufacturer winners. There have been no repeat team winners. There have not been any repeat driver winners. Could that change here today? We'll find out in just over 8 hours' time. Really looking forward to hearing from many of these drivers that are getting ready either to strap in or to watch from the pit stands this opening stint of the 2023 edition of the Indianapolis 8-Hour presented by AWS. I think we've got a chance to do that right now. Our pole sitters are with Amanda.
Lauren, I'm pretty sure everyone's jaw dropped yesterday at what you were able to achieve here for your very first trip to IMS, including your teammates. They were just as excited as everyone else. But gosh, talk about the execution that lap took in the shootout.
Yeah, I knew we had a fast car, so we just need to bring it in one lap. And to be honest, I was a bit afraid of the temperatures. I think it was not easy for us on the tires, but then in the last lap I made it count. And to be here now on pole with Antares and Alfred is such a great feeling. Our first time here on the Brickyard, and now I'm looking forward to 8 hours of racing.
I'm sure the team was keeping you informed that it was transferring back between you and Jules. What was your reaction when the team was like, oh, he just got you?
To be honest, they didn't tell me, but I knew myself that it was not enough yet. So when I saw on the dashboard that I'm 2 tenths faster than the lap before, I knew that's it. I'm going to have to finish this. In the last sector, it got a bit tight, but in the end, it was enough. 300, super close here, but the competition is fierce.
We can see Alfred getting ready, getting in the car, and Antares, I know we're going to talk a lot of racing today, but I think the fans have an answer to a question they want. Where did you go to dinner?
We went to a pub on Main Street. So when we do well today, we'll go to your suggestion. But thank you.
Good luck today, guys. Calvin?
A little bit deeper in the grid, really strong performance by all of the BMW teams. I'm here with Chandler Hull in contention for this Pro Championship in the Fanatec GT world. Chandler, really strong quality by Robbie Foley. You got the legend Bill Aublin behind the wheel. What's the focus here in the first half of this race?
Well, we've won it 3 years in a row, so we're trying to go for our fourth, and this year we've got our best starting position. So I think that should play to our advantage. Like you said, Bill's a legend. He knows exactly what to do. That's why we're putting him in first. Robbie, super quick and quality, put us up front, first in class. So we're really just looking to stay clean again. I think that's kind of been the success of the last few years, is stay out of trouble, avoid any penalties, and just try to push to the end.
Great stuff. Best of luck. Let's have a quick chat with Robbie. Robbie, great quali here yesterday, splitting the two WRT BMWs. The car looks like it's come around. You struggled a bit on Wednesday, but it seems like the balance has come your way.
Yeah, absolutely. These Bimmer World guys have made some great changes for us and got us a good balance for qualifying. A little different conditions in the Super Bowl than pole shootout than Q3, but yeah, we have a good car today. Got to see if we can fight the guys to the front and try to help Chandler and Bill with this championship.
What about these track conditions? It was very warm here on Wednesday with the initial test. Really cool right now.
I think that helps us. I mean, it helps everybody a little bit, but for sure on tire life, I think it'll benefit us. We'll see how the stint pace works out. We haven't done a long run, really. We've done a couple, but that'll be the trick today, is trying to take care of the tires and be there at the end.
See if we can grab a quick word with Bill Aublin. Let's get the door open. Bill, you've had 3 wins here at Indy, mate, the last 3 years. What are the chances today?
I'd say they're pretty good. I mean, this driver lineup is good. The car's prepared, awesome. A lot of BMWs at the front here. And it's great to be starting ahead of all of your competition. That's what you got to do. And we have to win this thing if we're to win the championship, and that's our job.
All right, mate, best of luck. The goal is to win, see how the points lay. Amanda?
Well, we've been talking about the Intercontinental GT part of this race as well, and Team BMW has done well this season so far. Dries Vanthoor, you guys are going to start P4 on track. When you think of Indy, how do you break this one down on strategy for us?
Well, I think it's quite an open race. A lot of things can happen. It's 9 or 8 hours, so just have to keep it clean in the first half of the race and then see where we are at the end to see if we can, where we have to do, what we have to do. We have to go flat out or try to manage to keep the car alive. So it will be interesting. Hopefully it will get a bit hotter. It's a bit cold at the moment, but let's see.
Do you guys set a plan prior to the race, or do you let the race come to you?
At the end, we have to let the race come a bit to us. We have a plan, but like I said, it's an 8-hour race. A lot can happen. We've got a plan, but normally in an endurance race, it never goes to plan. So we just have to take it as it comes, and we will be prepared. But yeah, let's see. It will be the same for everyone.
Well, one more interview that I want to do, because you never know who you're going to find at Indianapolis, but one person that you're always going to find at IMS is the president of IMS, Doug Bowles. Thank you for welcoming us here today. A gorgeous fall afternoon at IMS. I've asked Bob Varsha, I've asked Calvin Fish, what makes Indy so special?
Well, it's our history and tradition for sure, but you think about Carl Fisher built this place in 1909 to test all the different manufacturers. So a race like this one is exactly what Carl Fisher wanted to do 115 years later. This is one of my favorite events. 8 hours at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is pretty cool.
And I know last year we raced into the dark, so quite a historic one for us as well.
Yeah, and we're going to race into the dark tonight. It's going to get a little chilly, so the conditions are nice right now to get warm as the day goes on, and they get cool, so it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for the teams, which I think will be fun for the fans and all of us to watch.
Thank you, Doug. And Calvin, I know you like seeing this GT3 machinery with headlights on.
Yeah, it's going to be spectacular here tonight. But Amanda, there's a fierce battle in that pro class in the Fanatec GT Championship coming in this weekend. The RS1 team, 28 car. You got a 30-point lead. It looks healthy, but there's a lot of boxes that you need to tick here today, Stephen.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of stuff can change over 8 hours. We chatted a little yesterday. We basically need to finish 5th or better. But we also need to make sure we get halfway and get the points for last place if that was the case. So, we've chatted. We're going to be pretty relaxed for the first 4 hours, hopefully, and we'll kind of see where we end up closer to the end. If we get the championship taken care of before the end of the race, then we can maybe try and annoy some of the bigger cars and go for the overall.
How tough is it for Klaus Bachler coming in here to assist your championship? He's got to keep his nose clean, I would think, in the first half of this race, but be aggressive at the same time.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been super helpful with the car and the knowledge, the amount of time that he has in the 992, and yeah, he's going to start the race for us today. So yeah, he's aware of the situation. He knows the job that has to be done, and like I said, if we're close at the end and we have the championship under our belt, we'll try and fight some of the cars at the front.
Brilliant season, mate. I know you're coming off the back of a GT4 championship last year. It would be great to follow up here, but best of luck today.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
That is the reigning Pirelli GT4 America Silver Class champion, Stephen McAleer, alongside Eric Filgaris 1 year ago. They've teamed up in GT3 this year, and you can see it. It's been a dream season, up 30 points on Chandler Hull and Bill Oberlin, but 50 points on offer. Usually it's just 25 for a win, but because it's a single race weekend and a longer race, double points here throughout the field, 50 points for the win. So the championship still very much in play between several of these driver lineups. Filgaris, McAleer, Hull, and Oberlin. Harrison and Farnbacher with an outside shot after their disappointment at Sebring the last time out. And Trenton Estep and Seth Lucas, if they get a good result, they could vault up a few more positions in the final standings as well. It's been a phenomenal points battle all throughout this 2023 season in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. That's in the pro ranks. And Fanatec GT Pro is slightly different here this weekend than the IGTC Pro class. You'll see 3 different classes represented. IGTC Pro, that is a totally open driver roster. You can pick your driver of any driver rating, make your 3-driver crew from there. Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro must include 1 silver class driver, as has been the case all season long. Pro-Am is a mixture of bronze, silver, and either gold or platinum to make up your driving crew. All of them mixed together, all of them scoring points towards different championships. Some cars are nominated to score points for their manufacturers in IGTC, as well as racing for North American points. It's a bit convoluted. We'll do our best to sort through it over the course of the upcoming 8 hours. That is a look at the pole-sitting car. Alfred Rennauer will get the start, but Lauren Heinrich, what an impressive performance in qualifying last night to ensure that that car got the top spot. Great job by the entire Huber Motorsport team, and they've been giant killers this season. As a Pro-Am entry, they've started on pole now at the 24 Hours of Spa, as well as here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Should be fascinating to see how they fare, not just in their class, but overall. They've shown great pace across this weekend. There's a look at another one of the teams to keep an eye on. Group M is the team. Mercedes-AMG, always strong in IGTC competition. And we'll be keeping an eye on them throughout the course of the race. It's about time to fire engines down trackside for the Indianapolis 8-hour.
Drivers, start your engines.
And with that from Alan Sirohi, CISO of People AI, 22 GT3 machines roar to life. And that means the countdown is just about complete. Bob Varsha, we are about ready to go racing at the Brickyard.
I'm shaking. This is going to be so much fun. It's a great looking field. And of course, it is Indy.
It is chilly, as you can attest, having just been down on the grid, only 52 degrees currently.
It's warmer down there than it is here in our commentary booth.
I don't think anyone is going to have any sympathy for us, Bob. We've got the best view in the house on the 9th floor of the IMS Pagoda. We'll have Calvin Fish back up alongside us here shortly. But I do think the weather could be a story. We heard the Bimmer World team allude to the fact that these cooler conditions could play into BMW's hands with tire wear in mind. It's only going to get up to 58 degrees here today. The lows are going to get down into the mid-40s as we get to dusk and into the twilight, where the race will end tonight. And we don't have a ton of night running this week. There was a planned night session, but it basically got washed out. So it's a bit of an unknown for everyone on this grid.
Yeah, Indy poses lots of challenges, and certainly the weather that we've experienced in the last half of a week or so has been one of those challenges. And a lot of these drivers seeing the track for the first time, it's a really amazing experience.
Well, mercifully, we have entered the post-diluvian phase of the weekend. No rain in the forecast for the rest of the day. Sunshine throughout the day into the night. The only GT3 race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to end in the twilight. And indeed, it was the first race to end at night in Speedway history when we did so 1 year ago. Calvin Fish back up with us here on the 9th floor of the Pagoda. Calvin, you were just down on the grid. What was the atmosphere like?
That's a lot of tension, obviously, a lot on the line here with various championships, particularly with the Fanatec GT World. So teams are nervous. I mean, you've got a plan, but everything needs to go your way here once we get the green flag.
It is a star-studded field of GT3 cars. Alfred Rinauer, a 24-hour of Dubai winner earlier this year, will start on pole. Maxi Getz, the 2021 DTM champ, alongside. Then in row number 2, it's Lucas Stoltz, who won at Bathurst earlier this year in IGTC competition. Philip Bang, a class winner and overall winner at the spot 24, starts 4th. 5th to Bill Oberlin. He is a class winner here 3 times over in the Indy 8-hour. And then for WRT, it's Augusto Farfus, who won the inaugural 8-hour. Madison Snow, already an IMSA champion this year, starts alongside Sebring 12-hour winner Klaus Bachler. Then we get back to the 9th starting position. Chris Froggett, he won the Gold Cup, or the Bronze Cup rather, at GT World Challenge Europe Endurance last week, and Samantha Tan won her class in that series 1 week ago. Philip Ellis and Alessandro Balzan, champions in their own right, starting in the next row. Starting 13th is Adam Adelson, going for a title this weekend alongside Derek DeBoer. In 15th, Kyle Marcelli, 2019 GT World Challenge America Pro-Am champion, next to Seth Lucas, who was a winner in class in this event last year. George Kurtz could clinch a title here today. He starts next to Ferrari Challenge champ Justin Wetherill. Scott Smithson and Vesko Kozarov make up the penultimate row of the grid. And at the back of the field, Grove Racing Stephen Grove, a multi-time Bathurst 12-hour class winner, starts next to Matt Bell, the Asian Le Mans LMP2 champion of 2022. So as you can tell, accolades all throughout the grid, sterling resumes, beautiful race cars, excellent teams, a venue to match the occasion, Cal. Cannot wait. We're about to go.
It's brilliant. I mean, you just feel it. India's big. I mean, you come through that tunnel, Ryan, as we said on the grid, and it just hits you immediately. And it's the perfect venue for these very important phases of our championships. And the drivers know that. I mean, you're ticking a box with a championship potentially for some of the cars and entries out here, but you want to win at Indy. You want to be able to kiss that yard of bricks and put that on the resume. So, but right now, this is an 8-hour race, so you've got a lot of experience on the grid, but also a few drivers who've not really been in this environment before. How they will handle it will be critical here in the first phase of the race.
And we've seen in past iterations of this race what can happen under the age-old adage, you can't win the race in the first hour or so, but you can lose it. You don't want to have problems. I want to give a shout out to that Bimmer World team, number 94. They did a great job to qualify 5th in this field in their first year in the pro class. So they're looking good.
Absolutely, with the stout driver lineup and to split the BMWs from the powerhouse WRT team, that speaks volumes for what that team is capable of.
It does, and they really weren't happy with the car here on Wednesday, just said they couldn't get the car to turn, so they went to work on it. That got curtailed a little bit with the amount of rain that we had on Thursday, essentially a washout in terms of any dry running for the majority of the team. So they've bounced back nicely. The real key is going to be, as Robbie said on the grid, Robbie Foley, what is the long green flag run going to be like? How does the tide deck start to kick in here?
We've got a multitude of onboard camera shots to bring you all the action for the next 8 hours at this historic venue. In 1909, it took a construction team of 500 laborers, 300 mules, and a fleet of steam-powered machines to build this venue. It seated at the time a gargantuan 12,000 spectators. Seats a fair few more here today. And we're about to set another chapter into the long history of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with the 4th running of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli Indianapolis 8-hour, which also serves as the season finale for Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. Field still starting to come into alignment towards the back, but the front of the field looks good. The Rova Pole Award-winning car of Huber Motorsports, started by Alfred Rinauer, enters the VP acceleration zone, just waiting to get the green flag. And actually, it's Old Glory that flies above the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We are underway with the help of Eric Brandwine in the starter stand. Here comes the field roaring to turn 1. Big move by the WRT BMW, trying to grab the lead at the start.
Look at that green and black Porsche there. That's Klaus Bachler trying to keep it clean. He gets into the side of Oberlin, who gets into the side of Madison Snow there, the 45 entry.
Oh, it was super tight, 3 wide through the first couple of quarters. Front of the field able to sort it out, but the battles still continue to rage further back. Looks like Froggett's been able to make up a couple of spots in his Ferrari. That's the red car coming through the shot. Shortcut there from the Reardon Racing Porsche. Race control will take a close look at that to see if any advantage was gained. Here comes the field down Holman Boulevard into turn 7 for the first time.
Big start by the 2 WRT cars. Philip Eng has gone to the front, and his teammate Augusto Farfus sits there in P4. Really solid for that group.
Side-by-side battles from a couple of the North American contingent, with Conquest Racing and TRG a little bit further back in the pack. Looks like Philip Eng, though, has been able to grab the lead for WRT over Alfred Rennauer. Side-by-side here between 2 North American teams that know each other well. MDK Motorsports, Seth Lucas to the inside of the Wright Motorsports number 120. No change in position there. Looks like Adelson was able to hang on.
Saw that little twitch there by Vesko Kozarov coming through turn 10. That's an indication that these tires aren't fully into their sweet spot with pressure and temperature-wise, Bob.
Yeah, we talked about tires earlier. When you think about it, that's all that connects the car to the road. It allows you to steer and accelerate and stop. And these tires have been taking extra time in these cold conditions.
Move down the inside. This Alessandro Balzan on Samantha Tan. Derek DeBoer aboard the 007. Tan and DeBoer very much in a battle for P3 in that championship.
That's in the Pro-Am ranks for North America. DeBoer taking a look. That's the blue Aston Martin working on the ST Racing BMW. Samantha Tan very busy. She was racing in Spain in GT World Challenge Europe 1 week ago, where she picked up a class win, but that was in a Ferrari. This obviously in a BMW. Here's a change for position quite possibly as Bill Oberlin knifes up the inside and is able to take a spot away from the RS1 team.
Yeah, and you saw Klaus Bachler there. We spoke to Stephen Mackler on the grid about how conservative they have to be in this first phase of the race. Bachler can't afford to come in here as the 3rd driver and in that endurance role and really risk their championship. They have several boxes to tick, get 60-minute minimum drive time for all 3 drivers and get that car past the 50% mark. Then all they need to do then is not finish last, and the championship is theirs.
How about that start from Philip Eng to go to the lead from the 2nd row of the grid for WRT?
Well, we expected with Renault starting this car that there may be a little bit of an advantage with some of the pros who are stacked up in the lineups on the front 2 row of the grid.
Interesting choice by the Huber team to go with Alfred Rennauer, not Lauren Heinrich, who set the time in pole shootout last night. But it is Eng that has taken the lead and has since consolidated it. Let's take a look at this. Through the switchback for the first time. 4 wheels up in the air for Stephen Grove. Oh, sorry, for Vesko Kozarov.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a wild ride. You really need to go all the way to the right there. You got to make that determination a little bit earlier in your thought process. Really interesting program here with Reardon Race. They only got this car a few weeks ago. We see the 120 car, Adelson, off and on there, coming through the high-speed chicane. And Vesko's about to pounce.
Cost him a couple of spots. The TR3 car comes through. Kozarov comes through as well. Adelson trying to get in his rhythm. Adam Adelson normally contests both GT America powered by AWS and Fanatec GT on a given weekend. Elected to put his focus on this car here this time around. Perhaps missing some of that added seat time that he's grown accustomed to.
Watch Marcelli here. He's going to get aggressive there. Adelson keeps the middle of the road. It makes it hard for that Acura to cut all the way down to the apex there. You've got a lot of roll in the car there. Now he makes the move into turn 13.
And it's a change for the 16th position overall. Marcelli through on Adelson. Now Seth Lucas will look to follow him through. Again, Adelson going super defensive down the front straightaway. We'll see what the MDK driver can do. Seth Lucas, who won the AM class here in this race 1 year ago.
Yeah, for Adelson, he's just got to find his rhythm here. He's kind of out of sync. He's trying to be really defensive here down with his line into the first corner. Now he just needs to settle back in, start to hit his marks again. But again, championship pressure.
Boy, I'm a little amazed by Kyle Marcelli in that red Acura. He is the 3rd driver with that team, not a season-long regular, but he's being very aggressive and really ringing out that Racer's Edge machine.
He knows the team with that Acura platform, won a championship here a couple of years ago, so we see Adelson again defending the inside line down into that brake zone, allowing other cars and competitors to get up on the tail of this battle.
Back to Marcelli. He knows this team. Racers Edge Motorsports. He won the Pro-Am championship for them in Fanatec GT World Challenge America back in 2019. And he's also done some driving for them in IMSA competition in their partial schedule this year. Leader coming through, that is Philip Eng. Sixt Rental Cars, the sponsorship for the WRT team. Big move from the second row of the grid to grab the lead, and look how much he has been able to play that to his advantage. It's a 3-second gap back to Alfred Rennauer, who runs P2. Big move up the inside. It looks like Lucas Stoltz on the attack.
Yeah, I think he was defending there from Oberlin. Oberlin had a bit of a run to his left flank there, and Stoltz defended the inside line there. BMW's looking strong here. 3 cars inside the top 6. They lead the manufacturer's standings in IGTC, and it is conceivable if the results really went their way, Ryan, that they could clinch before the final round of the championship.
Step number 1 would be to win the race. They can't accrue enough points to clinch today without winning this race. We'll keep an eye on that. Of course, they have a car in P1 right now in the hands of Philip Eng.
Oberlin talked about the fact they just got to keep it clean, run a very clean race, undefeated here. They won here in GT4 competition back in 20 and 21, followed up with a class victory here last year as well. So they know their way to victory lane, but a long 8 hours ahead of them trying to clinch this Pro Championship in Fanatec GT. Oh, that was tight. Look to the inside. That was Farfus getting pretty aggressive here on Maxi Getz.
Augusto Farfus was part of the driving lineup that won the inaugural Indy 8-hour for Valkenhorst back in 2020. Looking to become the first driver to win overall multiple times in the history of this event. And it does appear that BMW may have the measure of the Mercedes here in the early going, but whether or not he can make the move, we shall see. I alluded to it earlier, your interview with the Bimmerworld team, I think shed some light onto the effect of these cooler conditions, maybe helping with tire life on the BMW M4.
Yeah, they're certainly hoping so. I mean, I think when we spoke to some of the Mercedes drivers the other day, they said look out for BMW when they were looking at the forecast for the weekend. And we had mid-80s degree ambient here on Wednesday, and it's now in the mid-50s, maybe 56, 57 as a high here today. That's a totally different ball game, different playing field.
Battle we're watching here is for the 3rd spot. Mercedes of Maxi Getz, BMW of Augusto Farfus. This is also for 2nd in IGTC Pro, with still the Pro-Am car of Rennauer running 2nd overall. Boy, Getz has to get very defensive there.
Yeah, ran 2 wheels off in the dirt there, coming through turn 11, but Augusto couldn't quite nip it down at the inside. It's so hard on that approach to turn 12. You've got a lot of roll going over to the left-hand side. If you try and cut it down to the apex, typically it's going to lose the front axle a little bit.
A couple of drivers to note that have been on a move. How about Matt Bell from the back of the grid, up 9 spots to run 13th overall. Another driver on the move right there. Augusto Farfus able to slot to the inside of Maxi Getz. Nothing that Maxi could do that time. He has to give way.
Yeah, certainly looks like the BMWs have the edge on the Mercedes right now, but I tell you what, I'm really impressed with Rennauer. Holding down that solid 2nd spot right now after the pole position run by his young teammate here yesterday.
Alfred Rennauer, certainly no stranger to high-level GT competition. He won the GT3 championship in Asian Le Mans back in 2021. He's won a championship in Preventic endurance racing competition as well. Won the 24 Hours of Dubai in class earlier this year.
On board here with Augusto Farfus. This is turn 11, flat out through here. 140 miles an hour as you hit the pedal. Braking it, slowing it down. Augusto has won some of the biggest races here in North America. He's had a lot of success on North American soil. He's actually teammates with Philip Eng, who leads this race right now in prototype competition here in North America, so they know each other very well. Always an interesting dynamic, Bob, when you got teammates for another championship competing against one another on a different weekend.
Two-time 24-hour of Daytona winner, Augusto Farfus, in class, that is, to your point there, Cal. Won the IGTC Drivers' Championship back in 2020.
Was on the back of victory here.
Correct.
Interesting driver lineup as you see it there on that 120, drafted in Callum Eilar, IndyCar superstars. We see the red and yellow striped flag out there. Maybe someone running off the course, maybe a little bit of debris on the circuit, slippery flag essentially. Racing surface is not what you encountered the previous lap, that's the message.
It's kind of been that way all weekend here at Indy. Every lap the track changes. Interesting livery on this car as well. Traditionally, racers want nothing to do with the color green, but they're wearing it proudly on that Porsche.
If you get a close look at it as well, within the stripe, within the yellow stripe on that car, they have very faint, but the track outline of every track on the North American schedule this year. It's really sharp if you have a chance to go spy it up close.
I think they've really been a revelation of our championship, Ryan, in terms of making that move from GT4 competition. Adelson just took to it like a duck to water, and Elliott Skier has just really been impressive this year. He is a great racer. And a little defensive move there down the inside. I was half defending and half on the attack as well from Vesko Kozarov, and that allows Marcelli around the outside. Oh, and he gets touched.
First casualty of the race off the nose of the Porsche, I believe it was. Around goes the Acura of Kyle Marcelli, and that interrupts a pretty good drive for him, getting up to the 16th spot. In the meantime, Adelson coming under pressure from Seth Lucas once again, and then it's the Vesko Kozarov Porsche right in front, also has a role to play in this.
I think Marcelli actually bounced off 2 cars.
That is under review. Race control letting us know. Let's take a look at it here, Cal.
Yeah, Vesko just kind of tucks it to the inside, and just a little brush there as they're coming off the corner. That's unfortunate there. There's a little bit of bodywork flying as well, as now we see Marcelli back underway. It's been a devastating couple of weeks for this group. Had a DNF at Sebring. They're very much in the championship hunt, but that's really put them on the back foot in the points coming into this weekend.
Of course, they came in with an outside shot at the championship in Pro-Am last year, and actually, thanks to some misfortune for their rivals, came out on top by a narrow margin. Ashton Harrison and Mario Farnbacher, they make the move up to the Pro class this year, joined by Marcelli here this weekend.
Ashton Harrison became the first female to win a championship in the series.
I'm very curious to see what race control thinks of all of that. For the moment, though, they race on. Vesko Kozarov, a multi-time champion in this paddock at the touring car and GT4 level, getting this chance to run in a Porsche, nominated by Porsche, by the way, to score points towards the IGTC Manufacturers Championship. That's a big vote of confidence in the Utah-based team that, to your point, Cal, has only had this car for a matter of days.
Yeah, they got some great help. Mintai Racing have some of their personnel working through the bugs on that new Porsche, but we saw the fastest now has got up to second, got around Renauer, so it's a WRT BMW 1-2 at the front of this pack.
Exactly like BMW drew it up. We talked about it. They've got an outside chance of clinching the IGTC Manufacturers title here today. Finishing 1-2 would certainly help.
That would, because essentially you're allowed to nominate 4 entries in this field, but only 2 score points. And essentially you could finish first and second. That would be 43 points collectively. They have a 9-point lead, so they need a lot of things to go their way, but it's not inconceivable to see them seal the championship around early.
Drive-through penalty, Vesko Kozarov, incident responsibility. Let's look at this one more time. The cars in question, the Porsche and the Acura.
Yeah, I think it was an easy call, unfortunately. I mean, Vesko just got to be a little bit smarter in those decisions. You can see it's going to get really tight, and in the first hour of the race, you really don't need to risk like that, but Vesko's aggressive. I love his personality. He's very intense, as we see the 08 car off the road.
That's Scott Smithson for DXDT Racing, a team very much in the news this weekend with their announcement. They will be campaigning the new Corvette GT3 car next year as a customer of Pratt & Miller and General Motors.
That car is here this weekend, and it's been drawing a lot of attention on display out on the fan plaza. And it's not the fans who are looking at the car, it's the race teams. They are crawling all over that beauty.
Back to the penalty for Kozarov real quick. Because of the length of this pit lane, it's about 60 seconds that you lose on a drive-through penalty. And the laps here are fast, only minute and 24 seconds for the leaders right now, so there's a decent chance he loses a lap in this, or at least comes awfully close to it.
He should just stay on the lead lap. We'll wait for it to cycle through when we see him again. But yeah, it's awfully tight, as you said. It's a massive penalty here with the length of pit lane that runs the full length of his front straightaway, essentially, from the exit of 14 all the way down to turn 1.
Part of the field starting to get into a rhythm. Bill Auberland took a run at Lucas Stoltz not so long ago. Now seems a little bit further back. That's the bright yellow Manfilter Mercedes and the BMW from Bimmerworld right there in the middle of the shot.
Meanwhile, up front, two BMWs continue to lead, but Augusto Favas just laid down the fastest lap of this race, so he's closing in on his teammate gradually.
A 10th here, a 10th there, and it's down to 1.7 seconds. That was a lead that at one point was close to 3 seconds back when Alfred Rinnauer was running second overall.
This is turn 7. Great drone shot here, seeing how you carve through these corners. You can see the car's really eating up a lot of those curbs there. They're pretty flat, a little bumpy, unsettles the suspension just a little bit, but pretty easy to make that happen and just kind of create a bigger radius cutting through the corners. Some, however, like this turn 12 one, you don't want to get into that. It's pretty aggressive.
That fast lap set by Augusto Farfus, 1:23.862. That is really pretty quick, being early in the race and early on this fuel load.
It's a good point, because pole speed, pole time was 1:22.7, so we're within shouting distance. In race trim, full fuel, used tires. Impressive stuff from Augusto. Rinnauer's pace has been pretty good. He's certainly the cork in the bottle here, but it's not like he's really holding this group up a ton. No. It's not like he's going to be easy pickings. He's done a tremendous job to find some pace, find a rhythm mixed up with some of the very best GT drivers on the planet. Eng, Farfus, Getz, Stoltz, Auberland, Bachler, all running either just ahead or right behind.
There's what we talked about, almost going down a lap. The leaders are now right on the tail of that Reardon racing machine. 21 car in. There's been some kind of issue here with the right front they're looking at. Had some technical issue with a clutch here in pre-qualifying yesterday, so lost a lot of valuable track time. Right front is off as they go to work. They're trying to investigate an issue.
Conquest Racing is the team, led by former IndyCar driver Eric Bachelard. Ran an IndyCar program for a very long time, many Indy 500 starts in that team's history. Has since made the switch to sports cars, but this looks like it's got the makings of a frustrating day. Something inside the wheel well on the right front.
And essentially you just lost a lap with any delay. We saw with Red Racing, just a drive-through nearly went down a lap, so this is going to put them down a lap for sure.
Off pops the front piece of bodywork on this 296 Ferrari, built by Orica and built in 3 different compartments so that it would be easy to work on. I know.
Built by a French company.
Built in France, it is true. Sounds like heresy, but it is true. And they took some of their lessons in making prototypes easy to repair in endurance races, contexts like this, and put that into this 296. Meanwhile, battle for the lead is heating up because Vesko Kozarov is fighting for all he's worth to stay on the lead lap here, and that has allowed Maxi Getz to make that Augusto Farfus rather, to catch up to Philip Eng.
As I said, these two guys share a car in a prototype championship. Oh, Vesko is not making this easy on either of these leaders. They'll be a little bit frustrated with this. He knows, though, he's got to keep digging. He'd love to stay on that lead lap. He's already let the leader by. At this point, you just need to let Farfus go with him, but he's not giving it up. Feisty stuff from Vesko Kozarov here.
Longtime driver for Reardon Racing, little team based out of Utah. Big twitch, that car, I did see it. It lost its dive planes on the right front in that contact, so I'm not sure it is totally going to be the most healthy vehicle for the rest of the event. Might not be the most comfortable to drive. Vesko looks like he's got his hands full.
Great discipline there by Augusto Farfus. It would have been easy to get aggressive there and force your way through, and he just recognized, you know what, it's the first hour of this race. We've got a bit of a problem here in front of us, but just let's take our time and get through it. Nice that they've gone with very distinctive liveries here between the two WRT cars. Drives us crazy, Ryan, when we're calling championships and the cars look absolutely identical from a long shot, but this is an easy one.
Classic BMW colors, though.
Yes, very true. And I doff my cap to you, WRT, Vincent Voss, and the rest of the group. Thank you. Wheel goes back on the right front. And I think Amanda's got more on what's happened to the Conquest Ferrari. What have you learned?
Trying to figure out exactly what's going down on here with the 296, but they are going to push this back to the garage. The Ferrari is on dollies. I heard one of the team members yell over that said that a clasp is broken. They're going to address that further in the garage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's something to do with the front upright in some manner, but obviously something they can't affect a quick repair for. This is for position here.
Overall position up for grabs. Max Against has gotten around Alfred Rennauer, so now it's Lucas Stoltz who should have a shot at him.
Here comes Oberlin with a big run on the Mercedes. Mercedes defends to the inside line, goes to the middle. Oberlin's got the grip on the outside there. Can he clear him? I think he may.
Boy, Bill Oberlin is a monster on the brakes early in this event.
He's been a man on the move. Dropped a couple spots at the start, but since then he's put his head down, charging forward. Up another spot around Lucas Stoltz that time. Alfred Rennauer next ahead. Top three in the race overall are all from the IGTC Pro class. Then it's Rennauer, the leader in Pro-Am. Bill Oberlin leads the American Pro class. We'll do our best to keep tabs on all of that for the remaining 7 hours and 37 minutes.
Klaus Bachler there, last car in this little train here, this black and green RS1 Porsche. Really doing a solid job. I loved what I saw there when he let Oberlin go, Bob, at the start of this race. Didn't fight it, recognized these are the championship leaders. You can't be on an ego trip here today. You got to think about the big picture in the team.
Absolutely.
Leaders working their way past the lapped car of Vesko Kazarov. Let's get more on Conquest Racing story with Amanda.
Yeah, I'm currently watching Eric Bachelot run back to the garages before he ran off. He said that it is a broken suspension, so they're going to work on getting that changed. When asked if it was from an on-track incident, they think it was just how it handled the curves here, but still trying to get information out of the driver.
Tough weekend for them. Not so for Bill Oberlin, who just blitzed his way around another Mercedes, looking to the inside of Kazarov to put him a lap down. And now it's Bill Oberlin who's able to get through. Not done yet, though, because here comes Klaus Bachler.
Yeah, that was bizarre there, because as Oberlin was trying to set up a run on the red and racing car, that allowed Stoltz to get inside him, and then Oberlin had to have another crack at it down the front straightaway. See some very disciplined driver by a lot of these experienced pros at the front end of this field here today.
Luca not having it his way today with the traffic, it would appear. Be careful here. Seen him balked by the traffic a couple of times. That would bring Klaus Bachler right there. And Philip Ellis is sneaking into the conversation too. The Burton Lumber sponsor, DXDT Racing Mercedes. Great to have Philip back here in Fanatec GT World Challenge America.
Yeah, and he scored a GT3 victory here just a few weeks ago, so he's had success here at Indy. Bachler sat on the pole for that race in a different class as well on a similar Porsche, so they know the circuit well in the same platform of car that they're racing here today.
Stoltz finally able to work his way past Kazarov.
Kazarov has his hands full. You saw him take a wiggle there as he was passed on the inside.
Not an enviable position to find yourself in at this stage of the race, mixed up amongst the leaders and already one lap down.
Well, it goes back to what Calvin was saying. You can't get frustrated. Okay, we're a lap down, misfortune early on, but you can't go out there and start bare-knuckle fighting with the race leaders as they come through, because it's just not ever going to work for you.
Here comes Bill Oberlin. He's on the move. And looking for a 4th consecutive class win in this event. 2 in GT4, last year in GT3 Pro-Am for North America. Running in North America Pro here this weekend, and he has caught Rennauer for P4 overall. This is the leader in their 2 respective classes. Rennauer in Pro-Am, Oberlin in GT World Challenge America Pro.
What's another great dynamic is when we're blending these two championships together here, Bob. You've got drivers competing against drivers that they've never run against before. So when you get in a battle like this, you're not familiar with what they're, how aggressive they're going to be, for example. So that's something you suddenly got to learn on the fly.
Yeah, you definitely want to know all about the guy you're battling door to door with. But it goes back to that point you made about Augusto Farfus. You know, he's not in contention for the championship. He knows the guys who are. So he can be patient. There's a race to win, and we talked about spoilers at the top of the show.
That could drivers not knowing each other. These two guys know each other really well.
Right, bad example.
Yeah, they share driver lounges on a regular weekend and do driver changes together on a regular basis. This has to be fun, competing against someone who you're typically a teammate with.
How does WRT play this, though? Remember, they are trying to clinch the manufacturer's title in IGTC for their manufacturer, BMW. These are team cars we're watching, fighting for the overall lead.
Just keep doing what you're doing. It's all a question of just knocking the hours out. Making sure you're taking care of the tires. Onboard action there. As you can see, Auberlen has now gotten around Renauer. So he runs in P4. Now he's going to try and chase after that 77 car of Mexi Getz. This is how he did it down Hellman Boulevard. Just keeps him out there, keeps it nice and straight. Textbook pass there by Auberlen. He's been a man on a march. Got that roughed up there in that little schmozzle down in turn 1. But he's recovered nicely, and we assume the car is still running at 100%.
How old? Bill Auberlen is about 52 now, I think.
He's 55 next month, Bob,
oh.
believe it or not. Yeah.
I think he's 55 in 5 days.
Yeah.
I remember the lad. Well, he is probably America's most decorated GT driver. Won countless races and championships.
I think he's won 65 races at the GT3 level and above, let alone all his GT4 stuff that he's done over the years and touring cars on occasion. So just monster resume, most of that done with the BMW brand. I think he's been with them for 28 years now, so they work well together, tied at the hip.
A dependable pair of hands.
Two-time touring car champion in this paddock, two-time Grand Am GT champion. Class wins multiple times over at Daytona, Sebring, Petit Le Mans.
Been a few years since he's won a championship though, right? Maybe some of these kids in the race weren't even born last time he won one.
I believe it's been since 2004.
Exactly.
And that was a good year. He won a Grand Am GT title and a World Challenge touring car title in the same year.
Well, let's not get into age comparisons.
Comes out more favorably for some of us than others. Let's put it that way.
Easy.
It's awesome to see. Still at this age, you wouldn't know it if you just looked at the race car. He still wrings its neck, still extracts the speed. The performance has not waned one bit.
Boy, that livery just jumps out at you. Sixt is a Dutch company, I would guess, from the orange. But they have grown and grown and grown. You find big displays of rental car counters all over Europe.
About to close out the opening 30 minutes of this race. This is a car that has had some success at this track in the past, and Amanda's with one of the drivers that has shared in that success, Ashton Harrison.
And best news is that car seemingly is all right from Ashton Harrison, but I want to talk about what you just told me off camera. There's still a lot of time. It has been a year of highs and lows for this team. How do you keep that mentality?
Well, I mean, at this point, we don't have a choice. We need to really focus forward on what the big picture is. Obviously, Mario and I have success here in Indy, and so does Racer's Edge. So I'm really looking forward to the rest of the race. I'm getting in next, and then Mario, and we'll be able to really put our heads down and push forward. But reality, you know what? It happened in the beginning of the race. I thought it was a real crappy move, but they got certain penalty, we'll just keep pushing forward.
How do you prepare on race day mornings? What did you do this morning? Do you watch film? Do you look at data? What's your game plan?
Mario and I have a routine of listening to Rammstein on our way to the track. So we did our tradition. You know, happy to have Kyle here with us this weekend. He also got forced to listen to Rammstein. So we're all ready, we're all excited, and the team has one goal, and it's to win.
There we go, Ryan. We know that Ashton's going to be up next, and as she said since Sebring, her elbows are out.
We'll take a look at what happened to them earlier in this race. Marcelli has since recovered to get back to 15th, but this is the contact with Kozarov that interrupted a pretty good start to the race for Racer's Edge.
Yeah, when you look at it again, I think Marcelli was trying to cut back to really get a run on the Aston Martin on the front straightaway, so that may have contributed there a little bit to the contact. But again, there's no need to be that aggressive and have your nose stuck in there this early in the race, and I think that's what Ashton's frustration is about, particularly when you got teams in a championship fight.
Lap traffic up the road. Grove Racing Porsche, that's run by Earl Bamber Motorsport. That will be the next car in the sights of the leaders. It's going to get busy after that as well. Short lap around here compared to Spa, for instance.
Yeah.
Going to be a lot more lapping of slower cars.
Just 2.436 miles, 14 turns, some of them very quick.
Stephen Grove very courteously allowing these two to come through. Busy program for them running in the IGTC, starting with the home race at Bathurst, where their team is very busy this weekend with the Bathurst 1000. But Stephen and Britt Grove here in Indianapolis with Earl Bamber taking part in the Indy 8-hour in pursuit of Intercontinental GT Challenge glory.
Grove actually won the Motorsports Game GT feature race at Paul Ricard last year with Matt Campbell on board the car, so they were on P1 in quali yesterday at Bathurst, so it's a really strong team. We do not know a lot about them on North American soil. We certainly know Earl Bamber well.
Right.
And Matt Campbell, yep, another Porsche star driver.
From down under.
What'd you call them yesterday? Antipodian?
Antipodean. Related to the Antipodes, which now I'm on the spot here. I believe it has to do with the islands that include New Zealand and Australia, but I
believe it does.
I could be proven wrong.
And the new continent of Zealandia. Have you heard about that?
I would be curious to learn.
8th continent.
Okay.
Mostly underwater.
I'm just going to take a break, guys, and get Cliff Claiborne in here and sort this out for you.
Read a newspaper, Calvin. Come on.
Fights further back in the pack. We talked about Racer's Edge recovering, and Kyle Marcelli driving through the red mist in his red Acura right now. And our overseas listeners might say, well, that's a Honda NSX, and that is true outside of North America and China, but in this market, this is an Acura NSX. Nothing different in the car, though. When it races overseas, just has a different badge and nameplate.
I think Mario had the pole, didn't he, when we ran the race at the Tech Raceway Laguna Seca?
He did.
See that little move there when Marcelli, he comes out of 13, he really wants to try and get that car back over to the middle of the road. So on reflection, seeing that replay with Kozarov, I think Marcelli was trying to set it. I don't think he realized that Kozarov had kept his car there. So I'd still lean the blame towards Kozarov, but I'd say it's more like 80-20 than all 100% in Kozarov's direction.
Cars we're looking at here are 13th, 14th, and 15th overall. Adelson in this Porsche in the Pro-Am ranks, locked in an incredibly tight battle with the 0-4 of George Kurtz, Colin Brown, and this weekend Nolan Siegel. It basically comes down to which of those cars finishes ahead of the other. So right now, Adelson doing exactly what he needs to do, keeping the 120 ahead of the 0-4. In the meantime, we've got a Pro-Am battle starting to hot up because Alfred Rennauer in the pole-sitting car has been run down by Philip Ellis, but this is a case of two teams taking two different strategy plays with their starting drivers here.
Yeah, admittedly, Ellis has a ton more experience than Rennauer does, but looking at their lap times, very similar, only separated by a few hundredths of a second. So Rennauer's done a really nice job. He's backing up a little bit, so I'm not sure if he's getting a little bit more tired deck or just losing the balance on that race car a little bit on this long green flag run, but super impressive there for the first 15, 20 minutes to hold down that P2 on the road.
Ellis Gonzalez is extremely talented. We saw that on full display when he was running in this championship, the North American Series, that is, with greater regularity over the past few years. When DXDT went looking for a Mercedes driver to plug into their race car, I suspect it was a pretty easy call based on what they have seen firsthand.
Yeah, and they had a big leg up because essentially they did not have either a gold or platinum rated driver in their regular season lineup with Jeff Burton and Corey Lewis. That gave them the opportunity to plug in a fully fledged pro like Philip Ellis. Having said that, Corey Lewis is not that far off any of the pros' paces on most days.
Just not reflected in his FIA driver rating, at least for 2023. Similar story with the Elliott Skier, Adam Adelson car, being able to draft in Callum Ilott. I was talking to their rivals, George Kurtz and Colin Brown, about this. They were sitting there thinking, oh, what silver-rated driver are they going to get? Not realizing Elliott Skier is a silver-rated driver, which opened up Pandora's box, basically. You could pick and choose whoever you want to plug in at that stage, and they, I think, were a bit gobsmacked when they saw one Callum Benjamin Ilott on the entry list.
And looking, the FIA just released the driver gradings for next year, and Skier stays silver, so that's huge for him and his options moving forward.
Kyle Marcelli continues his march forward. That was a past 4-class position in the North American Pro ranks. Marcelli's around the youngster Seth Lucas for 14th on the road. Got a replay here. I think this is going to show us how he did it. Look at that late lunge. Credit to Lucas for giving a wide enough berth to accommodate.
Yeah, it's just one of those corners to get through there quickly. You need to kind of set up and sort of like swing out wide, and it just opens up the door, and Marcelli was on it immediately.
The car he passed, that Seth Lucas-driven Porsche from MDK Motorsports, this is not their first Intercontinental GT Challenge appearance. They ran at the Gulf 12 Hours last year, which then, as now, was the season finale for IGTC. That was in a Ferrari. Ambitious program starting at the single-make Porsche level all the way up to GT3. Take a look at the front of the field. WRT running in formation here with Philip Eng, who grabbed the lead on the initial start, pacing his teammate Augusto Farfus. Third belongs to this car, Maxi Getz. Craft Bamboo Racing with support from Lone Star Racing, the defending race winners here at the Indy 8 Hour. Then it is the lapped car of Scott Smithson. Bill Oberlin runs 4th. Lucas Stoltz giving chase 5th. Overall, 4th in class, Oberlin leading the North American Pro contingent.
2/3 of the way through this stint right now, so this is probably the time when you're going to start to feel any nuance with the balance in the race car. Obviously, making adjustments as this race goes on. There's going to be more and more rubber downs, so that's going to change the balance. You've got to be ahead of that curve, and then you're going to have those nighttime hours where it's going to cool off dramatically here. So would we say high temp, about 57 ambient, but it could be down into the high 40s by the time we see the checker tonight.
I suspect you're right. Car we were looking at a moment ago, Klaus Bachler, has been turning its best laps of the race here over the past couple, and he's making some progress. The next car that Klaus needs to worry about in terms of class position is Bill Oberlin, so Stoltz runs between the two.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Bachler's fastest lap is only about a few hundreds off the fastest lap of the race by Augusto Farfus.
Here's Marcelli again. What a great drive, recovering from that spin. He is back up to 14th. Adam Adelson next in his crosshairs. Two different classes represented in that battle. In the meantime, we check in here on George Kurtz, class winner at the 24 Hours of Le Mans earlier this year. He's a class winner at Spa. Looking for his first Fanatec GT World Challenge America Championship, though. He and Colin Brown have been close before, hoping to break through in 7 hours and 20 minutes time.
Yeah, and you said it's basically whoever beats the other one between the 0-4 and the 120 machine. I think for George Kurtz, I mean, they've got an agenda in the start of this race. Keep it clean, low risk. then they got a couple of really fast pedalers to jump aboard. Obviously, Colin Brown and joined by young Nolan Siegel. And he's got so much experience here at Indies. We see this move not for class position, but Marcelli tucks down to the inside of Adelson down into turn 7 and takes that position overall.
Kyle Marcelli's march through the field continues after being turned by Vesko Kozarov in the opening minutes of this race. Great recovery. Is this a repeat or is this a... Oh, this is the 21 coming back out.
Ferrari, right?
Yeah, but I think they were behind the wall. They just took a rain tire off. So I suspect that was just a tire they put on to transport the car to the pit lane. So it looks like repairs have been completed, but way, way down the order and very much delayed.
They're a bunch of laps behind right now. Soon Alessandro Balzan will get back in.
Shares that car with Manny Franco. And for this weekend, Lilu Wadu. Really disappointed we don't get a chance to see what she can do.
Yeah, she's been sensational with her career, even though it's relatively early in years. I mean, won a round of the WEC Championship this year and just comes here with high regard from everyone who knows her. Ferrari-affiliated driver. Spoke to Eric Bachelot, who runs that Conquest Racing team, and said she is the real deal. Super consistent, good on the feedback. Actually suggested some changes to the car, which were very positive, so he was a believer.
Yeah, I want to see her get in and out of the car. She is minute. You think Danica Patrick was short?
But a dynamo behind the wheel. We've seen that in everything she's jumped in. Hoping to talk a whole lot more about her in a front-running position at some point, but she became the first ever female Ferrari factory GT driver earlier this year, and actually became the first ever female driver, period, to drive an LMH hypercar. Did a test at the end of the 2021 WEC season in a Toyota, I believe.
Well, that's a sign of respect for sure.
On board here with George Kurtz, who continues his pursuit. Justin Wetherill runs up ahead. Triarsi Competizione is the team. Red, white, and blue, Jeff's Bagel Run sponsored machine.
Pretty cool to go and pick your bagels up in that Ferrari. Get some attention. On board there with Kurtz as he came through 10 and 11. You can understand how low these cars are at the ground just as he came up on the relatively shallow banking, 9 degrees here at Indy. Car was bottoming out a little bit. You could hear that from the onboard as George slices it down the inside. He's in too deep. This is where that escape route is. This is what you need to try and find. We've seen here in recent events that if you try and do this for the first time at night, it's pretty tough to see where it is, but it basically slides you right back into turn 3, and you see it really didn't lose much ground. So as long as you know where it is and where it goes, you're all fine.
Not George Kurtz's first drive here at Indianapolis this year. He was in an LMP2 prototype just a couple of weeks ago. In the meantime, this is looking like we might have a race on for the lead. Augusto Farfus looking awfully aggressive, and Philip Eng looking quite defensive for his part. The two WRT teammates at the front of the field, they've only got a 4.7 second lead, but have they been turned loose?
See their teammates looking on. One thing that you have is a minimum stop time here in this championship. So if you take any amount of fuel, whether it's just a splash or a full fuel load, you have to be on pit lane for a minimum of 112 seconds. So typically at this stage of a race, in endurance racing, you're thinking, okay, maybe if I can save a little bit of fuel and stay behind that car, I get to my pit stop, I can get refilled a little bit quicker. But the rules kind of take that out of the equation.
Yeah, and you don't even have to put fuel in. If the fuel nozzle hits the inlet, that's considered a fuel stop, and it's longer in minimum time than a non-fueling stop. So you need to be really careful and coordinated with your crew.
Why would they do that, Bob? It's not like the teams would lie to you and say that no fuel went in. You're just checking the equipment.
That's right.
Making sure it's connected, okay.
Yeah, I thought the inlet was over here. There it is.
It's checking to see, because I'm curious about what kind of tire degradation we're going to see today. The laps we're seeing out of these two are about a second or so in the case of Farfus, and a little less than that in the case of Eng, off of their fastest laps of the race. So there is some drop-off.
If you look behind them, Maxi Getz is only 3/10 off his personal best on that last lap. Orblin 4/10 off. So the Pirellis are doing a really good job.
Maybe that takes us back to some of that conversation you had with the Bimmer World team about perhaps the BMW needing to look after its tires a bit more. They were thankful to see the cool temperatures in the forecast for today. I mean, Bill Auberlin almost puts lie to that with the pace he's showing, but certainly to see the limited amount of drop-off in the pace of Maxi Getz might at least open up that line of questioning.
I think the concern they had with the Bimmer World squad was the amount of understeer that they had the car with on Wednesday. They just felt they were going to grind those front tires off by the end of a 65-minute run. So they've obviously got the balance a lot better, showcased by their pace, and also the fact that they've got the longevity of the pace and stable lap times here. I think they're in the window, so they could be a big surprise here today.
Leaders coming through to lap the 18th placed overall machine of George Kurtz. George gives them a wide berth. No drama there.
Gentlemanly driving once again. George Kurtz is the CEO of CrowdStrike, which you see in motorsports all over the world, but particularly here in the World Challenge and Intercontinental GT Challenge Series.
Colin Brown have had 5 victories this year in class in the Fanatec Pro-Am Championship, and as we talk about, in a fierce battle with the 120 entry.
WRT currently 1 and 2 on the road. Boy, that's going to be pretty tight. Here comes Farfus because Eng got held up by Wetherill. Eng's able to get through. Now it doesn't look like Farfus caught traffic at just the most opportune spot. Oh, and with that, Wetherill heads to the pit lane. That's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that, but while we do, let's go back to the pits and Amanda.
Oh, and we got monitors right in front of us, so the drivers are keeping an eye on this. And Teresa, you guys took the lead in lap 1, and that's all it's been. But our question is, you guys going to fight this out?
For the moment, I think not. I think it would be smart to just keep it like it is. It's still 7 hours and to go. But yeah, of course, towards the end, we never know. I mean, and I think we can fight for the position we have. But for the moment, we are planning to do our race as we have to do it. And yeah, see how we go from therewards.
Charles, you guys are teammates in Europe, obviously fighting in opposite cars here this weekend. But you know what this guy is about. Is that a benefit to you, or to know what his plan is?
I mean, obviously I know him quite well, but I'm more used to drive with him than against him. But at the end of the day, we are both driving here for BMW. So the goal will be to get the best result we can for the team and for the brand. So yeah, whatever, we will see. But at least for the moment, it looks quite good for both our car.
There's a lot of time left in this race, obviously. But as we get down to the last bit of it, if this is the situation, do the gloves come off?
Yeah, we will see. At the end of the day, we don't like team orders, but we also don't want to throw the result out of the window. So again, we will see. I'm not in charge of the strategy. I'm just in charge of driving the car. So we will see. Hopefully, we can get a good result for both cars.
Thank you, Charles.
One possible element in this, though, is the fact that Maxi Getz is starting to close in a little bit. It's down to, well, it was 3.5 seconds. I know Maxi just caught some traffic, but even still, he actually got a little bit closer to the top 2. And if the WRT team feels that the 31's got the pace edge on the 30, might you see an organized swap?
Possibly. You've got to trust your drivers. If Augusto's radioing in and saying, you know, Phillips, hold me up a little bit, they may elect to swap the 2 cars around and see if Augusto can gap that leading Mercedes sitting in P3.
We just saw Justin Wetherill in the Ferrari making his way down the pit lane, the endless pit lane at the 50-kilometer-an-hour pit lane speed limit. I can report that he just reached the end of it and got back on track. This is a huge place.
Could that be a strategy call, Cal, or is that
I don't
out
really
of
see it. Could be
sequence?
certainly out of sequence. I mean, he's about just shy of 50 minutes in. I mean, maximum stint time is 65, so I think they can still do it on 6 stops for the day. Excuse me, 7 stops for the day, 6 from this point forward. I mean, sometimes if you make a pit stop and you stay on the lead lap, as we've talked about, you know, so far today, you make a pit stop, you're typically going down a lap, particularly if you're in the middle of the pack, so to speak. So there's no real strategy gained by making the pit stop early, hoping for a yellow, something like that, and have already made your stop. Takes it out of the equation with the length of the pit lane, as Bob alluded to.
I will endeavor to get to the bottom of what brought the Triarsi Ferrari to the pits, keeping in mind that another Ferrari did have some issues earlier in this race with a suspension issue, but the fact that the Triarsi car rejoined is probably indicative that it's something different. Oberlin sliding through around Kurtz. Lucas Stoltz will be next to try and put a lap on George.
Been a happy hunting ground for the Bimmer World team. We talked about it, unbeaten here essentially during this Indy 8-hour event, running in when we had GT4 competitors here as well. Had doubled up there. Derek Peterson, the engineer. Got that car turned around. They weren't happy here on Wednesday, but certainly the car is looking pretty racy here today.
Remember about 10 minutes ago we said keep an eye on Klaus Bachler? This is why. The RS1 Porsche has run down the Gruppe M Mercedes. This right here is for 5th overall, and Bachler would be super keen to make this pass because the leader in his class is Oberlin, the next car up the road.
Just to put it in perspective, the 28 car leads the Pro Championship, and the number 94 is in second. But as they run, it'd be more than enough for the 28 car to clinch the title. They're just hoping to have a trouble-free run. Just no drama is what they're looking for here today.
Let's put this in perspective for this RS1 team, Justin Bellinzoni, and what he's put together. This is their first year running a GT3 car, and here they are putting pressure on an established team like Gruppe M, running ahead of some very established North American teams right now, making that step from GT4 to GT3 look surprisingly easy.
They really have. I mean, Stephen McLaren, Eric Filgaro's had a dominant year in Pirelli GT4 America. I think they had, what, 10, 11 victories on the season, as I recall, but just the class of the field, and to make this jump up, you think, okay, they're going to be in amongst the big points, maybe score a victory or a podium or two, and they've just been sensational to have a 30-point lead coming into the final event of the weekend. But yeah, it's a big step. I think the chemistry was there. And I think for young Eric Filgaris, he really leaned on Stephen Mackler's GT3 experience to try and coach him through that. And both drivers have done a phenomenal job.
Did get an update from Amanda in the pits about the Triarsi car. She reports the team has reported a fuel pickup issue, and they pitted out of precaution.
Well, as I said, at this point, oh, that was tight there. 999 car, Lucas Stoltz looking to the inside of Derek DeBoer. But at this point, if it's fixed, it's fine. You're not going to have to do an additional stop compared to the field. But if you're only doing 50-minute runs each time, then that's going to really add to the amount of times they have to come down pit lane.
7 hours, 7 minutes still to run in the fourth running of the Indianapolis 8-hour. It's heating up here a little further back, just outside. Actually, this is for the top 5 here. Stoltz holding down 5th overall. Bachler got a great run, but now he's held up alongside the lap car of Derek DeBoer. Able to clear in, though. And he'll set his sights once more on that bright yellow Mercedes.
Other than turn 1, that's about the 3rd time that I've seen on the opening lap. That's about the 3rd time I've seen Klaus Bachler be super conservative. You can even see it from where we're sitting right now in terms of how much he's willing to give up and not risk.
He knows what his teammates have at stake this weekend. He does not want to be the reason that all of their months of effort, everything that has gone in to this dream season for McAleer and Filgaris, doesn't end with a trophy at the gala tomorrow night.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, he would have just sent it around the outside of that Aston Martin, not even thought twice about it. But today, that can get tricky when you're caught between what your natural instinct is, but knowing, like, I've got to be super careful here and just keep plodding around and getting this car the hours that it needs to score points.
Is that something you experienced in your career, joining a team for part of a season, but not the whole season?
Yeah, it has. I've done the endurance events at some of the big ones here in the States, and it's certainly a lot of responsibility because you know if you make a mistake, typically those events are at the front end of the year at Daytona and Sebring, but even so, it's not like the championship is on the line, but you're setting the table for the rest of the season.
Tough balance to strike. They brought you in to be fast, to go out and win, and with that comes an inherent amount of risk-taking, but how much is too much? We're watching Klaus Bachler go through those mental permutations as we speak, as he continues to give chase.
Watch at the other end of Holman Boulevard on this infield straightaway, the yellow Mercedes followed by the black and green Porsche. There's a bump coming up. there is a Mercedes. The Porsche barely budges. It really looks like it's handling the track undulations a lot better than the competition.
Yeah, and that's really key. We actually spoke to Ryan Dial yesterday, and he's talked about the fact that they brought their Sebring setup to Indianapolis. You'd think you'd want something totally different. But he said with the bumps in the brake zones, we kind of needed that, and they really hadn't turned too many knobs since the point they rolled off the truck. So that surprised me a lot, because you think, okay, a billiard table smooth, but there is still some nuance here to some of the brake zones in terms of what you need the compliance. And to your point, Bob, you just need that suspension to really handle that for the driver.
Right, Sebring, of course, being notoriously rough, and a lot of teams like to test there, because if you can handle Sebring, you can handle anything.
Kyle Marcelli marching his way forward after being spun in the first couple of laps of this race. He has caught Samantha Tan. We'll talk more about that, but we've got Amanda Busick standing by with an interview in the pits.
Well, it's breaking news to us this morning that Kenton Cook was going to be in the 27 Mercedes with TR3, but it was also breaking news to Kenton Cook this morning. You just told me the story of how you found out. Tell us.
Well, yeah, I got a text this morning, and thankfully I was awake. And now we're here driving a Mercedes GT3 with TR3. It's awesome to be back with these guys after we did well at VIR. So, yeah, it's going to be my first time in a GT3 around here, like ever, just in my first stint. So this will be fun.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because, guys, if we go back to VIR, he did find success with Daniel Morad. So we know that you are more than capable of driving this car. But how do you prep? How do you get ready for this moment?
I'll let you know when I get on the track, so it'll be fun. I watched a couple laps from John and Matt this morning, so I was able to at least see where to brake, what gear to be in, and hopefully when I get out there, we can put the pedal to the metal, and hopefully it only take me a couple laps to get up to speed. Thankfully, the track is relatively easy, and it'll be just a walk in the park. I'm hoping.
I'm curious what Kenton dreamed last night, because they do say dreams come true sometimes, but wow, what a morning.
Well, he's already had success here this weekend, one with Kevin Boehm here yesterday in Pirelli GT4 America competition. So, but he's the real deal. He and Daniel Morad, as Amanda said, had great success winning a couple of races earlier this season. So he knows the car well, he knows the team, and he knows the track. So I don't think it's going to be a big challenge. It sounds strange to throw someone in the middle of the race when they haven't really driven the car all weekend, but he'll get it done. As he said, a couple of laps, he'll be back into a rhythm, I'm sure.
I remember watching Kenton first in school cars, then in Miatas, and he has really paid his dues, worked his way up, and that's a huge vote of confidence to put him in the car under these circumstances, assuming he wasn't somewhere on the phone tree and everybody else had already headed for the airport.
Well, the important thing is that you didn't celebrate too much last night, thinking you got the day off. When someone calls you and you got a massive hangover, is not ideal.
Speaking from experience.
And as you saw, Kenton is one tall drink of water, so he has to be fitted to that car.
What's the latest you ever got a call, Cal?
Oh, I've been asked to jump in another car in a race for the same team, so he pulled double duty, but I don't think I've had anything super late. Normally I've had a good notice, but that's the life of a pro driver. I mean, you're always here hoping, helmet in hand, even if you're not competing. Went to a number of races without a ride, and you just never know.
That car, by the way, has already pitted. Matt Bell started it, had a really good run, made up 9 spots in the opening few laps. Now John Branham is driving. They're back in 19th as we hop on board the number 31 BMW, which runs second overall, right behind the team car of Philip Bang. They're making their way through some Pro-Am traffic here. Just got around the Pro Class car, actually, North American Pro of Seth Lucas, and now Adam Adelson next on the checklist here for Augusto Farfus. Lovely sounds of the 3-liter straight 6 twin turbo BMW M4 GT3. We're a minute shy of the hour mark, and we do start to see some pit callers here, Calvin. This is Sky Tempesta Racing, running an older Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. This car, they ran in the 2020 24 Hours of Spa, and I'm told it still has the tech inspection sticker from that race on it.
Cool story. It's a team that had success last week in Barcelona, finishing the Bronze Cup, and different car, McLaren, now Ferrari, so
and that Ferrari has sponsorship logos in the livery for the Ferrari movie, from the book by the late Brock Yates. Michael Mann directed. It's been in production for quite a while now. It'll be in cinemas, and since they use the word cinemas, I assume they mean in Europe, in December, and hopefully we'll get it here in the United States, because I know how much it meant to Brock Yates to see his book about Ferrari.
Adam Driver is slated to play Enzo Ferrari, and he's got an IMS connection. He waved the green flag to start this year's Indianapolis 500. He's an Indiana native from Mishawaka, about 3 hours north of here. But the connection, by the way, from this team to the movie, it is Sky Tempesta Racing. Sky being the broadcaster in the UK, they're evidently in charge of the production of that movie. So a chance to promote that here on a beautiful Ferrari. And like I said, it's a bit of a reunion for the team with Ferrari. Since they ran this car in 2020, they've run Mercedes, they've now run McLarens. So it's a bit of a reunion, not just with the car, but also with AF Corsa, which is providing a lot of support for them, although it is a Sky Tempesta-owned chassis, I'm told.
Yeah, and the car number 535 refers to one in which Ferrari won the Mille Miglia back in the 50s. 57, I believe.
6 hours, 58 minutes still to go. So that means everyone must be heading down pit lane here in the next 3 minutes or so. And we do start to see some callers. This is Philip Ellis, really strong opening stint. Shown second in class at the time of this pit stop.
Yeah, not a surprise. Philip Ellis, just one of the AMG factory pros, just always does a rock solid job. Had success here at the Brickyard just a few weeks ago.
Co-drivers here this weekend, Corey Lewis and Jeff Burton, whose eponymous Burton Lumber is there on the door.
Yeah, and I had a chat with Jeff yesterday, who said he will be back with DXDT, who made that announcement. They got the new Corvette GT3 machines they'll be campaigning next year, but I believe alongside a third entry with Jeff will stay on board this Mercedes. And I think that's really a key for Jeff. I mean, he had a handful of years there where he chopped and changed to different chassis every single year, and I think for him, just having that consistency will really pay dividends moving forward. Solid run here for the Bimmerwald team. Great qualifying run by Robbie Foley, splitting the two WRT teams, and Bill Oberlin, as you'd expect, rock solid in this opening stint. Got roughed around a little bit, and then cut back through to the front of this pack.
Pits from the lead in class. Klaus Bachler stayed out and will inherit it for now. The two championship protagonists in North American Pro go with that tire change.
See how quickly Bill leaps out. He thinks about every angle. Every angle. Driver changes, that can make a difference. He's always the first whipping out. He's ready to go.
Helping his replacement driver, pulling the radio cord from the Velcro on top of the helmet, plugging it in for the guy as he fastens the belts.
All of those things, all of the details. He's constantly working the team over. He can be hard work at times because he just never settles. He's always looking for that little edge.
Scott Smithson and Vesko Kozarov also headed toward the pit lane. These are cars, at least in the case of Stoltz and Bachler, that still owe pit stops. And they do have, it's going to be close. They might have enough time to do one more lap if they choose, or they can pit to get out of this lap traffic. We'll see. I think the lap traffic also is going to make its way to the pit lane here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So pit lane very, very busy right now.
Yeah, that would have been super risky, and that drive time is calculated at pit in. So you do have it's not like you have to be in your pit box by the time that 65 minutes is up. But even so, that you only need something to go wrong, someone to spin in front of you, go through the grass, and then you'll be suffering a penalty for exceeding that 65-minute stint. You do get a 5-minute relax on that if there's a full course yellow in the safety car out there at the end of the stint.
It's amazing how the crews time these stops to the second.
RS1 has been so good in the pit lane all season long. It's played a huge part in how Stephen McAleer and Eric Filgaris have been able to build their points lead coming into this. It looks like it is Filgaris. I could be wrong. It could have been McAleer. In any event, Bachler hops out after a really good opening stint, up a couple spots. From 8th on the grid, pitted from P5.
Normally, pit crews would be watching their competitors down the pit lane, but these guys are going to be watching the stopwatch because they don't want to violate that minimum pit stop time.
Overall leaders making the trip to the pit lane, and they are really close. They've got 13 seconds to play with, but in classic WRT fashion, they are spot on. This team knows its stuff, whether it's GTs, prototypes.
That's risky. You suddenly had an incident in pit, and with the rules this year, pit lane is closed. So you would be on the wrong side.
Careful.
But again, by staying out, you essentially gain a lap on most of the competition with the length of that pit stop time, because the minimum stop time is more than a lap around here.
2 BMWs in unison trundle into the pits. Philip Eng, Augusto Farfus, their job for now is done. It's the pit crew's time to shine. Craft Bamboo Racing, defending race winners, in the pits as well.
Farfus was slightly delayed by a car exiting its pit box, possibly in violation of a rule, because it's the cars out in the fast lane nearest to the wall at trackside that have the right of way. Let's see if that messes up the crew's coordination.
Yeah, that protocol is really comes into play when you're released from your pit box. If someone is alongside your flank, you have to give it up, even if it's just by a few inches. Essentially, if they're just alongside your rear wing, and right there, you're going to see it right now. So the 30 car looks like he's ahead, but he's going to have to give it up by the regulation because the 31 was alongside him. It's almost like the team are playing the game of letting the 30 car back in. But if you were competitors here, you'd have kept that white BMW right with that just little overlap, and then by the time you get to pit out, the 30 car would have to give it up.
But to Bob's point, if the 31 hadn't been held up on the way in, it might have been clear in that drag race, and the team wouldn't have necessarily been able to play favorites. And very interesting seeing the team dynamic at work. There is Augusto Farfus, who won this event in its inaugural running back in 2020.
I'm curious to see if the officials make a call on this, because there's one thing what the team wants to see happen. There's another thing, there's a regulation. They don't care what side of the fence you're on with the team, if it's inter-team or two competitive teams. In my mind, the 31 had overlap there. It was established in the fast lane.
New drivers aboard. We'll sort that out in a moment. But for the leading car, it is the South African Sheldon van der Linde. In the second car, it is the rapid Belgian Maxime Martin.
One thing they could fight with is if neither car was up to the maximum speed on pit lane before that happened. But close call anyway.
Very much so. Back up to speed, and you can do it quickly. Unlike most racing here in the States, tire warmers are in play. So these tires should be pretty close to operating condition as soon as you head out of the pit lane. Sheldon van der Linde putting that car through its paces here at speed in the race for the first time. Lead over Martin. Gauge it at the famed yard of bricks. Just under 1 second, first back to second.
Yep, South African up against his Belgian teammate. There weren't many cars running that wet night practice the other night, but it's no surprise to see Maxime Martin, the fastest, comes from Belgium, has run at Spa a lot, in the rain a lot. So he's very comfortable in those conditions.
Boy, Team WRT has got it going on this year. They're on a run of success, including a 1-2 finish at the Kyalami 9 hours.
Busy as well. They kind of separate their GT3 operation from their new prototype team, but just got on board with that this year, doing testing in preparation for BMW's entry into the World Endurance Championship next year with the LMDH machine.
It's amazing how quickly I've gotten used to WRT BMW, because for so many years it was WRT and Audi. I suppose maybe all the success they've had has helped get me used to the notion that they are representing the Bavarian manufacturer now.
So much of that is just the networking and the relationships you have. A lot of there's some BMW management now in place that had relationships with Audi, work with Audi, and you have strong connections, and that can open up the doors for new programs.
Augusto Farfus had a big opening stint, and he's standing by now with Amanda.
Excellent opening stint, Augusto. I know you're just downloading with Vincent Voss. Reflections back to the team?
Yeah, I think we have a good race car. Our tire degradation plays in our hand, so it's still 7 hours to go. But at the moment, I have to say the car seems very solid. We just have to keep it together, keep the nose clean, and then we see at the end.
What were your observations on the pit stop, and do you feel that you're quicker than the 30?
Well, I haven't seen, so because I was talking to the guy, but I saw that there was a kind of a move, but I haven't seen properly.
Quicker than the 30?
Yeah, it looked like, but yeah, I have seen the pictures. I haven't seen details yet.
Well, spare a thought for our Amanda Busick. She has a very painful blister on her right heel as we take another look at the pit exit by the WRT teammates.
See, to me, he's in the fast lane, so he's established right there. Now there's kind of, I'm not sure if he's given it up or whether the 31 wasn't fully up to the 50K speed limit, but in my mind, that's an overlap, and he has to get that position.
If I can offer a counterpoint, I think, I've heard it explained, that rule is in play as long as the car in the fast lane is maintaining pit lane speed. It clearly looked like the car in the fast lane did not maintain pit lane speed in order to allow the car now driven by van der Linde to get by, so maybe that's their wiggle room to get out of any potential knuckle wrapping from race control.
I was about to say Sheldon van der Linde is on it.
Oh,
he
yeah.
had just set fast lap of the race. He's now been succeeded by Maxi Getz in the 77.
Yeah, I think this racetrack is going to evolve, get more and more rubber down. You suddenly have new drivers with a fresh set of Pirellis on, so the previous driver laid more rubber down on the racetrack, and this racetrack is going to get really quick here by this evening.
The car to keep an eye on might be the 45 Porsche from Wright Motorsports. Madison Snow, before he was eclipsed first by van der Linde and then Getz, had the CrowdStrike fastest lap of the race, running 7th overall, but in a nice 1-2-3 in the Pro. Oh, we got an off here. This is the 999 of Mauro Engel. Side by side here with Stephen McAleer, who comes through. That is for 4th on the road. What led to that, I do wonder.
We'll have to see the replay.
Here we go. Engel
into turn 7.
In the forward boulevard, just outbraked himself.
Couldn't get it woed up.
Well, you talked about the bump there, and that is something that everyone who races here will talk about. That bump in the braking zone can be very upsetting, and I wonder if it caught the German ace out.
An ace indeed. That's unusual for Mauro. But that's the exact car we watched go bounding over that bump on the braking area for turn 7. So let's hope that's all it was.
One note to pass along from race control regarding those pit stops. Car 007, that's the TRG Aston, now driven by Ben Tuck. And here he is, serving a drive-through penalty, hit speed violation. Don't know if that was on the way in with Derek DeBoer or on the way out with young Ben Tuck, who was super impressive in qualifying yesterday, Bob.
Yeah, he told us this is the first time in his young career that he has raced outside his home country. And it's a great opportunity. He knows it. He wants to grab it with both hands, especially racing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's a missile.
Super impressive young man on the radar for the Aston Martin factory. And with that, there are increasing opportunities coming, not just in GT racing, but as has been announced recently in prototype racing, starting in 2025. So it would be a good time to get into bed with Aston Martin, if there was ever a bad time. One of the iconic brands.
Yeah, Aston is coming on hard. They're going to be racing a hypercar beginning in 2025, I believe.
That's right. Stateside as well as in the World Endurance Championship. At Heart of Racing, which is a team running here this weekend in Pirelli GT4 America, as well as GT America powered by AWS, along with other programs in the WEC and IMSA and elsewhere, they have been tabbed with running that hypercar program in 25, which is very exciting. Change in position in Pro-Am. Antares Au up the inside of Jeff Burton. A bowl over those curbs, and he made it work. That's the car that started on the overall pole.
Something flew in the air in the braking zone behind the Porsche. It may have just been a bit of tire debris, marbling, if you will. But, yeah, nice clean pass otherwise.
Interesting note here, many of the teams, especially the North American teams for whom this is the season finale, they are electing to single stint their drivers. And a part of the thought process there is, as long as each driver has done an hour and you get to the halfway mark, you are eligible to score points. So there's a line of thought, let's cycle everyone through, knock that hour out, and don't become at risk of falling afoul of that 1 hour mandatory minimum if something ill were to befall the team. The CrowdStrike by Riley team has elected to go a different route. They're double stinting George Kurtz right now, so that could be a car to watch as we get deeper into the race. They're double stinting their bronze. They still have Colin Brown and the young ace Nolan Siegel at their disposal, so file that away for future reference. And we saw George Kurtz a moment ago fighting with one of the cars in his class, Jeff Burton, but they're currently on different laps, in part because of that alternate strategy employed by the Riley team.
Sheldon van der Linde flashing the headlights, letting the cars ahead know that he's coming through. Race leader, followed very closely by Maxime Martin.
Maxime has closed the gap. He is on the doorstep now, but how aggressive will he be with the team car? Currently running behind the ST Racing machine, number 38. That is Jake Walker, young American, making his debut racing at this level, coming out of Lamborghini single make racing. Managed by 2004 Indy 500 winner Buddy Rice, by the way. He's looking after his career. Good one to have in the headset. This is some big time traffic though for the leaders to work their way through. Jonathan Wee in the Sky Tempesta Ferrari next in their sight lines, and Jonathan out wide. Maybe got in those marbles a little bit. Looks like he's got his hands full. Now coming under threat from the Grove Racing Porsche. That's now Earl Bamber driving. Oh, and it was close through the chicane, but it looked like they made it through cleanly. Next target to go a lap down, the 11th placed car, Ashton Harrison. Drops a lap to the overall leader. Ashton Harrison for Racer's Edge, car started by Kyle Marcelli. So half of the field has gone a lap down. There are a few mechanisms by which you can get laps back with wave buys and so on, but that all is dependent on full course yellows, and they're with a field of only 22. There's no guarantee we're going to see very many of those.
Yeah, it's been a very clean race thus far, although Cal Marcelli might disagree with me on that statement because he got tapped into an early spin that put this Racer's Edge team down.
They are, in many ways, the exception that proves the rule with that spin. Other cars that have had some issues include Conquest Racing's Ferrari, suspension failure in the opening hour. They were able to limp to pit lane, ultimately went back to Gasoline Alley, repaired the car, but they lost over 30 minutes. Reardon Racing had a drive-through penalty for that spin that Bob mentioned with Kyle Marcelli, and another drive-through to TRG just a few moments ago for a pit lane speed violation. Other than that, it's been pretty clean. Not too many dramas so far, but still 6 hours, 41 minutes to go. Overall pole sitter, now just the leader in Pro-Am. After a strong opening stint by Alfred Renauer, it's Antares Au now driving. Heard from him earlier in the show. But Lauren Heinrich still in their back pocket. They are keeping their powder dry with their ace up their sleeve. If I can mix my metaphors.
Yeah. Nicely done, though. You saw Antares Au got through down there in turn one. Jeff Burton in the 91 Mercedes just just that little bit later that prevented him from making the pass, but he gets it done as they, well, he will get it done, one assumes.
And Burton dropped back a couple of spots here. These passes on Burton are not for position. These are a couple of cars that are a lap down at the moment. This is the car that is pursuing Burton for second in the Pro-Am ranks, but they're on an alternate strategy. Remember, they pitted early. It was Matt Bell that started this car for TR3 Racing. They made the switch over to John Branham, but that was not at the hour mark. They were in early. Not entirely sure if that was a strategy move or if that was necessitated by some kind of misfortune. But we already heard from Kenton Cook in the broadcast, and he is the third member of that team, only finding out this morning via text message. He is yet to drive a GT3 car at this track. His first laps will come in race conditions.
Well, this car has had an adventuresome weekend thus far. It's been in the grass a couple of times in practice and qualifying.
Suffice it to say, though, altered driver lineup since then, with Kenton Cook joining them here today. Sheldon Vanderlinde, by the way, CrowdStrike fastest lap.
I'm glad you said that.
Walking on eggshells, Bob.
There you go.
Vanderlinde across the line. The lead 1.5 seconds back to the Belgian Maxime Martin. A further 5.5 seconds back now to Maxi Getz, who had some impressive pace on the first few laps out of the pits, Bob, but since it has been to the BMW's advantage.
That it has. Now, this road course inside the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has changed from time to time over the years. Like this chicane, the track originally turned right. And there was an added length, long horseshoe left-hander.
Later here in the Pro Class is RS1. Klaus Bachler started that car. It's now Stephen McAleer. There's Eric Filgaris watching on. To your point about the road course, Bob, you'll remember there was one edition of this race that used that additional loop.
The original layout for the Formula One World Championship when it came here in 2000. And also at this part of the racetrack, there was a quick switchback. The drivers were pretty unhappy with it, so they modified it and straightened the run down here to turn 10.
This current configuration is something of a hybrid between what F1 ran, what MotoGP ran, although in the opposite direction, and a tweak that was then made for IndyCar as well. So to your point, yes, it has gone through quite a few evolutions, but one thing I find interesting, when this track was conceived in the early 1900s, the founders always envisioned an infield road course, but it took until the year 2000 for it to be built.
If it weren't for those golfers who insist on whacking a ball around a Brickyard Crossing outside the backstretch, we could have a nice longer track. Lots of corners. And, well, never mind.
I think Calvin takes offense to that notion. He rather likes it the way it is.
What'd you shoot at
Why
Brickyard
can't we be
Crossing?
friends? Why can't we be friends? Nothing wrong with a good game of golf. Haven't seen one in a while, but Stephen McAleer, that RS1 team, doing a really nice job. Now leading in the Fanatec GT Pro category, 94 car. Chandler Hull now behind the wheel, sits about 14, 15 seconds back of that leader, but still very much in the mix.
Ahead of Maro Engel now because of that brief off for the Mercedes driver. Healthy gap back to second in class though. Chandler Hull runs there, 6th overall, Madison Snow 7th. Everyone all mixed up, and this is going to be fascinating to watch because we had certain cars start with their hot shoes in, then elect to go to their bronze drivers. Some have gone the other direction, so we're going to have comers and goers all race long. Might take to the final hour to really get a grip on who is best positioned, especially in the Pro-Am class and even the American Pro class, which necessitates a silver-graded driver to really have a sense for how those races will play out.
You mentioned MotoGP running here in the opposite direction from what we're using right now. I still look back on those days, having called some of those races, You've never seen a human being exposed on two wheels going 217 miles an hour down the front straight. You haven't lived.
Change for the Pro-Am lead there. Burton goes by, and the Porsche suddenly lost a ton of ground there.
I think that was the sister DXDT car.
Oh,
I think that was
me.
Ellis,
Okay.
who is a lap down at the moment.
Gotcha, that would make more sense.
Yeah. Here's Lauren Heinrich, the star of the pole shootout yesterday. Porsche Carrera Cup Germany champion of a year ago. Out qualifying everyone, all the hot shoes in that shootout.
It's kind of a doppelganger for Tom Brady.
I see it.
Shouldn't have been a surprise. I mean, the team sat on the pole at Spa, and they were fast in the second test session here on Wednesday, but you felt that when all of the big guns were out that they'd come up shy, but just a rocket of a lap that he put together.
Lots of traffic to deal with for the third-placed car overall. Matt Seguet swinging right in that Mercedes, getting super close to the safer barrier at the exit of turn 14. He's trying to work his way through a gaggle of lapped cars. Ashton Harrison next in his sight lines.
Oh, everybody going underneath.
Whoa. Jake Walker following him through around Harrison. Jake looking very impressive this weekend for ST Racing in his first ever GT3 appearance.
Yeah, he's done a really nice job, as you mentioned, under the tutelage of Buddy Rice. Great to see Buddy here in the paddock. He's also associated with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo team, 47 Motorsports, which Jake has been running with, so he knows the circuit.
He does. It was raining when we were chatting with him, and he's one of the few people who have fond memories of this place in the rain, because you'll recall his 2004 Indy 500 win came with tornado sirens blaring all around this venue.
I can't believe you weren't here for that one, Ron.
One of the few I have missed, as a longtime Indianapolis resident.
What, the school wasn't let out that day because of the tornado?
Sadly, I had an ailment of some kind, as I recall.
His mum was shopping for baby formula. Couldn't get him to the track.
That's Ashton Harrison now in the 93 Racer's Edge Acura. Remember, she said she and her teammates were going to have to put their heads down after Kyle Marcelli had his early problems.
Well, I think they just got to reflect back on last year where they were up against it. Didn't look like the championship was going to go their way, and suddenly it did. So you just keep grinding. You never know. It's a long, long race. You can have a little bit of misfortune. And they had bad luck, but also good luck in terms of the car wasn't damaged. But it's so easy to cut down a tire, have to limp it back to pit lane. So you're right by the pit entrance there, so it would have been a long lap if you had any damage.
This is a change in position overall here. McAleer has been passed by Angle, so the Mercedes around the Porsche. That is for the 4th position overall, not for class position.
Yeah, and for McAleer, he doesn't want any fight here. Again, we keep talking about their agenda. He just wants to keep it clean. Just sit behind that Mercedes and do what they're doing. It's been an excellent day so far for the RS1 team.
He alluded to it in his pre-race interview. We want to get everybody in, get our minimum drive time met, get to the halfway mark, and know we will at least be guaranteed last place points in class at that stage. But no points are paid unless you make it to the halfway mark, and we've got a spin in the middle of the pack. I believe that was Jake Peterson in the Reardon Racing car that spun in front of the Racer's Edge Acura. Not the first time those two have come together today.
Oh my goodness.
Young Jake a couple of days ago, so to wait and see how this one evolved. I think he got help.
I don't either. What are the odds that those two cars find each other again?
Crazy.
Less than
It's
90
back
minutes
underway at low
apart.
speed here, coming down the front stretch, just trying to get out of the way as you see the Wright Motorsports number 45 with a big head of Steve Madison Snow behind the wheel. Met Jake Peterson the other day, really nice young man. He's known Vesco Kozarov for a long time. Vesco was really great friends with actually Jake Peterson's family as neighbors, so they just got to know each other. He's an avid musician, and the livery on that car this weekend is kind of homage to Jimi Hendrix.
It is the Monterey Strat, to be specific. Now, that doesn't mean a whole lot to me, but if you're a guitar aficionado, that might mean something to you.
Stratocaster?
I suspect so.
Fender model?
He's a music student, is young Jake Peterson at Berklee College of Music in Boston.
Are you experienced?
He does have a couple of races under his belt here at Indy as well. Actually ran here just last month in GT4 competition with Vesco.
But his only seat time in a GT3 car came about 2 weeks ago. They did a little bit of testing out in Utah, where he and the team are from, and that's it. Then right into the big show, not unlike we saw from Seth Lucas last year. That went pretty well for Seth, and Reardon Racing thinks they've got a young talent on their hands. Expect we will see more of them in some capacity in GT3. Exactly what that looks like next year is TBD at this stage, but Laura Tallman's group does a lot with a little. Excited to see what the future holds.
Yeah, I think Vesco was at pains talking to me that he doesn't want to jump young Jake up too quickly. Just let him get in the car, see if he's comfortable, get this race under their belt, and then evaluate things from there. But certainly the intention is to do more next season.
Now, Calvin, we've got a battle for the lead in the Pro-Am ranks. Antares Au has it. Jeff Burton wants it. He is right there, not far behind, but he's got some pressure in the form of the TR3 Mercedes here.
Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3 in Pro-Am, right? So,
correct. I think you are exactly right. That's John Branham putting in some really good laps, but again, that car is slightly off sequence from the rest of the class, so we'll have to keep that in mind. Meanwhile, the overall leaders are coming through.
Yeah, just to reflect on that moment for Jake Peterson in the spin, that actually cost Maro Engel time, and Stephen Magler is now back around that car for 4th overall.
So the Monegasque will have it all to do again. Now, if you're fans of motorsport, seeing these cars going well wide there at turn 6 at the head of Holman Boulevard, maybe saying, well, what about the track limits? Well, the drivers have been told this weekend they can go beyond the track limits as they come off turn 6, as long as they rejoin the race carefully.
Second and third in Pro-Am, up for grabs there. John Branham at the back door of Jeff Burton. Very close now, he's in the slipstream. Only the second race weekend for Branham in the GT3 ranks. That was really, really tight. Under braking, he takes a lunge of the inside of 13, but Burton holds him off.
Yeah, it's you got to be a little bit closer then to stick your nose alongside. We saw Marcelli do a beautiful move a little bit earlier in this race, but that was going to be super risky, so John wisely decided to get out of that. But with these two battling, it's allowed Au to disappear a little bit, our Pro-Am leader. There he is. You can now see about 5-6 car length lead.
These cars are 8th, 9th, and 10th overall. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, though, in class. Again, I do believe the TR3 Mercedes, the orange and gray one at the back of the picture here, still owes a pit stop a little bit before those he is racing with.
Yeah, and even though the 20 and the 91 are Pro-Am cars, they are part of the IGTC in terms of being elected by their brand and manufacturer to be eligible for points here today, so they're playing a very important role in this race. Brandon's now regrouping here. This car is going to do well here today. I mean, bringing Kenton Cook in, who's yet to see any track time yet today, is going to be huge for their performance factor.
It is worth noting this car we're watching here in the hands of John Branham did start last. Oh, and he takes a huge lunge there. Gets to the flank. Great job by Burton to see that coming and give just enough space.
That was bold, but he kept it together, and he was very efficient in what he did. He made that bold move down the inside, try to keep it straight along as far as he could, get it slowed down, and then do the hard cut to head off to turn 13. So really nicely managed there.
A strong drive for this TR3 crew. Matt Bell, I think we gave his plaudits earlier, but let's do it again. From the back of the field, he gained something like 8 or 9 positions on the opening stint.
Not a
Handing it over to
surprise.
Branham? No, not at all.
He's got a really nice resume behind him. That's the British Matt Bell. We always get confused. We had an American Matt Bell that competed for many years here in mainly GT4 competition, but we always fight that when we see a stats book.
And the entry list originally had the American flag next to Matt Bell. Oh, interesting. Drive-through penalty to the 93 for incident responsibility. I assume that was the coming together with Peterson. I didn't realize there was contact.
By the time we saw it, they'd kind of separated from one another, but Ashton, I assume, must have just given him a little shove.
Well, I imagine there's a little schadenfreude happening right now up on the pit box for the Reardon team. They were on the other end of that not so long ago.
Branham escaped the clutches of Burton relatively quickly, now chased after this Porsche, so this now the battle for the Pro-Am lead. Gets a big run through 14.
Oh yeah, fight for the lead in Pro-Am, raging across the yard of bricks. Antares holding the spot in the car started on the overall pole by Alfred Rennauer. John Branham in the car that started at the back of the pack has caught him, running second in class. So the two have found each other from completely opposite ends of the starting grid.
9th overall.
That was pretty impressive there, because I think Branham thought, I'm just going to send it down to the inside, and that was equal to his braking point there. Admittedly on the line with a bit more rubber and a bit more grip.
Antares, a Hong Konger, won the bronze category at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Meanwhile, Jeff Burton, who we've been watching here as of late, has pulled off the track. That is in between turns 3 and 4. We'll have to keep an eye on that. For the moment, we stay green. Could this be the first safety car intervention of the 2023 edition of this race?
Yeah, and pit lane closes if we do elect to do that. There's not a virtual safety car. If we have full course yellow, it means full safety car. And all the gaps that you've established get erased immediately. So for certain leaders, they'll be praying that they see life in that 91 machine. They don't lose the advantage that they're built here through the first hour and a half of this race.
I'm watching the flag stand. No yellow flag.
Similar situation to the last lap here. We stay green. These two continue to fight. Antares in the Porsche. John Branham in the Mercedes. Really strong drive for John. Antares going a little bit wide. Does this make the opportunity open up? Can he even make the pass here? Is there still a stranded car? If so, this could be covered by a local yellow, and now it becomes academic because the safety car is out. Double yellows in the hands of Tom Hansing there in the starter's stand. And with 6 hours and 23 minutes to go, the race is halted for the first time for Jeff Burton, who is off track, driver's right, between turns 3 and 4. Well, that gives us a chance to catch our breath. WRT has controlled this race from the beginning. This car, the 30, from third on the grid, grabbed the lead going into turn 1 on lap 1. And it's been a WRT 1-2 for much of the events. Pits are closed right now, but it's about to get very busy, and Amanda is down pit side.
Oh, this is kind of what they wait for. I saw several drivers jump up and look at getting ready, finding their head sock, getting their helmets ready. Just talked to Aaron Gahagan with DXDT, and with Jeff Burton, they just can't get that Mercedes started at the moment.
And as you look at the clock, you can basically do this on 6 more stints. 65 minutes is the max. So that'd be 6 hours 30 left in this race, and we're shy of that. So basically looking at 5 more stops to get to the checkered flag and split the cake, so to speak. And that's why you're seeing a lot of actions. We're pretty deep into this second stint here.
First chance as well to see the potential of the wave-by rules, Cal. What do folks at home need to know?
Well, essentially, if the overall leader and safety car, if your class leader is in front of them, so they're basically, say, 3/4 of a lap down and you're a lap down, you're going to get a wave-by here, so that could be a huge advantage for someone who's a bit on the back foot. We've got to wait for everything to settle down and then really establish where the safety car is, where the overall leader is, and then where the other class leaders may be. And that wave around, pass around will happen at the beginning if this safety car situation. So you basically get an order get in position to get the pass around. You have 10 seconds to establish yourself, and then you get the go-ahead, which we're seeing right now for the 04, the 93, which is great for Ashton Harrison. Remember, she just served that penalty, and the 53 from MDK.
And it is up to the teams to know their eligibility status. When the call comes, they present themselves and then ultimately make the pass and take the pass around to get the lap back. Cars that are trapped between the overall leader and their class leader are eligible. And this basically just ensures that a full course yellow doesn't interrupt the class battles.
Right.
Try to keep them from being disadvantaged by the overall leader's position at the time of a full course yellow.
Yeah, because you could literally be a handful of seconds behind the class leader, and suddenly that car suddenly gets 3/4 of a lap on you, essentially. So it's a rule that's been in place for a number of years now, endurance racing here in the United States, as the pits are now open.
Pits are open and are about to be quite busy. Interesting, Huber electing to stay out, a couple of teams electing to stay out. This might be a bid at another pass around. We can talk about that perhaps. Nevertheless, WRT leading the parade down the pit lane now. It was awfully tight between these two at the exit the first time. What does pit stop number 2 have in store? Will we see driver changes? Or just tire changes and double stints? We shall soon find out. TR3 about to turn Kenton Cook loose for the very first time.
That's
at least
ideal.
He'll get some safety car laps to get used to the car.
Yeah, exactly. That's ideal. You're not just throwing it out there in green flag race. You get in the car. I mean, I'm sure he sat it in the garage this morning, but just to get out there and just get a feel for everything. Seating position and just all of the knobs and dials.
This is Wright Motorsports, veteran team in endurance racing. Has run IGTC events here and at Laguna Seca in the past. Running a couple of cars, one in Pro, North American Pro, and one in Pro-Am. This is the Pro-Am car vying for a title here this weekend.
Unmistakable.
Oh, there we see
engine
that.
note. Yeah, they switch positions this
positions
time.
there, so the 31 is just
Bonk.
getting released. See, I'm wondering what they're doing is because, I mean, I know it's the same team, but what you can do, and I know they're analyzing the speed all of the time, real time down pit lane. So you got this minimum stop time. What you could do is release the car early, but then slow up so you don't get out of pit lane too quickly.
Right.
And that's almost the game they could have played there, because it seemed like the orange machine wanted to keep going, whereas the 31 machine couldn't afford to, otherwise they may be underneath that number.
Well, change in position in the pit lane. It is the white BMW around the orange one. See how the rest of it shakes out as the field comes around after this set of pit stops. The second in the race, first under full course yellow conditions.
I like your analysis of that, Calvin, because the driver of the 30 car, the orange one, bumping his teammate up ahead as if to say, let's get a move on, not knowing the strategy was for the 31 to run under the maximum pit lane speed limit.
No, we were actually in the race steward's room at the last round of the championship, and they showed us some data that they utilize, Ryan, where they're actually seeing the real-time speed. So it's not like you suddenly leap out there, slow way down. You know, I mean, you can't exceed that. You can jump out there, but you can't exceed that 50K. So if you go out there but then don't maintain it, that could have been the game that was going on there. So they'll be certainly digging into that. So we also saw that on the earlier stop when Yusuf really didn't maintain that speed, or maybe he couldn't afford to, otherwise he's going to be underneath the number by the time he got to pit out.
It's a very good point. I think as we talk about the Pro-Am Championship for North America, this is a car that really benefits from this. They got the wave by, so any potential negative of having George Kurtz do a double stint to start the race gets wiped away by that. That puts them back on level playing field with the rest of their class, and they've knocked out effectively 2 stints of George's drive time.
There goes the TRG 007 Aston Martin has gotten the wave by. He'll go around and join at the back of the tail of the group.
So what
leading the way leading the way right now. Chandler Hull in the 94 Bimmer World car that we praised earlier for starting 5th in their first year in pro class competition. And here they are leading the race.
Part of the rule is it doesn't have to necessarily be the overall leader of the race taking the field back to green. It could be any class leader. There's some nuance to that too if they suddenly want to wave by to the overall leader of the race.
Correct. And Chandler Hull, by the way, the 94 has not pitted in this sequence. Their last pit stop was lap 44, so that was 25 laps or so ago. And that explains why that car is at the front of this field, and he is a class leader, so they do wave by to the first class leader, and that's why the 94 now leads overall. More on the WRT story now with Amanda.
Well, it is cookie time here at WRT. Vincent just handed my own for after this interview, but want to go back to the pit stops. It was another position change, and the BMWs collected. I can see Charles Vert's kind of shaking his head. Your perspective of what happened, Vincent?
Well, it's just how the pit stop went. Of course, it's a long race, so we won't take any risk. I mean, there is no point to find between our two cars. And yeah, let's see at the end of the race what we can do.
Do these drivers play along together well?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
All right.
They do.
Thank you, Vincent.
Good to hear from Vincent. This is what happened here in the pit lane, Cal.
Well, you can release the car early. We're talking about that minimum stop time, but then if you release the car early, you're going to be ahead of that time. So then you slow the car down to stay within. And there's nothing the car behind could do. He was trying to maintain the 50 kilometers an hour. He was basically ramming his teammate in front of him, Maxime Martin, who couldn't afford to maintain the minimum pit lane speed, is how I interpret that.
Another item to clean up. The 999 got back around the 28 in that pit sequence, so that's an overall position gained for Mauro Engel in Group M. Doesn't affect class position at all. Lights are out on the safety car, so a restart is imminent, but I do want your thoughts, Cal. Bimmer World electing to stay out.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the right move, because they've now got an extra stop to make to get through this race.
Something maybe for Amanda to check on to see what is behind that strategy call.
And there's more strategy between the WRT teammates. Maxime Martin stayed in the car while the 30 car had a driver change to Dries Van Toor.
Good point. Only one of the WRT cars electing to make that driver change. All right, getting ready to restart. Not entirely clear. Oh, I see now. Got it. Never mind. It is Chandler Hull leading the field towards the VP acceleration zone. Answered my own question there in real time. Sorry about that. Here we go, back onto the front straightaway. Chandler Hull owes us a pit stop, but he leads right now across the start-finish line. Already cars moving to put other cars a lap down. That is Maxime Martin working his way around the Conquest Ferrari. Dries Van Toor also coming through, and it's about to get very busy at the apex of turn 1.
Yeah, it really did there. Maxi gets down at the inside there. That was pretty wild. He kept it together nicely, but right now we have a BMW 1-2-3 at the front of this pack at Indy.
It is a fierce fight deep in the pack here. Battle hotting up at the front. Chandler Hull coming under pressure. This is for the overall lead. Hull is on old Pirellis at this point. For Maxime Martin, they are hot and fresh out of the ovens. Martin is through. Van Toor is through.
Yeah.
They're not playing nice, though, right there, the two WRT teammates. Dries Van Toor wanted the lead, and he took it.
Yeah, I'm not sure he wanted to make that move. No, Chandler Hull has gotten around Maxime Martin at the same time. I think Van Toor was just deep on the brakes, had nowhere to go with it. Maybe got in the ABS. That takes away braking pressure and basically bumped his teammate out of the way.
Maxi gets closing in that number 77 Craft Bamboo Mercedes. They've been quiet here today, just lurking in the background, but now starting to flex a little bit of muscle. That's all happening a little bit further back. This is second, third, and fourth here in the overall running order. Van Toor, though, has scampered off into the distance. He's got a big-time lead across the Yard of Bricks.
And Amanda asked the question to Vincent Voss, do your drivers play nice together? And he said, yes, of course. Well, that wasn't very nice. I'm sure Maxime Martin isn't feeling that Van Toor played cool with them.
Martin through on Chandler Hull. That is for second. Again, that 94 car a little bit out of sequence because they have not pitted in this last cycle. That's how they ended up at the very front of the field for the restart. Meanwhile, fights here breaking out. Kenton Cook in his first laps in this race car all weekend at speed, and he's immediately finding himself in a fight with Trent Hinman.
Yeah, Hinman's first laps in the car here today as well, so but he certainly had laps this weekend versus Kenton, just trying to find his way, but as you can see, into a rhythm very, very quickly.
As you'd expect. How about Callum Eilert? His first race laps in a Porsche. Plenty of GT running in a Ferrari back in 2021, but drafted in to help Wright Motorsports win a championship here this weekend alongside Elliott Skier and Adam Adelson. Here's a move up the inside of Hull. That is Maxi Getz getting through. That is for third on the road. Getz is through, and now Mauro Engel looking to follow him.
You can see the front end on that BMW hunting a little bit as Hull is trying to get that car turned in. So he's on the back foot here a little bit. He's got well-worn Pirelli tires against fresh rubber. Fresh drivers going hard at him. I just don't really see how this is going to work out for the 95 squad by not electing to take that pit stop under yellow.
Incident under review. Cars 30 and 31 will be looked at here, and I think we've got to look at it. These are the two WRT teammates. Interesting.
Yeah, that was a bump and run. Let's take another look at it. So Vantor first laps behind the race car. And there you can see him just moves him out of the way. Maxime drops the wheel a little bit, and Chandler Hull sweeps around at the same time. He's reversed that position, but Vantor right now has a 2.5-second lead.
We had a touring car racing earlier today in a Cold Trickle Days of Thunder inspired livery. And Cal, to me, that screams of rubbin' is racing, son, but race control thinks otherwise. They're going to have them reverse the conditions, or the positions.
Yeah, I like that call rather than to drive through that is so penalizing. You know, admittedly, I don't think Vantor was trying to get into his teammate, obviously, but he was just behind the wheel under green for the first time, just got in too deep on the brakes, probably got into the ABS system, and that was enough to nudge Maxime Martin around.
Did get a little clarification from Amanda down in the Bimmer World pits. She was told they didn't have a driver that was close by and ready to get suited and ready to go. That explains part of it. They could still have pitted in double stint in Chandler, but they also, I guess, want Chandler's drive time knocked out nice and early so they can have Robbie Foley and Bill Oberlin go the rest of the way. That's the word from the pits, at least.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's certainly legit, but at the same time, you've got to think on the fly a little bit. That is a huge penalty that they're going to suffer by not taking that full course yellow stop.
Oh, aggressive move, incisive up the inside from the young Trent Hinman. Able to get the pass on Kenton Cook. Great to have Trent back in this paddock. He hasn't been in this race since 2021.
Yeah, two great young chargers there. Both have made their mark in our paddocks over the last few seasons. Trent Hinman, multiple-time champion at GT4 and GT3 level.
Chandler Hull under assault. Just gives up another spot there to Mauro Engel, trying to nurse these Pirellis just a little bit further until it's time for his pit stop, which should be coming in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, he's got to be not run afoul of that 65-minute drive time, so he's probably got about another 15 minutes he could stay out there.
It was lap 44 that he was last in the pits.
I'll be honest with you, I'd get him in now, because you're still going to be looking at 5 stops to the finish of this race, whether you pit him now or in 15 minutes time. If he's struggling for pace on these Pirellis that don't have same amount of grip as some of the competitors around him, but you can see he's got good straightaway speed and fighting Mackler all the way down into turn 1.
And that is for class position. This
championship
is the lead.
Positions right here too.
Exactly. These are two that know each other well. They have been scrapping all season long. Trent Hinman, on the other hand, same for Kenton Cook, really. They are either making their first or third starts of the season. First in the case of Hinman, third in the case of Cook. So they have no championship to think about.
You can see that BMW stretching its legs down Holman Avenue, Boulevard, excuse me, and then into turn 7. But you're looking at that 45 car coming off a sweep of the weekend with Jan Halen and Madison Snow at Sebring, and the car behind, different number at the time, but they had a sweep earlier this year with Kenton Cook and Daniel Morad.
Very high-speed section here, using the access road, the warm-up lane for the oval, back into the South Short Chute of the 2.5-mile oval, then the dive back down into the infield for turn 12, 13, and then this crucial turn 14 back up onto the straightaway. Porsche's got the legs, at least in the tight stuff, but as has been the case all season, that BMW likes to stretch its legs when you get to the straight parts.
You can see Chandler there, a little tentative through turn 14. I think he was unsure whether Mackler was going to try and plug that gap to the inside, but here comes Trent Hinman trying to find a way around Mackler. These are the 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 in Fanatec GT Pro class. So Hinman's legit to go after Mackler, even though Mackler is the championship leader, and say, don't give me such a hard time. It's like, forget about it. We want to win this race.
28 years old from Ocean Township, New Jersey, Trent Hinman. Just turned 28 on September the 20th. Pretty good birthday to have, if I do say so myself.
I assume he shares that with you, Ryan?
And Juan Pablo Montoya.
Wow.
Some of that's good company.
It is.
I'll leave it to you to sort out which part I mean. Coming up on 2 hours down in the 4th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour.
Hinman's looking pretty sporty here. He is, feels he got, that was late, and this is where it gets tricky when you got a car that doesn't have the tire grip.
I think there might have been just the slightest bit of contact there. That's going to leave McAleer vulnerable. Trent Hinman certainly there in the slipstream, and not far behind is the TR3 car.
Hasn't taken Kenton Cook long to find his feet, has it?
And that should come as no surprise if you followed his career. Bob kind of pointed it out earlier. Really started at the grassroots level, supported for a long time by Mazda, all the way up to a ride in the Prototype Challenge class in the 24 Hours of Daytona, which he won in 2016. Then things stalled out. He's been able to remake his career in the GT4 ranks and has had a few chances to run GT3s in recent years and has always excelled.
He's done a nice solid job here. Seems like he's got into a rhythm and just doing his thing. At that point, from a driver, you can't get too frustrated. Do we make the right move? What's going on? Why didn't we pit? Just get your head down, execute your stint, and then debrief once you get out of the race car.
In the background, we saw Matteo Cairoli very aggressive in the MDK Porsche. Late addition to the entry list. One of the last drivers announced. In fact, he might have had that title until Kenton Cook was announced about 3 hours ago. Great addition, though, for MDK. Porsche factory ace on board for the weekend. There's Eric Filgaris. Team owner Justin Bellinzoni alongside. What an impressive team. Pompano Beach, Florida. RS1.
Eric's such a smart young man. Got this opportunity, grabbed it with both hands with the support from CBW. And I believe he's going to be actually stepping back to GT4 competition next year. They may be split as a driver pairing, but what a show they've put on. Whatever happens here today, just 2 brilliant years of racing from that whole group.
You see CBW on the side of that car. That's for Community Beer Works. Tom Kopczynski is the man behind that brewery, and he has been a longtime supporter of Eric Filgaris' career, helping him get to the GT3 level and have a chance to win a championship in his first ever season of GT3 racing. After a stunning year in Pirelli GT4 America last year, he is a real talent, and I think we might see Eric driving alongside his patron next year, which would be cool. They've been working towards that for a very long time.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's a great story, and we've talked about it many times this year when I knew Eric when he was a young kid, just racing go-karts. He and his dad just constantly in the paddock, making friends, networking, looking for opportunities like this, and it's so thrilling to see him have the success that he's had over the last couple of seasons when he's been given this shot.
Young Floridian driver, he's been beating on doors, trying to make this happen. We'll talk more about him, I'm sure, when it's his turn to jump behind the wheel. Right now, Klaus Bachler and Stephen McAleer have done the driving duties. We'll see the impressive young Eric Filgaris very soon. A little further back, let's check in here on TRG. I think they were a team that benefited from that yellow. They had a drive-through penalty early in the race for a pit speed violation. And they are on a recovery drive. Ben Tuck up to 13th overall right now and inside the top 5 within the class.
Yeah, they got some really smart people on their strategy team there at TRG, so they're always making the right calls and looking for the little wrinkles in the regulations to get back in the game. Got to be patient, understand the rule book.
Just 30 seconds away from hitting the 2-hour mark in the 4th running of the Indy 8 Hour. We were talking about Eric Filgaris before. Let's hear from him now with Amanda.
I just love how Calvin was telling the story of how Eric would be in the pits and just hustling and making sure he was having any conversation that he could, and also having conversations with our very own Calvin Schwitz when he was a young man. So thank you, Eric, for bringing this to our attention. Calvin, I'll ask you about those spectacles later. Calvin was kind of summarizing your story of just the effort that went into creating this journey for yourself. In your words, to be standing right here about to get into a GT3 car at the Indy 8 Hour, what emotion comes over you?
It's a big deal. It's a big deal for myself, Steven, this team. Yeah, it's really cool whenever Calvin mentions how long and hard the road has been for me, and I really appreciate that. He really echoes it every single time because he has seen it. I mean, that photo is proof of it. RS1's doing a really fantastic job this weekend. You know, Steven's out there. He's fighting for the lead in our class, and you know, Klaus did an amazing job yesterday for the pole shootout, his opening stint, and you know, my job is just to hit my marks, keep the car clean, and give it to the guys for the end of the race.
Last year, at this time, you're already a champion in GT4. A year later, you're on the cusp of another championship. How do you put it into words?
Yeah, I think I'm just very grateful to be in this position. You know, this wouldn't be possible without Tom Kopczynski and CBW. So, you know, I have to give all of the thanks to him, and I'm just grateful.
Car just dropped a spot. Looked like it might be a second spot in the making as well. Oh, that is really tight there.
Yeah, that's just McAleer being super careful. I mean, he got a little out of sync there and didn't want to rub fenders with Trent Hindman aboard the 45 Wright Motorsports Porsche. And it looked like Kenton Cook was going to go through as well, but McAleer gets back into his rhythm. Just getting back to that photograph with those glasses. I think I was in Halloween mode. I was doing my Bono impression.
I think we had an even bigger look at that picture now. Calvin, we could talk more about those glasses. Young Eric Filgaris.
I'm the guy on the right, by the way.
Fairly young Calvin Fish.
Younger, anyway.
Well, it is a grind, you know, especially for those without the silver spoon. You got to work at it to make this sport work for you. And Filgaris is one of many stories in this paddock. Kenton Cook, who runs right behind that car, another one that has had to work at this to make it a career, to make the passion into a profession. And I love getting to highlight those stories when we get the opportunity.
Teo Caroli behind the wheel of the 53 MDK Porsche right now. Drafted in. Sees the support there. They're one of the nominated teams for IGTC points this weekend, so they've stacked the deck a little bit. Very exciting young team, I think. I think they're going to do, if they can return next year, I expect great things from Trenton Estup and Seth Lucas, who are the regular drivers in that 53 car.
I'll tell you what, they might not have a win this year, but those two, it is easily the youngest driver lineup in terms of the full season Fanatec GT World Challenge America paddock is concerned. Not much GT3 racing experience between the two of them. I think before the season started, Seth had done 2 GT3 races, this and 24 Hours of Dubai. But they have done a really nice job of maximizing results, finishing 2nd and 3rd on plenty of occasions. Feels like they are ahead of schedule. Talked a little bit about Ben Tuck earlier. He was a revelation in Q2 yesterday. This car has made its way from as far back as 21st, Cal, back to 13th. And as we talked about a few moments ago, got that wave around, gave him a new lease on life. And now TRG is very much in the mix with that man, Tarek DeBoer.
Yeah, and he's in a fight for a P3 in the championship this year. He and Samantha Tan kind of split because they've had different teammates for the year, but nonetheless, as the 007 hits pit lane.
So I think what we saw, they stayed out during that last yellow to get to the front, to get the wave by. So they're out of sequence, but at least they have a chance to catch a yellow potentially if it comes out at the right spot, and maybe be back on sequence with the rest of the cars in their class. In any event, that yellow gave them an opportunity that would not have arisen without it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the problem is with the minimum stop time of 112 seconds, you basically lose a lap. So it's really hard to play with too much strategy here. And I think that's what's really going to hurt. Talk about the 94 car of Chandler Hull by staying out here as we watch him on screen. Currently running 5th overall, but still leading the Fanatec GT Pro division.
Valentin Haseklo will jump in next. French driver who made his North American debut here at Indianapolis in 2020. And driving in GT4 alongside the late Paul Terry. Remember sticking that car on an overall pole position. And maybe it was 2021, it must have been, because Amanda did the interview with Paul Terry after the qualifying session, and Paul said, and I quote, "Frenchie is fast."
He certainly is. Look at this. Almost rubbing fenders there, coming on the front straightaway. Tell you what, Trent Hinman isn't losing a lot of ground to that BMW that we talked about how strong it is in the straightaway stakes. That Porsche is right there with him, and now down to the inside. So that is for the Fanatec GT Pro lead. Hinman now grabs it. Hull on a different strategy. Bold move there behind the inside by Stephen McAleer. And again, we're talking about Chandler's Hull. There's a little touch there. McAleer has to take the shortcut. Wild stuff there, trying to coexist with Chandler Hull's tires well late into this stint on that alternate strategy. See Caroli there looking for a way through.
I know we've had a safety car, but it's amazing how a field of 22 cars on a 2.5-mile racetrack can find themselves in bunches like this.
So we got cars that are not on the same lap here battling it out, so got to wait for these pit stops to shake out with some of the teams that are on the alternate strategy by not taking that pit stop. We saw it with the 007 suddenly hit pit lane. It won't be too long before this machine, the 94, and he's in right now. Getting really close to that maximum stint time, Bob, of 65 minutes.
Yep, something else for the drivers and crews to think about.
I just don't see a way of them recovering, Bob, by not electing to take that stop, because you know you can't do a short fill at the end. It's not like your final stop can be quicker because there's a minimum stop time on pit lane, and they're effectively one stop behind, and this is what cost him that track position right now, and that's going to be about a lap.
Fresh Pirellis all around.
Straight out of the ovens. They're not optimum, but it certainly gives you a lot of help on a breezy, cool day like we're seeing here at Indy this weekend. Certainly wasn't the case when we showed up here on Wednesday for the testing sessions, but it dropped dramatically with that rain and cold front that came through here a couple of nights ago.
So Robbie Foley will get into the Bimmer World number 94 and do his best to make up what they've lost with that alternate strategy.
Dries Vanthoor has established himself back at the front of the pack, did the bump and run on his teammate. Those positions were reversed, but certainly showcasing that 30 car is really strong here. 2.3-second lead across the stripe on that lap. See the little nuance there, a bit like turn 12, Bob, where you turn in off of turn 1, just kind of drops down off the subtle banking that you have here on the speedway.
So here comes Vanthoor, holder of the fast lap of the race thus far. followed by teammate Maxime Martin. Then Maximilian Getz on the first of the Mercedes.
Then a lap car there, the 93 car from Racer's Edge. And that next, that yellow Mercedes is Maro Engel. That's P4 overall and in IGTC Pro.
Love the engine note on these Mercedes.
Yeah, big throaty 6.3 liter, normally aspirated V8.
See if Maro can deal with the 93. Certainly can on the brakes. Notice those blue lights across the grille of that Mercedes AMG GT3. That'll make it easy for the team to recognize their car when it enters a very dark pit lane once the sun sets.
Yeah, and it's really great to have that ID so you can differentiate between your team cars. And if you're running a multi-car operation, and just count the car into your pit box, just so the driver doesn't get lost in some of the conditions that we see certainly during the Spa 24-hour race. Pit lane gets a little bit crazy there.
Oh boy, does it.
Should be a little bit simpler here. Maybe seeing stops after the sun sets here late in the day. Second fastest part of the racetrack right there down into turn 7 as we switch back to action on the front straightaway. 20 machine, so impressive here. And Terrace Au still behind the wheel, knocking out his drive time. Just seems to, again, a little bit deep each time in the brake. Kind of looks to me like he's getting in the ABS and the front just goes numb on him. He's just trying to recover and kind of stalls out versus rolling speed through turn 1. So you think you're doing the right thing by braking as late as possible. Maybe if he just backed up his braking point half a car length or a single car length, that would allow him to get the car slowed down off the brakes and then roll through the apex with a bit more speed.
Is that a second gear corner at 12?
I think second or first, depends on the manufacturer and how you got the car geared, but it's certainly really low speed. You're coming in at 165. Minimum speed there is about 50. .08 machine, Scott Smithson knocking out his drive time.
See all this.
He's going to be back for next year alongside Brian Sellers. Yet to be officially confirmed, but that's the belief in the paddock right now.
You saw that litter on the outside of the racetrack. Those are advertising signs that have been blown over in some very stiff breezes we've had here this weekend. As the weather has changed, cold front moves through, the temperatures have dropped as we've talked about at length. The flag's snapping and they just can't keep those advertising signs erect.
Battle for position here in Pro-Am. Young Nolan Siegel behind the wheel of the 04 machine. Has a ton of seat time here at Indy in junior single-seater competition. I'm betting he's got more visits here at Indy than anyone else in this field, believe it or not, despite his young age. Really impressive young driver.
He wasn't making any inroads.
28 car,
55 second time penalty to be served at the
5 seconds, sorry, that's 5 seconds, 5S, 5 second time penalty. Remember he took that shortcut through turn 6 when the action was getting pretty fraught here. Gets side by side there with Chandler Hull. Got the little tap and just felt it was too dangerous to try and cut through there. So I think he made the right call. He's going to have to get that back at the next pit stop. So essentially his minimum stop time, as I interpret it, would be 117 seconds instead of 112.
Right.
First little chink in what's been a pretty flawless day so far for that group, who are just trying to go through all the rules and regulations. Minimum drive time, 50% plus to score points here today. Then they'd really be in great shape once they get to that point. Maybe relax a little bit, get a little bit more aggressive in the second half of this race. Nolan Siegel starting to put the pressure on once again.
That's Jake Walker in the ST Racing BMW ahead. Nice battle between two young drivers.
Yeah, very much so. Jake Walker's a nice kid. Met him the other day. Pretty quiet and reserved, but Buddy Rice is a believer. Seems his coach and mentor. That 04 car, you just hear that little banging as he climbs back up onto the speedway. That's how low they run these cars. And certainly minimum ride height checks that are done. You can't run the car totally on the deck. You got to pass tech both post-quali and post-race. As Siegel now gets that run, gets to the inside of Walker. Comes Robbie Foley, I believe.
Foley's got a decision to make. Oh, I can see Siegel was right there on Walker when they came on the straightaway, but when the BMW got up on the cam, it was very difficult for the Mercedes to make any more ground.
Foley super impressive here yesterday in that pole shootout, splitting the two WRT teams, cars, excuse me, of Eng and Farfus. He is a BMW North America factory driver, but still, that was quite the statement. Different strategies involved with some of these Pro-Am entries. I believe that the 20 and the 04 are the only two Pro-Am cars that have yet to see their dedicated pro see some seat time here, so they're kind of front loading it, knocking out that drive time with the lower graded drivers. Have Heinrich and Colin Brand do their thing towards the end. Car battling Pro-Am, trying to chase down the Jeff Spagel run. Triazzi Competizione Ferrari right there. Smithson right behind them, so it's 3 Pro-Am cars in a row in a battle.
To throw into that strategy mix, shout out to Tom Hornsby, IGTC press officer for this. I think ST Racing also is yet to run its hot shoe, Neil Verhagen, who has been a real star here in his limited season in North America, wrapped up a Endurance Cup campaign in Europe here recently. So that's another car to keep an eye on, that ST Racing car that started Samantha Tan.
Yeah, I think when we looked at their nominated driver for that pole shootout, we thought, well, maybe it's a strategy play, but they could have elected to qualify Neil Verhagen and then started Samantha Tan to knock out her drive time. So maybe just putting her through the experience of being in that environment for the very first time. But I think Verhagen could have been in with a shout as well, because he's had rapid speed here. Since he and Samantha Tan have driven together, they've finished on the road at least in the top 2 in every single race. Unfortunately, he had a technical infraction post-race at Sebring that cost him a win at big points, but nonetheless, just been super impressive.
Yeah, that's right. And you go back to when Neil showed up at VIR, that car was immediately a front runner, and it had been quick at times this season prior to that, but Neil has brought some juice to that team, and it's not like you can just point to, okay, they had a technical infraction at Sebring, you know, what were they doing there? Where did the speed come from? They were really fast at tracks as different as VIR, Road America, and Sebring, now here again at Indianapolis, so clearly they have really hit on something.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, John Edwards put the car on pole at Sonoma, I believe, early this season. So it's shown, let me see that 20 car again, just in super deep into turn 1.
But this is one of those cars to keep an eye on, because they are keeping their ace up their sleeve. Lauren Heinrich, who's put that car on the overall pole in pole shootout. We have yet to see hide nor hair of him here in this 8-hour race. We know he has exceptional pace. It's just a matter of when.
They're just feeding him raw meat right now.
Right now, Santara Sal doing the driving. He has caught Justin Wetherill. Looking to make a pass here.
Such an inviting corner. You kind of rush up on that turn 10, but you do not have to get on the brakes, and suddenly you see, oh, eyes wide open, I'm just going to stick it down the inside, and typically it goes wrong.
Let's stop here. MDK Motorsports, Matteo Cairoli. What do we make of this?
He's on his way down to see Priscilla, the pit lady, at the pit exit. I met her the other night. She's very nice, mature race official, but I understand she can be hard if you cross her down there when she gives you your pit exit instructions.
Race Vision powered by AWS. Cal talked about it in our Fanatec track preview. Fastest part of the track that run into turn 1. Highest top speeds we've seen, upwards of 168 miles per hour. Porsche and Aston, then the BMWs, and another Porsche filling out spots 3 through 5.
Yeah, no surprise to see the BMWs right in the mix along with the Aston Martin. I think the Porsche showing that sort of straightaway speed with the new 992 is impressive. We see Smithson now down at the inside on Auer. Nice clean move.
Smithson is through on Antares Au for 14th on the road. That is also a battle in class, however. That was for 5th within the Pro-Am ranks. And I stepped out briefly, so you may have covered this off. Do we know why Kenton Cook is listed as out?
No, we do not.
Okay. Let's put that on a to-do list for our intrepid Amanda Busick. That is the TR3 car that started last. Matt Bell had that great opening stint. John Branham drove quite well. But now that car shown as out of the race.
Yeah, for the 91 car, we saw that stranded on the side of the road with Jeb Burton behind the wheel. That's listed as out as well, so maybe that's terminal failure once they got the car back to the paddock as well.
Really tough to see. They don't have a chance to run the full distance. Well, okay. Never mind. Mystery solved, sort of. New mystery beckons.
Showing him 7 laps down, though, so they must have had some drama. He must have been in pit lane for quite a while.
Common denominator. Look, I might be putting two together and getting 8 here, but talk about Burton pulling off to the side of the track. That's a Mercedes. This is a Mercedes. There's something to keep in mind. Battle here between Racer's Edge and Wright Motorsports. I feel like we've said that a lot over the years. In fact, these were 2 of the cars that were fighting for the Pro-Am title here a year ago. You can throw the 04 of Kurtz and Brown into that mix too. This year, these 2 cars ended up in the Pro class. Racer's Edge always intended to be, but for Wright Motorsports, the Porsche that's pulling out a line there, Trent Hedman now driving. That's a car that started as a Pro-Am. Not on the same lap here, though. Harrison 1 lap down. Oh, and not cutting any slack to Trent Hedman, who's looking like he might have the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, and you got Crowley right there as well, but is that Crowley? No, that's the Grove car, excuse me, that's the 4 machine. So we saw the 53 on pit lane. Just got a note from press officer there with DXDT that it's a issue with the suspension on the 91 and they're working on it, trying to try and get that car back out there.
Oh!
Hip check.
Again, these two teams have plenty of history racing against each other. There were some fireworks last year going for that Pro-Am championship.
You know, you talked earlier, Calvin, about knowing who you're racing against, and I think it's safe to say Trent Hinman learned something about racing Ashton Harrison on this very lap.
Yeah, and Trent has great affiliation with the Racer's Edge team. He and Shelby Blackstock won a silver class championship together aboard one of those bright red NSXs. I'm not sure it's the same chassis, but nonetheless, so a lot of respect between the groups. And we do understand that the 27 car is not those multiple laps down. There's been a transponder issue with that car. So they're going to have to try and manually reassess their running order. That'll be tricky. Ken's been right in the mix here. Just super impressive being given that call this morning or text to say, get over here, we need your help for this race. And just got up on the wheel like we expected, Bob. He is the ultimate pro.
That he is.
You keep in mind that most of these teams have been testing here since Wednesday. There has been an ample amount of seat time to get prepared for this race. Again, Kenton Cook just found out this morning via text message that he was going to be called up to join the team last minute. Had never driven a GT3 car around this place, had limited laps in a GT3 car, period. I do wonder though, actually, because he has occasionally done some shakedown running for CRP Racing and GT America. They run Mercedes GT3 cars. I wonder maybe he did get on track earlier in the weekend, just a little bit. That'd be a question I'd have for him. Not sure he was doing those duties here this weekend, but he has done that some, so perhaps he did have a little bit of seat time, but it would have been negligible at best.
Yeah, Ken's one of those guys who a lot of teams will draft in just to do some coaching, some shakedown, just to make sure that the car's pointed in the right direction and doing the right thing. He's done that with the CRP group that's running our championships as well, so he has a lot of Mercedes time.
So it sounds like this Mercedes here will be required to get a new transponder at their next pit stop, and I don't know how
quickly that fix is. I'm not sure if it's just on like a quick release pin that can be easily done within that minimum stop time. Bold move there down to the inside for McAleer once again.
This is trying to work past the Grove Motorsports Porsche that's shown in 20th overall at the moment. Currently driven by Brenton Grove. Stephen Grove started it. Earl Bamber ran the middle stint. And it's Earl Bamber's team that is providing much of the support, if not all, for this operation, which is busy on two continents, on two complete opposite sides of the globe here this weekend, with the Bathurst 1000 happening down under this weekend as well.
Kenton Cook has been given his laps back, so he sits in P7. Magler is P6, but even though they're running P6 and P7 line astern, there is a lap between them. Comes Hinman, still trying to put that move on Harrison. She is being really aggressive in trying to maintaining that track position. This will be tasty. You got Christian Engelhardt behind the wheel of the 85 Red and Porsche. He is mega, makes a bold move there down to the inside on the 120 car. 120 car doesn't want any part of this, thinking about the championship. That's Callum Eilert behind the wheel right now.
Might have been a 4 off.
Engelhardt is a real ace, had a lot of success here on North American soil, winning at Sebring and Daytona in years past before making the move over to Porsche in 2020.
Synonymous with Lamborghini for a very long time, but has adapted nicely to the new digs. Won a GT Masters Championship in 2020. Runner-up last year in that championship.
That was tight. McAleer looked down the inside of Grove there, and Grove didn't want to give it to him.
How tough is it to know who you're racing, what?
It's really tough, Ryan. Sorry to jump on you there, but it is really difficult because you're running against guys that you typically don't run with. You got that big picture of the championship in the back of your mind, and when you get in that no man's land where you're not totally committed, that's when it can suddenly go wrong. So it takes a lot of management here and a lot of experience from Stephen McAleer to make the correct decisions.
He'll be wanting to put as much distance between himself and his closest pursuers as possible. I don't know if we talked about this already or not, but there is that 5-second time penalty looming for a shortcut earlier in the stint at their next pit stop.
I think they're on a different lap to everyone else behind them, though, so they should be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's just Hinman and McAleer in the Fanatec GT Pro class that are on the same lap right now, with those different decisions being made under that full course yellow.
One particular piece of trivia to keep an eye on as we go throughout this race: the distance record for this event is 328 laps. That was set last year as it gets awfully tight again. Kenton Cook fighting there with the Racer's Edge car of Ashton Harrison. I think we could be on pace, though, to approach that distance record.
Look at Engelhardt.
Yep.
He's just slicing his way through this pack. Super impressive.
A lot of curb there for the 120.
That's Eddie Cheever, the third in that bright red 535 Ferrari.
And it is.
Continuing a march forward, they are up to 8th.
So the son of an IndyCar driver passes a current IndyCar driver. Eddie Cheever III around Callum Ilott.
Keeping it in the family.
Very much so.
Look
Oh,
at
this
that.
is going to be interesting.
Nicely judged there by Callum Ilott. Saw that one setting up. Ashton Harrison wasn't sure whether the Ferrari was going to stick it down the inside, and then Cheever was a little bit circumspect and thinking, can't be that bold, and Callum just sat back and pounced.
Callum's one of these guys. We've talked about it with Klaus Bachler earlier, and there's others too in this category that are in as the hired gun for the weekend, trying to help their teammates win a championship. And how much risk do you take? That was bold, but he pulled it off.
He did, and I love how this group got together. He said, well, I just bumped into Adam at Monaco. It's like you and I saying we bumped into someone at Starbucks, do you know what I mean? But got chatting and said, let's try and do something together. Did that test, as you said, and the rest is history. So, but a lot of responsibility as they lead that Pro-Am Championship coming into this weekend.
You can bump into somebody at the Starbucks in Monaco.
That's true.
There's 2 of them that I know of.
Maybe Walmart would be a better comparison.
Yeah, there's none of those in Monaco.
2.5 hours in, 4th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour. This is the Reardon Racing Porsche. We talked about the Monterey Strat earlier, and J.J. O'Malley, longtime PR rep and author in the sports car racing world, sent me a note. The significance of that guitar is it was set on fire at the end of that concert. The Stratocaster that Jimi Hendrix played at this famous concert in Monterey. So that is the inspiration for the livery on this race car. I did not know that piece of musical trivia.
Well, there's famous video of Jimmy getting out the lighter fluid and setting the guitar on fire, set down on the stage and waving at it and all that sort of thing. I don't know if the song they were playing was Let Me Stand Next to Your Fire, but it would work.
It would. Great to have Reardon Racing, though, on the grid with help from Manthey, as Calvin pointed out earlier. And young Jake Peterson, who inspired that livery. He's the music student, music buff, young man who kind of stumbled into racing almost by accident. His dad is a trophy truck Baja 1000 style racing racer. And he has been really fast. I mean, he was right there in the middle of the pack in all the test sessions that he ran, and it was only his 2nd weekend in a GT3 car.
Yeah, really cool. Here we go. It's T Racing leading TRG.
2 teams that I think have had, maybe breakout is too strong, but years where they have asserted themselves perhaps more than we've seen in years past. For TRG, they have deep roots. They've run GT3 or similar cars for a long time, but it had been a while. And especially with Valentin Hasse-Klo driving, they have unlocked something in this Aston. And one of the co-drivers, as we see Hasse-Klo make the pass around the ST Racing car there, we saw Ben Tuck certainly starring in qualifying, had a good stint as well, and now he has the privilege of speaking with our Amanda Busick.
And just quickly to clear it up, it was the pit lane speed button on the wheel that was disengaged during the driver change between him and Derek DeBoer. And Ben, you were the conversation of our dinner last night about your arrival here into Indianapolis. Talk about the execution needed to pull that off yesterday.
I mean, yeah, yesterday was a great day. The guys have been working really hard on the car, so yeah, TRG, Aston Martin put out a really great car for qualifying, and unfortunately we find ourselves a lap down at the minute in the race, but we're working our way back up.
In the pantheon of motorsports venues that you could travel to in the world, how is Indy stacking up for you?
Oh, it stacks up there pretty high. It's, I mean, it's a special place to be, isn't it? Just to say that I've been to the raceway here, let alone race around it, it's yeah, pretty special.
Just real quickly, I know we talked off camera about this being one of the biggest gigs that you've been able to race in so far. How important is it to take advantage of these moments?
Yeah, exactly. So I've raced, you know, Nürburgring 24-hour a couple of times, but then this is right up there as well with that for me. It's one of those big endurance races you want to win. So, you know, to be here, we're going for the Pro-Am win. It's really special.
I'll say this without staring at Derek DeBoer, and I know Valentine's behind the car. Any contracts on the table yet?
Who knows? That's not up to me.
It's probably the right answer. Great to hear from him, though. Certainly one of these stars in the making. And this is a race that has a collection of star power that is, it almost belies the fact we only have 22 cars in the field. You look at the level of accomplishment from so many of these drivers. And for someone like Ben Tuck, this is a great chance to showcase what you can do against drivers with some real name recognition.
Well, it can become an audition, but it also gives you great confidence if you go out there at this level and you think, oh, I'm going to Indy, I'm running against some superstars, some ex-world champions like Earl Bamber, for example, and if you can compete, that really raises your game. That just gives you a lot of momentum as you move forward. But in terms of that contract, he's very much part of that Aston Martin Young Driver Academy program, hoping to get that support for next year. And ironically, VHC, as we call him, is one of the judges on that, so he couldn't have a better viewpoint than sitting alongside that young man and driving the same car on the same weekend.
The thing I took from his interview, he talked about the Nürburgring and Indianapolis as two places that stand alone to him. Those are two tracks that will be on the IGTC calendar next year, along with Bathurst and, of course, Spa. Really excited to see two 24-hour races for the first time in IGTC, only a couple hours away from one another, with Spa on the Nürburgring, and then the Mount Panorama, and here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Oh, just iconic venues, all four of them. Just a tremendous schedule for next season. Very exciting.
This year, there are 5 rounds of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. This is round 4. One still to go. That's the Gulf 12 Hours in Abu Dhabi. Oversubscribed. Interest extremely high. And it'll be the second year, and final for now at least, that it's a part of this championship.
Oversubscribed hardly describes it. There were 81 cars entered for only 36 spots on the pit lane. They capped it for safety from 40 some odd teams. It's just phenomenal, the turnout for the finale of the IGTC.
That will be December 8th through the 10th at the Yas Marina circuit. If you can't be there, you can watch it on all these same streaming platforms.
It's going to be busy in that part of the world. They have the Formula One Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, the season finale. Then a week later, they have a race for GT3 cars not affiliated with the Gulf 6 Hours, which will wrap up the season. So on 3 straight weekends, you can see all the motor racing you could dream of.
Talked a little bit about Nolan Siegel earlier. He's in the CrowdStrike Mercedes, and he is in the thick of the fight right now, working on the 4 car. That is Brenton Grove, Australian veteran, especially of Porsche single-make racing. Nolan Siegel able to slice his way through.
Yeah, really a solid job he's doing here. Certainly got the confidence from his team boss and co-driver, George Kurtz. Runs with George in prototype competition in another championship. So you see Robbie Foley on the march here, just trying to, I hate to call it make amends, but just trying to get back on the front foot here with that strategy they elected to use by not pitting Chandler Hull under that full course yellow.
This is a car in, a couple of cars actually, in championship hunts. In the case of the Bimmer World BMW North American Pro Championship, up for grabs. Case of George Kurtz, Nolan Siegel, and Colin Brown. Really, Brown and George Kurtz, they were the full season drivers. They're in a epic tussle with the number 120 car for the Pro-Am Championship this year. We talked about it a few times, but if you're just joining us, that one's pretty simple. Whichever of those 2 cars, the 120 or the 04, finishes ahead of the other, that crew will be the champion in 2023.
Let's not forget Colin Brown, the dedicated pro in that car, is yet to see any action here today, so they're definitely keeping him in the wings, chomping at the bit.
This is the car they are chasing, currently driven by Callum Ilott, IndyCar star. Just wrapped up his second year of IndyCar racing for Juncos Hollinger Racing. This is Ilott coming through. Then we drop back past the 535 to the 04 Mercedes. That is the car they are fighting for the Pro-Am Championship in Fanatec GT here in the North American Series. Then this number 94 car, again off sequence on strategy, driven by Robbie Foley, fighting for a Pro Class championship with the number 28 machine right here, currently driven by Stephen McAleer.
Yeah, and I think that really takes the pressure off the 28 team as well with that strategy on the 94. So essentially all of these cars need 4 more stops, and the 94 car could do this a lot later, but let's not forget, they were very much in that top 5 battle with the Bill Oberlin at the beginning of this race, and by not pitting Chandler Hull, they're now running a lap back of the lead, and that's essentially what that pit stop cost them under green flag conditions.
More from the pit lane now with our Amanda Busick.
Yeah, a couple of notes going on down here. You can see drivers starting to get ready again. As you guys were talking about George Kurtz and Colin Brown, I was standing next to George Kurtz. Colin has his helmet on at the moment. I did see Neil Verhagen stretching out as well, so driver changes are impending down here on pit lane.
Those are 2 of the 3 Pro-Am teams that have held their quickest driver out to this point. Crowd strike by Riley, as well as the ST Racing BMW, and then the overall pole-sitting car from Huber. Let's not forget that Lauren Heinrich, who set that pole time, has yet to drive here today.
See this crowd strike car again, you can see how low they run that car when he comes through that high-speed chicane. You can see the skid block sparking there as the car is fully loaded. We also, when we've been on board with it, hear it. So he climbs back up on the speedway right here.
And one thing to remember as we approach our next round of pit stops, we are going to see the TR3 car need to replace their transponder, and that's the crew getting ready with the trusty zip ties ready to go.
Rehearsing it. That's what I like to see, just thinking about how we're going to do this. What's the most efficient way? Teams are so smart. You even have teams like when we get into the 24-hour endurance races where you're changing brake rotors and corners with those quick release systems. They'll use a left-handed mechanic on one side of the car and a right-handed mechanic on the other just to be so efficient with it. All of the details, just saving those precious seconds.
Sure.
Great little team based in Davie, Florida. TR3 stands for the Romanelli 3. 3 brothers, Gregory, Arthur, and Oliver Romanelli. Gregory himself was a fairly accomplished single-make Ferrari driver until he had a life-threatening crash back in 2016, turned their focus to running the team. For many years, they ran Ferraris.
They did. They burst on the scene in our competition, actually. St. Petersburg with Mancinelli is like, where did this yellow Ferrari come from? What is this team all about? And they were here to stay.
As I recall, Daniel Mancinelli was in what was then called GTA, which was basically an amateur class within what was a GT3 series for Pro World Challenge, until he got the overall pole there at St. Petersburg and instantly got promoted to pro.
Right.
I think everyone was like, who? Daniel who?
Yeah.
Then we knew. Couple of those in recent years. Manny Franco, similar story, right? Showed up at Sebring last year. They were a Pro-Am car, qualified on the front row overall for Conquest Racing. Next day, they're a pro. Funny how that works.
Yep. Tell you what, Ken Cook has been really impressive here, hanging on to the tail of this Porsche in front of him, driven by Engelhardt. Callum Ilott did a really solid job, kept it nice and clean, bit smart. Poised with the moves that he's been making, recognizing the situation. Here we see teams gearing up again. I think that may be the 27 car where we're anticipating Branham maybe getting back behind the wheel, and that transponder change has to happen at the same time.
Well, Calvin, earlier we were talking about this as an opportunity for a driver to make a name for himself. Kenton Cook, who didn't know he was driving this car until this morning, hanging with Christian Engelhardt. That's impressive.
It'll get everyone's attention, and but he does it every time he's behind the wheel of a race car. He never disappoints. He never seems to put a foot wrong. We saw some fantastic moves that he made at the last rounds of our championship at Sebring. Just that he's got that natural speed, instinct, smart, good with setup. Anyone who works with him is a big believer.
Car that started dead last today has raced its way up to the Pro-Am lead, now 7th overall. This car has been a little bit out of sequence. They had an early pit stop. I think it was fuel pickup, if I'm remembering this right, for them. Onofrio Triarci, Ryan Dial, Justin Wetherill.
Wetherill did a nice job. Been really impressed, actually, with his run. We thought that the break, because they missed a couple of rounds, would really hurt an AM driver in terms of the lack of seat time. They didn't go testing, just threw him back out there at Sebring. He was really solid there, and a nice run here today. Unfortunately, we believe the decision has already been made that Justin's not going to return, but that's a shame because that Triarci Ferrari has been really quick here over the last few rounds of the championship.
Speaking of Ferrari, Sky Tempesta in the pit lane. This is a different version of the Ferrari, though. 488 GT3 Evo 2020 as compared to the new Ferrari 296 that Triarci is running.
Is that a former Ferrari Challenge car, that 488?
I don't believe so. My understanding is that is the chassis that they ran the 24 Hours of Spa with in 2020. Let's keep an eye on this pit stop, though. We normally see tire changes and refueling and driver changes. This one's going to be a transponder change, too, for the number 27 TR3 Mercedes. Saw the team rehearsing. They had the zip ties ready. Amanda's got a bird's eye view. What does it look like from your perspective, Amanda?
Well, Ken just made his way to the pit box. Jim Brennan is going to go back into that Mercedes. Right before this pit stop, the team was being diligent about going through the rule book to make sure that they were working within the realms of what is allowed to them on adding this transponder. As you guys talked about, they had those zip ties handy just prior to get ready for this rehearsal. Well, on this with the transponder, the question was, can we do it while the fueling is happening? And that was confirmed as a no from race control. So once this fueling is done here, then you will see the activity of the transponder being added and repaired.
Well, that's unfortunate because basically the minimum stop time is calculated over 44 seconds full fuel load, the pit lane delta, and then add 5 seconds for stopping and starting the car. So that will mean they're going to lose a little bit of time versus doing it at the same time.
Well, other cars in the pit lane, ST Racing, but also WRT. This is the first time we've seen the WRT cars pit separate from one another.
Yeah, a little bit off a full stint there for Maxime Martin, so maybe they just feel that car was struggling a little bit for pace.
It dropped 3.5 seconds behind the team car in the fight for the overall lead prior to the pit stop.
Interesting that John Branham got into the 27. Matt Bell started that car, then Branham, then Cook, and now Branham back in.
They're probably first time they had a chance to fully evaluate the pace of all three drivers here this weekend and working out how to back time this race with the various driver options they have.
Understand that the TR3 pit stop is under review. Was that extra element of the transponder, and whether or not that happened during the fueling evidently is in question. The team sounded like they were very aware of it. And we'll have to let the pit officials get to the bottom of that one. Take a peek here at the Sky Tempesta car. Now we see the race leader is in. Looks like Dries Van Thor will stay behind the wheel.
Been super impressive.
It's Charles Weerts in this car now, Belgian driver. We'll see where he comes out relative to the team car.
The 28 car, I think, just released from their pit box. They should have had to have served that 5-second penalty for the shortcut during that stop.
Correct.
So that will be based on their stint time on pit lane, which should, I believe, go up to 117 from the 112 for everyone else.
30 is released. Now it trundles down the pit lane at 50 kilometers per hour. We look back and we wait. Still waiting to find the sister car. There it comes into the picture. Charles Weerts pushing on his outlap now, trying to see if he can make up any ground on the sister machine.
Yeah, this is the undercut trying to go to work, but I think that Vanthoor had a healthy lead when he came in, so he should assume. And gonna have a lap on his tires here for Weerts, so he'll be into a rhythm certainly. Vanthoor's gonna hang on to it here, probably be vulnerable here for half a lap or so, but I think he should be comfortable.
But he should be in a rhythm because this is a double stint. Just has to adjust to the new tires and the full fuel load. But quickly back up to speed. A couple of Belgians that typically drive together, now rivals on the racetrack as they try to help their shared team and manufacturer to the IGTC Manufacturers Championship. Running 1-2, BMW could get that done today if things continue as they're going.
You could have Team Belgium if they put the right trio together there, right?
True.
Maxime.
Or a Belgian team owner, of course.
Another nuance of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that makes life easier on the crews here are these enormous pit boxes built for the Indy cars. I think they're much longer than what these GT3 cars are used to dealing with.
Always makes it a little bit easier just the egress into your pit box if it gets tight, particularly when you're under full course yellow and you get a stack of cars coming in together.
Right.
Get a little bit ugly. 007 machine back on the attack. VHC running some really fast laps. A second off the pace of the overall leaders right now. 124.1 versus 123.1 for Dries Vanthoor here today.
On the pylon, left-hand side of the screen, you can see where we stand in this pit sequence. The car that's off sequence is the 94 that happened during the lone full course yellow of the race. Everyone in contention, barring the 94, elected to make a pit stop under that yellow. The Bimmer World team did not, so they are currently shown up in the 6th spot. But that is somewhat flattering because they do still owe a pit stop relative to the rest of the field, and it's not like their pit strategy is such that they can cut a stop relative to everyone else. They will still need to make the same number as the rest of the field around them.
Yeah, they're just doing that stop later than everyone else, so they're going to fall back a little bit. Colin Brown up on the wheel, first action for him here today.
Yeah.
Now it's going to start to get real.
When we get down to the end of this, and these Pro-Am cars all have their gold or platinum rated driver in, we're going to see some incredible displays. The driving talent in these Pro-Am lineups is outstanding. Colin right now shown 10th overall, 2nd in class, and here's the thing, now no cars between himself and the 120, the car they've been chasing all race long, all season long, as the title comes down to this final weekend on an October day in Indianapolis.
Yeah, Colin Brown already setting the fastest first and second sector for that car so far here today, so he's on a bit of a flyer.
Trying to chase down Elliott Skier, who's doing his first driving of the day, I believe, in the 120. Adam Adelson and Callum Eilot have done the heavy lifting so far, as Dries Vanthoor makes his way past John Branham to put that car one lap down.
There's Weerts. Weerts about 0.4 of a second quicker on that previous lap than his teammate and leader of this race. See how that stabilizes a little bit here on this next lap, but certainly Weerts has shown some pace.
BMW 1-2, Mercedes 3-4.
New fast lap. Excuse me. Weerts actually takes 0.4 out of that lead, so it's now down to 2.2 seconds. So certainly the 31 car has got pace here, Bob, to maybe chase down his teammate and leader.
Whoa. 4th place, Danny Hunkadea, mowing Roger Penske's grass for him. Send the invoice to R. Penske, Danny.
He's going for 3 in a row here. Won this race last year, also won a race here last month. A lot of success here.
And having heard Danny's name pronounced several different ways over the course of the last few years, I went and found him at the parade in downtown Speedway, just outside the track premises, and had him say his name for me. So Danny Hunkadea is what he said. That's what we're going to go with. He's very quick, has had success here, as Bob and Cal have alluded to. Can't wait to see what he can do as he chases down this man, the Swiss, Raffaele Marciello.
Yeah, what does Marciello have now? We've got the man behind the wheel of one of these Mercedes, currently sitting 20 seconds back of those 2 WRT BMWs. The Magic Man.
It was his final stint last year that sent Craft Bamboo to victory lane. If I remember, they had some kind of a penalty that sent them to the back, or a miscue in qualifying, something along those lines. And Marciello boldly proclaimed, we're still going to win this thing.
Yeah.
Confident as only a man of his immense talents can be.
They were helped out a little bit with those 2 Ferraris fighting each other. That was pretty wild.
Oh, man. Colliding with each other.
Fireworks as the sun set 1 year ago. And again, we race into the twilight here at the Indianapolis 8-hour, the longest race on the IMS calendar. Longest pro race in IMS history for the winner. There is a little caveat here that in the old days, they used to let the top 10 continue to run until they reached the full 500 miles in the Indy 500. And in the second running, I believe it was Ralph Mulford, wasn't too pleased about being required to continue to go, so he was the last car running. He was 10th. There was nothing to gain or to lose at that point, but they had him keep going, so he would stop and have dinner and snacks and things
Go
like
shopping.
this. And it took him close to 10 hours.
Played golf for 18 holes, get back in.
10 hours might be too long, but it was over 8 hours is the point. So for a finisher of a pro race at Indianapolis, I believe Ralph Mulford has the record. 5:03, 5 hours, 3 minutes still to go. We're watching the Mercedes try and run down the BMWs. Amanda, what does the Mercedes camp think? Can they, excuse me, it's DJ Clark now down in the pit lane. Can the Mercedes get it done?
Well, that's the question to ask, as the Mercedes are chasing down these BMWs. I'm here with Mauro Engel. Mauro, what do you got?
It's difficult. Well, quite surprising, to be honest, after yesterday to see the BMWs dominating out front that much. So obviously we didn't quite see the true picture yesterday, but at the moment we're just trying to do everything we can to sort of hang on.
Is it just hanging on at this point, or are you pushing, or are you waiting for the last couple hours?
No, we're flat out trying to stay as close as possible, but I mean the gap's pretty big, so yeah, we'll see. A long way to go, so keep our nose clean, keep pushing, and hopefully find a chance or a solution for the race to come to us.
All right, optimistic, but a lot of work to do. Thanks so much.
And there is the chance that the race comes to them. Remember, the conditions will be different at night, but maybe not as starkly different as you would expect in a day-to-night race, because high temperatures today only about 9 or 10 degrees warmer than they're going to be as far as lows are concerned later on this evening.
Yeah, and I'm beginning to think that maybe, the cooler temperatures are not a bad thing. Yes, it was even colder this morning as these drivers tried to get their tires up into their operating window in terms of temperature. It's warmed up since then. The sunlight is baking the racetrack with radiant energy, and that'll warm things up. And perhaps for cars, particularly front-engine cars like this Mercedes AMG GT3, it's more comfortable for the driver because there's a lot of heat all around him between the engines and the exhaust and so forth. So, yeah, we're going to be entering an interesting phase of this race shortly. And I've been watching Colin Brown, still in 10th place, still chasing Elliott Skier in the battle of Mercedes versus Porsche. But Brown has been taking big chunks of time out of that Porsche, and he is lapping, well, he's one of the fastest men on the racetrack right now, and incredibly consistent.
Well, we will keep an eye on it. Good eye there. This is the gap as it closes, but here's something from race control. You saw it on the top of the screen. Pit stops for the 04, that's Brown. The 120, that's Skier, plus the 85 and the 45. The 45 is Trent Hidman, who currently leads in Pro-Am. Do a little searching for 85. Looks like that is Peterson in the Reardon Racing Porsche. All of those have pit stops currently under review. We will keep an eye out on that as race control parses through what just took place down in the pit lane. And we also know the 27 car has its pit stop under review. 3 wide at the end of Holman Boulevard. That's the second place BMW. Charles Weerts making his way through some lap traffic. Wow. That was a high-risk maneuver with over 5 hours still to go, but Charles makes it work. Now looking to put a lap on Mario Farnbacher, who's shown 19th, I think just went up to 18th in the overall running order. Gap first to second was 1.6 seconds. We'll see how much that cost Charles. Oh, Farnbacher's got his hands full. That Acura looks like it is difficult to hang on to, coming around to complete another lap. 3 hours into the 4th edition of the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. Let's look at how we got to this point. Highlights of the opening 3 hours. It all started with Alfred Rennauer on the overall pole in a Pro-Am class car, but the big mover around the outside, this WRT machine, able to take the lead in turn 1, and WRT has controlled the race from there. Little door banging further back in the pack on the opening lap, but everyone made it through cleanly. Fierce fights, though, just outside the top 10 on the initial start. First time through the chicane. How about that? Vesko Kozarov gets airborne, 4 wheels up in the air. He continued on and then had this moment coming together with Kyle Marcelli. He would be penalized for that with a drive-through penalty. Then trouble for the Conquest team in the pit lane in the first half hour of the race. Suspension failure that cost them a ton of time. They are back out and running now, however. Bill Auberlin was the man on the move early in the opening stint. That was a pass for 4th overall. He was the leader in the USA Pro class at the time. Kyle Marcelli on the comeback drive, knifing his way through traffic. Then we get to our first pit stops. Close calls in the pit lane aplenty. In the opening 3 hours of this race, WRT pitting in formation from the lead. This was under green. It was close leaving the pits between these two, and perhaps a little bit of team orders creeping in to the equation to put the 30 back ahead of the 31. After the pit sequence, battle for the lead in Pro-Am there with Antares Al fighting with Jeff Burton. Then we had another coming together between Racer's Edge and Reardon Racing. This time it's the Racer's Edge car that would get the penalty. Both cars have continued but are very much delayed. Full course yellow came out. That led to this round of pit stops. A jump in the pit stops here for WRT. Change in positions. A little nudge from behind as well. The 30 to the 31. And that is the order now with the 30 out in front. This is how he got back by. WRT changing positions right after we were told that those drivers play nicely together. 2 championship contenders within the North American ranks swapping positions. RS1 and Bimmer World. Bimmer World a bit off sequence on their strategy right now, but very much in the wars. Chandler Hull giving way here to Trent Hidman in the second hour. On to side-by-side action through some tight sections of the track. The RS1 Porsche was given a 5-second hold on their next pit stop for that shortcut of the chicane. Plenty of highlights in the opening 3 hours of this race. We continue on here, just under 5 hours to go. 4 hours, 56 minutes to be precise. WRT runs 1-2. Then it's the Mercedes of Marciello and Danny Hunkadea. Trent Hidman leading the way in the pro class from the Fanatec GT World Challenge America ranks. He runs 5th Bobby Foley, Eric Filgaris, Trenton Estep, Elliott Skier, and Colin Brown, the rest of the top 10.
Seeing that 27 car has got that drive-through penalty assessed for a pit stop violation, so we assume that was under that transponder change, but it's a bit of a shame because they had a really strong run going. Got to regroup here and focus forward. 28 car still in great shape here regarding that championship because the Foley machine is off strategy, currently running P6, one position ahead, but even that would not be enough to switch positions between the 94 and the 28 in the championship standings. So you see the two cars relatively, excuse me, that's the 31 car. Vert's cutting his way back through. Similar livery to the other BMW of Bimmelberg.
Very similar. Pit stops that Brian mentioned earlier, cars 04, 45, 85, and 120. That could further shake up the order here if penalties are applied.
Still no word on that. The only penalty handed down was to the 27 car. We believe it was for that transponder change with the fuel plugged in. Very curious though, because Amanda was on top of that rule down in the pits. I assume she gathered that from the team, which would indicate they would have been aware of it, and yet they fall afoul.
Yeah, that is bizarre because
it was being diligent about going through the rule book to make sure that they were working within the rounds of what is allowed to them on accident transponder. As you guys talked about, they had those zip ties handy.
Just let Amanda tell the story again there. That was a full replay from earlier.
And I didn't see any work under the hood while they were fueling. Now, we didn't see the entire fuel load going in, but, well, that's curious.
Well, the exact location of that transponder, sometimes it's right down on the floor, like just behind the splitter. But either way, I didn't see anyone, Bob, working on the front end at the same time, so it's a bizarre one.
See if we can get to the bottom of that. We've got 4 hours and 54 minutes with which to do so. But it does break up what had been a pretty remarkable race. Here's the drive-through penalty being served now from John Branham, who pits from the 13th spot overall, the car that started last. Matt Bell, John Branham, and Kenton Cook had done a pretty good job to drag it forward. And now they serve this drive-through penalty, which is so costly here at Indianapolis. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Not every drive-through penalty is created equally. This one is particularly punitive.
Right now, you are looking at the battle here between the 120 and the 04 for Pro-Am Championship honors. They had a 3-point lead coming in over the 04, but Colin Brown is on the charge right behind him on the road. Just sits under 2 seconds back. You can see him there. He'll flash through the screen right there. That's Colin Brown. So that is for track position and the lead in Pro-Am. And that has championship implications, Ryan.
Exactly. We've talked about it before, but these two cars, the green and yellow Porsche flashing its headlights right there, and the chasing CrowdStrike Mercedes, whichever one finishes ahead, regardless of position, with those two teams, they win the Pro-Am Championship here in 2023. This is the closest they have been to one another all race long.
And as we mentioned earlier, Colin Brown is significantly quicker than Elliott Skier in the 120. He's carved that gap from roughly 4.5 seconds down to 1.6 seconds. And last lap, Brown went through in a 124.7 to Skier's 124.8.
Competitive overtakes here on our Race Vision powered by AWS. These are passes for position on the track. Helps when you start last, but the John Branham-driven Mercedes currently has the edge there. Another car that's had its ups and downs today with Mario Farnbacher for Racer's Edge. They've had plenty of chances to pass people. I suspect Kyle Marcelli did the lion's share of that in his stint.
I like your analogy there, starting last, like saying most improved, but you started from a really bad place, right?
Well, it was Tony Gaples, right, who always used to complain about getting the hard charger reward. He said, just means I'm a bad qualifier. No, it means you're a good racer, Tony. Let's ignore the rest of it. Glass half full. But if you start on pole, hard to be up at the top of the competitive overtakes, right?
Nobody to pass, but a fate devoutly to be wished.
Nip and tuck, as you said, Bob, between the 120 and the 04. Colin Brown took 0.2 of a second out of that lead by Elliott Skier, the green and yellow Porsche that we're looking at right now.
We do have updates on all of those penalties. So the pit stops under review, the 120, the 45, the 85, and the 04. They were all too short in their pit delta, in to out including stop, but they were within a single second. So if you exceed being a second under the minimum, you have a drive-through penalty. If you're within a second, the penalty is a multiple of the fraction of a second that you were under, if that makes sense. Maybe Calvin can explain this in a lucid way while I'm failing.
You did a great job.
I'm just flailing here, Cal.
No, it's all good. You have up to a second, but if you're more than a second, you're obviously in trouble with that drive-through, but it's a multiplication of 5, so call it half a second becomes 2.5 seconds.
And we have no joker seconds?
That is the joker. You have that 1 second to play with, so if it's more than a second, then you're in trouble. Out of luck.
But unlike in years past, where a joker was written into the rules, where you could play that strategically, go under by a second once and avoid penalty, that is totally out of the regulations here this year. Tell you, this battle is about to become well and truly underway here. The coals are glowing and the bellows are pumping. We're about to have a fire lit here for the lead and perhaps the championship in Pro-Am for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Right now, Elliott Skier trapped behind the lap car of an Ofrio Triarsi, who's got some decent pace. So much so that Skier can't find an easy way by, and that has certainly been a boon for the CrowdStrike car of Colin Brown, who is closed in and is now within a car length.
Yeah, and the key right now is how aggressive do you get? I mean, yeah, you'd love to have that track position, control your destiny, but there's still a long, long ways to go, so you don't want to risk damage to your race car or drawing a penalty for avoidable contact.
Pit sequence perhaps beginning. This is TRG. They are out of sequence, though. That's right. They took a wave by that put them out of sequence during the only full course yellow of this race. So this is not indicative of a flurry of stops to come. Like a driver change underway. I think Hasse Klo was in the car. So it's either Ben Tuck or Derek DeBoer set to drive. Battle for the lead in Pro-Am. Here comes the Mercedes of Colin Brown. Skier trying to defend. Doesn't want to block. They've got traffic to deal with as well, and maybe that's been the saving grace, at least for now, for Elliott Skier. Both cars able to slot through past the lap car of Triarsi.
Yeah, that was really nicely managed there by Skier, just having to get around the Ferrari, not allowing the clear lane down to the inside for Colin Brown. Kind of took the car at an angle, rather than suddenly having to do a lot of steering input right as he reached the apex, so beautifully managed.
This is big news. Drive-through penalty to the overall leader. Stint time violation, guys. WRT rarely makes these mistakes. They cut it close earlier in this race, you'll recall. They were within 17 seconds.
As they came in, we were worried about that.
There is plenty of data for race control to sift through to establish these facts. They do not drop the hammer of justice unless they have done their due diligence. And WRT has run afoul of the stewards.
Well, we saw them pit one lap later than the 30 car. We just thought it was a split strategy there, but maybe that one lap was the difference.
And remember, BMW was 1-2 at the time. They were potentially in a position where they could have clinched the IGTC Manufacturers Championship here today. This will make them have to work for it. Into the pit lane to serve the drive-through, Dries Van Thorp from the overall lead of the race.
And if that stint exceeding number is up to 5 minutes, which it obviously was, I would think they were just a lap out or a few seconds out. It's just a drive-through. If it's anything more than 5 minutes, it's a lot more severe with a stop and go plus an additional hold time.
So we're told it was 1 minute 11 seconds.
Basically a lap, right? So they should have pitted when the 31 car came in.
Very interesting and rare, to say the least, that has promoted this car to the lead. So WRT still does command this race, but it goes from a 1-2 to Charles Weerts showing the way by 23 seconds or so over Raffaele Marciello.
I'd put that one down to communication, radio issue or something like that, because there's no way that a team like WRT would make that mistake.
And you looked at how precise they were on that opening round of pit stops, where they were to nearly the second, timing it just right.
And again, it was the lead car that stayed out, so it wasn't like you're seeing your sister car coming in and why am I not coming in? You're out there by yourself, and maybe you missed radio communication, was on the button at a critical time. Who knows?
Thinking also about the pit exit, when we thought they might be manipulating their pit exit speed, but I don't think they'd miss it by that much. As you say, that's not something WRT
essentially a lap too late. You know, they would have been within about 10 seconds of needing to make the stop versus being a minute plus outside.
Okay, it was actually closer than that. 65 minutes is the maximum. Vanthoor's stint, I'm told, was 65 minutes, 11 seconds.
It was 11 seconds only,
Yeah. That now is the third placed running, number 999. Danny Hookadea has cycled forward. Vanthoor has dropped down to fourth. Such was their advantage that even with that drive-through penalty, they still find themselves running in the top 5 overall, and just at the back of the IGTC Pro cars. This is the second place car, Raffaele Marciello, newly minted GT World Challenge Europe overall and Endurance Cup champion, his 5th and 6th Fanatec GT titles respectively across overall, Endurance Cup, and Sprint Cup in his illustrious career, and he goes off as we sing his praises. Unbelievable.
Just took it in his stride, no big deal.
Don't lift.
You can just see him inside the cockpit there, just working at the wheel there, keeps it flat out. Pushing though. That's a big boost to their situation now that one of the BMWs ran afoul of the regulations. Long way to go. Who's going to have the sharpest car at the end of this race? We've seen a compression of the field with the safety car being deployed here already today.
The other implication from a championship perspective of that drive-through penalty, remember that one of the drivers of that car, Phil LeBang, he is in a championship battle with Jules Gounon and was in a position to make a big jump in that. He lost a lot of ground with that drive-through penalty. Still plenty of time to recover, though. We'll keep our eyes on this battle for the Pro-Am lead, but now down to the pits and DJ.
Well, we're here with Team WRT. Tell me exactly what happened with that penalty.
Well, I mean, we called the car in, but too late. I would say miscommunication, team error. So, we have to cope with it.
You have to cope with it. Is it now full push for the other car, or does this change the strategy at all?
No, I think it doesn't change a lot. We are doing what we can on track, and let's see where we can bring back the car.
All right, thank you so much, Vincent.
Took it on the chin, said it was a communication error, so I thought maybe the driver didn't hear, but it sounds like they were late with the call to hit pit lane and just missed it.
But on board, Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, Colin Brown, native of Texas, now lives in North Carolina.
How even those two cars are down Holman Boulevard. Oh, Skier's in there deep. Brown nearly goes with him. Kind of let him in there a little bit, I think. That's where you got to be careful right there. So tempting to just stuff it down the inside, but typically there's going to be some argy-bargy if you do that in turn 10.
These two teams have been tied at the hip as far as the points are concerned all season long. Two great teams in North American road racing, Wright Motorsports out of Batavia, Ohio, and Riley Motorsports.
Tell you what, Triazzi's just hung with these two, right? He's just given up that track position, not in a battle on the same lap, but got speed in that Ferrari, and Nofio Triazzi has been really impressive, Ryan, over the last couple of years with his speed improvement.
And we saw that. Remember, he was in front of Skier, and we said he was holding him up maybe a little, but not much.
No.
And we can
Proof
tell.
is in the pudding, right? He's
exactly.
just hanging right with those guys.
Exactly right. By the way, when that drive-through penalty was being served, we also saw the 94 Bimmer World car in the pit lane. They are off sequence, as we've talked about a couple of times. They've cycled out in 10th. Bill Oberlin is driving now, and will put his head down to see what kind of ground he can make up. Runs 4th in class currently.
Yeah, so their last pit stop could literally be within the last 20, 25 minutes of this race, but it's still got to do that stop.
That's
so,
the problem.
And,
you can't
even
do
though
it.
you don't need to be stationary for
Exactly.
that long, is a minimum stop time. So that's what I was scratching my head with, why they just, even if a driver wasn't ready, send Chandler back out there again for another stint. He's got decent pace, you know.
Yep, he certainly does. There's still time, and you just don't know how the yellows will fall. Could always be a chance to get back in, and we should not doubt the Bimmer World team because they have run this race 3 times.
Good point.
They have won their class every time.
Maybe they got some dry powder and an ace up their sleeve, right?
They might. One sleeve for each.
That's right. So it seemed like Colin Brown's car was really racy, and now it's kind of got there, and very even pace between these two championship contenders.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. It just, that charge by Colin Brown and the Mercedes just kind of petered out. They're both going quickly, but they're going equally quickly, which makes it a lot more difficult for Colin to get to Elliott Skier now.
Yeah, and you got two things going on there, potentially taking a little bit too much life out of those tires during the first phase of the race, and then you just kind of get into the same cadence of the car in front of you. When you're running by yourself, you're able to roll speed through a corner, and maybe the areas of the racetrack that you had that advantage, no longer can you do it with the car not parked in front of you, but kind of in the way, not running the same pace through that area where you do have an advantage.
Race Vision powered by AWS, looking at the fastest laps turned in this race, and this car is in its own zip code. Dries Vanthoor owns the CrowdStrike fastest lap at a 1:23.166. That is basically 0.3 clear of the next closest, and that's between team cars there. I think the eye test would agree that between the two team cars, that has been the quicker, but costly miscommunication led to a drive-through penalty for a stint length violation, and this car now finds itself running back in the 4th spot.
Yeah, it could be critical if it stays green. I mean, they need help now with the full course yellow. They don't have that much of a speed advantage, certainly the fastest car in the race, but we're talking about nip and tuck now when you got some of the aces behind the wheel, just a 10th here or two.
Talked a little bit about Lilu Wadu earlier, but our first chance to see her at speed in this car. Unfortunately, this car is quite a ways down the order. They had suspension damage in the opening hour that cost them about a half hour, if not more. Lilu joining Alessandro Balzan and Manny Franco here this weekend for Indianapolis' own Conquest Racing. Lilu driving right now. Ferrari factory driver.
Yeah, won at Spa earlier this year in WEC, currently 6th in the points with 1 round to go. Her dad was a rally driver, not an extensive career, but he certainly had time behind the wheel. She was an avid tennis player actually earlier in life, but she has made this transition over to car racing very effectively.
Just settled in with her fastest lap of the race a few moments ago, but as you can see, 18 laps down. And that's what time spent behind the wall in Gasoline Alley will do in a race that has had just 1 safety car intervention. This fight hasn't gone anywhere, has it? Look, let's give Elliott Skier some credit here. Maybe not as heralded as some of the other pros in these full-time Fanatec GT Pro or Pro-Am lineups. But he has pace. He's won at the Porsche single make level. And along with Adam Adelson, they have been a remarkably impressive team since the season began at Sonoma.
Yeah, they really have. It's been impressive, and I think Elliott's even taken it to another level here in the last couple of race weekends. Some of the stuff that he did at Sebring was just top draw stuff, so amazing performance, and he's not going to be intimidated by here. The more you're in those situations, the more the confidence builds that you believe that you should be there and that you're able to carry yourself in these really tough situations in race time.
Coincidentally, because we're watching Colin Brown chase Elliott Skier, I was talking to Colin earlier in the weekend about this season-long battle, about the fact that Elliott Skier is still only a silver-graded driver, and Colin said to me at Sonoma, first race of the year, he comes out of the pits and he's behind Elliott Skier. Wow, I've never heard of this guy, but he's quick. Shades of what we heard on the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe broadcast last year. I can't remember who was asking it, but somebody came on the radio and asked, who's in the car ahead of me? And they told him it was Fabian Schiller. Well, is he any good? Yeah, he is.
He's pretty good.
Same for Elliott Skier.
Yeah. Well, he had a good history going. He was under the guidance of Pat Long there for a while, and kind of disappeared off the radar. So great to see him get this opportunity alongside Adam Adelson last year. Immediately had some great results in GT4. Hit it off. Chemistry was great. Become really good friends, and they have a lot of fun on race weekends. And it really doesn't matter that skiers are silver when you're in the Pro-Am battle for the year, but where it makes a big difference is when you get to this race, is that you can bring in a gold or a platinum driver as your pro, whereas the 04 team had to go for their best silver.
Correct.
So that's the big differentiator there.
Yeah, but they found a good one in Nolan Siegel. They feel really confident. In fact, I was told not to point out that he's a silver-rated driver. They'd like to hold on to him for a while. Here's a look up the inside. Oh, close. Fight for the final podium position as they run in Pro-Am. ST Racing, Sky Tempesta Racing. Hey, they were racing against one another, but in both of them in different cars in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup last weekend. Sky Tempesta ran a McLaren, and it was a Ferrari for ST Racing with a little help from Rinaldi Racing.
Big run by Neil here. Tough to tuck it to the inside without losing the front axle. Leaps over that curb, which is hard to do. Now he's going to try and run around the outside there. Can't quite make it stick, but Hagen has pace right now.
Chris Froggatt driving the Ferrari for Sky Tempesta. Really quick driver. Don't know that he's done much racing here stateside. Can't think of anything offhand. Just wrapped up a Bronze Cup championship at GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup last week. But Verhagen is not to be denied. Knifes to the inside and grabs third position in Pro-Am.
Yeah, curious to see what sort of lap times he can now cut. Now he's got some clean air on the front end of that BMW. Super impressive young man. Just got thrown in at the deep end with this program. He has M4 experience, but nonetheless just been a perfect fit for HT Racing. John Edwards was part of their program. He's elected to go in a different direction with his career, so that's opened up the slot, and BMW Motorsport elected to put this contractor driver in that seat, and he is not disappointed.
The 5.35 on this Ferrari trailing the ST Racing car. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but worth revisiting. Recognizing a model of Ferrari that won the Mille Miglia back in the day, and this car running a special livery to commemorate the new Ferrari biopic that Sky has helped to produce. Sky Tempesta Racing. Sky put the movie together. There's your connection. Really sharp looking car. And earlier in the weekend, I was told they had been given dispensation to have the old school number panels, not the glow-in-the-dark stuff, but I see they've got the glow-in-the-dark ones on the side now, and I wonder if the fact that we're going in tonight made that a requirement, whereas maybe they would have looked the other way to have a cool throwback livery had it been a daytime race only. Still looks pretty awesome, though.
Tough to have a bad red Ferrari, as far as I'm concerned.
You make a very compelling point, Calvin.
Had a retro look to it as well. It's the icing on the cake.
As mentioned earlier, Adam Driver set to play Enzo Ferrari, and Adam was here in May to wave the green flag for the Indianapolis 500.
I think Marino Franchitti is one one of the drivers from our racing world who's been employed to play the part in the movie as well. I think Jeff Bucknam actually has been over there as well, maybe Paul Dallenbach, names that some of our spectators and viewers may be familiar with.
And Jeff Bucknam's son, Spencer, has a chance to win a touring car championship here tomorrow, which would be cool to see. A track that Jeff raced at twice in the Indy 500. His grandfather, Ronnie, made 3 starts here in 1968, 1969, and 1970, running, at least in one case, an Eagle for Dan Gurney with an Offenhauser engine.
Yeah, that TCA championship battle is coming down the wire. There's just 6 points between Spencer Bucknam and Devin Anderson, and could be winner all takes all. 7-point swing between first and second in the final race of the championship.
Pretty much the same thing we're looking at here. Winner takes all, at least on track between these two. The 120 and the 04 for the Pro-Am title in Fanatec GT. Car behind is Earl Bamber, running 19th on the road. That car is quite a bit down the order. Brenton and Stephen Grove have done quite a bit of driving already. Expect to see a lot of Earl late in the race.
Big move there by Earl Bamber. That car has been quick in the hands of Earl Bamber.
Exactly.
One of the top 5 fastest cars here in the race today.
That is one of the things. This car, even though it's 19th overall, you put the hot shoe in and it goes fast. That's exactly what Earl Bamber is doing with it. Meanwhile, overall leader is now coming through the fight for the Pro-Am lead as Charles Weerts puts a lap on the 04.
And not far behind the 04 now is Bill Oberlin. A team in a little bit on recovery mode.
Certainly so. Electing not to pit under the first full course yellow, put them on the back foot strategically. But it's still to be determined how that's going to shake out. Here comes Bill, starting to close in on Colin Brown. Remember, Colin ran down Elliott Skier. The first half of this stint, Colin had the edge, but it has swung the other way, Cal, in recent laps.
It has, and I just wonder if he's just lost the balance in the race car a little bit, maybe just overdrove it during that initial stint. He got all fired up. He'd been sitting on the sidelines for long enough. He wanted to showcase what he could do and what the car could do, so that's okay. We've still got a long way to go in this race. He'll be relaying back the information and feedback on the race car, like Bill Riley and that engineering group there at CrowdStrike to make some subtle adjustments. And the racetrack is going to change a little bit when we get to the twilight hours as well.
How about the comeback from Dries Van Thor for Team WRT? 4th after the drive-through penalty. The gap, as we saw a moment ago, 8.5 seconds to this car. Daniel Hunkadea.
He's been fast.
Yep.
Van Thor was 9/10ths quicker than his teammate Charles Weerts at the head of this field on that last lap.
When I was asking Hunkadea about his name pronunciation, Mauro Engel was standing there and he gave me a hard time. He said, you have to say it Daniel Hunkadea. You must say it slowly, I was told. So Daniel Hunkadea, currently 3rd.
More twists and turns in his name than this racetrack.
You might be right. Samantha Tan now driving the 38
That's
after
an
Neil
easier one.
Verhagen's stint. Yeah, thank you, Samantha.
Yeah.
And Ken, her father, who's always around the racetrack. That team has come on leaps and bounds over the last several years, racing at the highest levels of GT racing now. As we watch Hunkadea come through the switchback, let's check the gap. It was 8.5 seconds last time by. Can Dries Van Thor close in? Yes, he can. 9/10ths of a second to the good, 1 lap to the next.
Yeah, almost half a second a lap that he's closing in on these 2 Mercedes. So he's got pace there. He'll be fired up. He'll be wanting a full debrief with the team, I'm sure, as to how that happened with the miscommunication. We spoke to Vincent Voss, the team boss there at WRT, who said it was our fault, team fault. Just called him in too late. Could have literally been coming through that very corner when they say pit, or box as they like to say in Europe, and just missed him.
Any idea why the preference of box over pit?
No.
Okay.
I wish I could recall the story. Pat Long has a really good story about that, about how it could be miscommunicated.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll We'll see if we can come up with it, but at any rate, we watched this car. It's been the fastest car all day. CrowdStrike fastest lap, Dries Vanthoor at a 1:23.1. And last time we looked, that was about 0.3 of a second clear of anybody else.
In there, too deep.
Yep. If you wondered how hard he's pushing, there's your answer.
Yeah. Just asked for a little bit too much there. He's right on edge and just kept it together. They kept it out of the grass, but again, the system will take over. The ABS will take away your braking power, and then you're just along for a bit of a ride, trying to get the steering input out at the same time.
Some drivers love the tool that ABS provides. Others really struggle to adapt to it. It's a different driving style, though, right? Especially if you come from the background without it.
Very different, and that's one thing that you have to really adapt to. And as you said, some people just really struggle to get their arms around it. They want that right foot, or sometimes you got left foot brakers, of course. They want the braking foot to be in control of that threshold braking. Now have the electronics take over. You have all sorts of systems in some of the newer prototypes as well. They have braking by wire, where there's no real hydraulic system, which is sending the car into fits at times. So you have to really work the angles there through that final sector to get that launch on the front straightaway. Really happens, all starts back in turn 12, as we described in that Fanatec GT track description today.
Got an update 10 minutes ago that the MDK Motorsports Porsche might be dealing with a differential issue. They're a little ways down in the running order at the moment. Seth Lucas, Trenton Estep, Matteo Cairoli, the driving strength on that car. They're currently shown 12th overall, 4th in the North American Pro class. How is that going to manifest itself over the final 4 hours and 24 minutes?
Well, the team is saying it's really not affecting the performance. If there is something dramatic in that differential, is it going to hang on for another 4 hours plus? That's got to be of concern for the group right now.
Couple teams getting ready for pit stops.
Bamba's been absolutely flying, but now he's got the overall leader of this race to deal with here on his tail.
Yeah, that's the next car in line. But Bamber is quick. Absolutely one of the fastest cars on the track at the moment, despite the fact he's well down the order.
Yeah, he's the real deal. I mean, Earl Bamber is so racy as we see that Oberlin machine looking down at the inside. That was tight.
It sure was. A lot of jeopardy here for the 120, locked in a championship battle.
He can afford to let Oberlin go. He's got a nice little healthy gap there over Colin Brown, but testy moments, decision making, championship on the line. Oberlin's in push mode. He'll know that strategy and how they sit. Recognizing that he's trying to go 4 straight wins here at Indy.
Leader is in. Car 31. And we're told this might be a little bit early in the sequence. This could be about positioning yourself potentially for the end of the race, Cal?
It could, but it's so tight. Fortunately, the drive time on pit lane does not count, because right now there's 4 hours, 23 minutes on the board. 65-minute stints, you say, well, you're outside of doing 4 stints to the finish, but that pit stop time on pit lane is then, subtracted from that as well. So I think they're right on the money here to do it on 4 more stops to the finish, but no margin to play with.
This is classic WRT, playing in the margins. They live there, they excel there. Big part of their success has been taking advantage of it, and that's why it comes as a giant surprise when they fall afoul of the regulations like they did with the sister car.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're a bit more sophisticated than my scrap of paper and a pencil, but I think they're good.
I'll get you to the 21st century eventually, Cal. Clean stop. And if it is short, it would have been a short fill, but as we've talked about, it is a minimum time on pit lane that you must fulfill. So even if it was a short fill, you still have to sit stationary here, and now you're just trying to time the exit. In many ways, these minimum pit lane times were done in reaction to WRT and their dominance in the pits over the years. And the amount of money spent on fancy wheel guns and things of that nature. They were always at the forefront of it. And to try and make racing accessible to more teams,
right.
That's one of the reasons we've seen these rules start to creep in.
Right, safety, and you don't want well-financed teams investing all kinds of money to shave a couple of tenths off with some, inventive equipment.
Which doesn't make the race any better.
Correct. And then eventually everyone follows suit. They'll figure out a way to get the resources to do it, and then everyone's just spending more budget. So
it's an arms race.
It's the first time we've seen the Mercs in the lead, right?
Correct.
Run 1-2 with the Van Tour penalty, and then the 31 pitting a little bit early. Here we go. Colin Brown at the inside on Elliott Skier. Was that traffic induced? But either way, this is a battle that has championship consequences as well as the lead in this class.
The lead in Pro-Am has changed. Colin Brown has taken Riley to the top. That also vaults them to the top of the point standings as they run, but still 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. That's nearly 3 full-length regular season Fanatec GT races still to run.
Right, and I think if it was the last 20 minutes of this race, this would be arms out, elbows out, whatever you got, throw it in, but Skier just needs to keep it nice and tight. Colin Brown uses every inch of the road, almost gets into the grass there through turn 14.
Using up the banking that's there for the beginning of oval turn 1. Turns here on the oval banked 9 degrees, 12 minutes. Same today as it was in 1909.
Well, Bill Riley had a plan, and to get this car to the front. It's taken almost 4 hours to do it. Nonetheless, really impressive run by the CrowdStrike group. George Kurtz did an excellent double at the beginning. Nolan Siegel did his part as well. I think Nolan will have to see more action here today.
Interesting note from the pits in DJ. WRT evidently had a slow puncture. I wonder if they nursed it just long enough to get inside that window to not cost them potentially an extra pit stop.
Yeah, and I think they're good on that. They should be good on 3 more stops to the finish. So those are the brakes. How bad is that slow punch? You can't run around on the rim. If you need another minute or 2 on the racetrack, you'd have to come. So
great stint from Colin Brown. Remember, this is his first stint behind the wheel. George Kurtz and Nolan Siegel did the lion's share of the driving early. This car actually was down a lap at one point relative to the rest of its class, but they got the wave by during the full course yellow procedure that brought them back into the mix. George Kurtz might be done for the day. I mean, he did 2 stints right off the top, so I suspect we've seen the last of George.
I think so, yeah.
And
as
now,
I just said, yeah, I think it's going to be Siegel to jump back in for a little bit. Colin certainly can't take it to the finish. It's 3 hours, 15 minutes maximum drive time per driver. We've got more than that left, so.
But that was the strategy for that team.
Yeah, I think Siegel might have to do a double here to make it all work out.
I know as a team, they feel very confident in that young man that he can find the pace to keep them in the mix. We talked about it earlier. Nolan Siegel has raced here a ton in single-seaters. He's done some GT4 races here in the past as well. Really hasn't had much success here, though. You look at his track record, and I think there's just a handful of podiums sprinkled into all those starts.
I think this might be his 13th start here on this.
That sounds about right.
Road course.
And a lot of different cars when you think about the different open wheel things he's driven, plus the GT4 car, now the GT3. Marciello
continues to lead. 10 seconds over Danny Hunkadea.
That's what he told me, so we'll go with it before the internet outrage commences. Heard it straight from his mouth.
Well, as a college major in Spanish, I can tell you that is the correct. Hunkadea.
If it's good enough for Bob, it is good enough for me.
Yeah, regardless of what Daniel thinks.
That is right.
Heard it straight from the horse's mouth.
Ooh.
Tightening up here, what do we have on our hands? Brian Sellers fighting with Chris Froggatt, 10th and 11th. This is for position in Pro-Am. Like Froggatt might have just chopped down over the nose of the Mercedes. That cost Brian quite a bit of momentum. What a year it's been for Brian Sellers this year. He's already clinched a GT3 championship at IMSA.
He did it right here.
He did.
3 weeks ago, with the podium run with he and Madison Snow. We talk about the dynamic of teammates in one championship coming over and competing against each other. Seeing that even within the BMW team, with some driver switches there in their regular lineups.
Little entry list trivia that I found interesting. Brian Sellers this year ran the 24 Hours of Daytona alongside Madison Snow, Corey Lewis, and Maxime Martin, all of whom are here, and they're all in different cars.
That's a fun one.
Sellers, Snow, and Lewis won the 12 Hours of Sebring in class back in March.
They've done that a couple of times together.
They did. They did it as well. I think it was 2018, excuse me.
Sellers back to the position he was before, a little bit further back. See if he can just set up this final couple of corners. He dives for pit lane, no need. So he was wanting that position, even though he is coming into the pits the next lap. So he don't want to be taking big risks to get one car track position wise if you're bailing into the pit lane the next time through. Love the look of this Ferrari. Talked about it a lot today, but never get tired of looking at this car traversing around this circuit. A little bit different shape and look to the new 296 that's being campaigned by a couple of the other groups here this weekend.
Yeah, they're beautiful cars.
This team will be running two very different but equally beautiful cars next year. This Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, but out of a different tent, different operation. That new Corvette Z06 GT3R.
Sergeant jumping in, I believe.
Yes.
Interesting connection there with that Corvette program. The team manager, Aaron Rehagen, is sister and brother with Tommy Milner.
Yeah.
And Tommy Milner's been doing all the development with that GT3 Corvette, so I'm sure she was on the horn every time he knew that he was behind the wheel of the car, saying, how's it going, how's it looking? It's amazing how secretive drivers can be, though, even if it's a family member. I ain't telling you anything. My lips are sealed.
Keeping an eye on this gap. Hunkadea, P2, Vanthor, P3. I know it was 8.5 seconds 10, 15 minutes ago. It has come down to 5.4. It's incremental, but it's undeniable. Vanthor is closing in.
I'm curious to see whether that pit stop for the 31 by being off sequence, how that will play out as we get deeper into this race, whether you get to the end of the race and that their tires will have been on a little bit sooner. And so if there was a yellow, that could come into play in terms of the freshness of the tire versus this car that will be pitting a little bit later in the sequence.
Yeah, that tire strategy plays into this for sure.
Yeah, the 31 really has no wiggle room.
No.
Obviously a yellow would cause a bit of a reset, but if it stayed green, 31 is basically locked into how they're going to carve the cake to the finish here.
That's right, but their hand was forced with that slow puncture. They were able to make it to at least be within a window to not have to undertake an additional pit stop, to not run afoul of the maximum stint length rules. That's the good news, but you're right, any flexibility basically eliminated at this stage. So Mercedes leading. It is the first, well, when the 77 took the lead, it became the first time something other than a BMW has led this race overall here this weekend. And this is the defending race-winning team with Craft Bamboo, help from Lone Star Racing,
Yeah, and I think it's important to give Lone Star a shout out.
Yeah.
I mean, AJ Peterson does a great job with his group, doesn't always have the funding and the resources in place to campaign on a regular basis, but they put some fast race cars out there. Have a lot of GT4 success this year, and they're a team that's going places. They have GT3 aspirations of their own on a full-time basis as well if they can just click it all together. But I think this is, we talk about drivers kind of showcasing what they can do, and I think Lone Star Racing is showcasing what they can do when you get top drivers behind the wheel and you put it out there, going for their second straight victory here at the Indy 8 Hour.
And lest we forget, they ran a GT2 Mercedes this weekend in GT America powered by AWS.
Won.
Yes.
Dan Knox won, didn't he?
Correct. That swapped on like the last lap or something to that effect. So pretty cool to have GT2 represented here stateside with a bit more numbers behind it. 3 cars this weekend, 3 different manufacturers. This is in the single driver 40-minute sprint GT America Championship. But we had an Audi, a KTM, and a Mercedes. And if you want to check those out, we've got race 2 of the weekend coming your way tomorrow.
I really like the fact that the racetrack is maturing a little bit year by year. You see those little bumps there down in the turn 7. I think that adds to the character and gives it that little nuance that you're looking for in terms of things that the teams have to set the car up around.
Absolutely. I think the infield road course probably doesn't get the same level of attention year to year as the oval. Perhaps I'm speaking out of turn here, but I know that a lot of effort goes into sealing and grading and just looking after that oval surface. Not sure that the same is true to the same extent for the road course, and that's allowed.
Like that,
exactly.
It's a bit like Sebring. Like,
I'm right there
should
with
we
you.
resurface it? No, don't even dream of touching it.
Well, and especially for those bumps in the brake zones, that adds a degree of difficulty and an important part of the racetrack. As we see TR3 back in the pits, this is a car that's had its ups and downs today. Started at the back, drove to the front, hit it out of sequence, then had a transponder issue, then had a penalty for how the transponder was replaced. John Branham is out. We've got Matt Bell and Kenton Cook as the rest of the driver lineup. I guess part of their ups and downs too is they woke up with a different driver than they'd had all weekend long. Kenton Cook was not supposed to be in this race, but he has driven superbly.
Trent Hinman in the pits from the Fanatec GT Pro lead. 4th overall when he came to pit lane. Obviously that's accounting for the 31 being a little off strategy with that early stop, otherwise it would have been 5th. Eric Filgaris and that 28 RS1 team are getting ever closer to that 50% point in this race.
That's a big
It's not based on
milestone for
time,
them.
it's based on laps. There's a little bit of a caveat there, but
Correct.
we haven't had a ton of yellow, so it shouldn't really swing too much the other direction in the second half of the race.
And the significance of that is you can score points as long as you go half the distance of the overall race winner. There are not more than 10 cars in that class, so if you can get to halfway, you are guaranteed to at least score some points.
Which is 6.
Correct.
They only need 5th, so they just got to beat 1 car at this point.
Right.
Well, I say that in about another 10, 15 minutes, that would be the case. Great stint there by Elliott Skier. That was first class.
Ultimately lost the lead, but I do think traffic played a role in that. And certainly showed what he was made of head-to-head with Colin Brown, one of the established sports car racing names here in the States.
Really impressive. Such a likable young man, and thought he disappeared, as we said earlier, but got this new shot in the arm with the teaming up with now his good friend Adam Adelson. This is the 992 car. They've been campaigning the 991 most of the season, and it's the first time they're really I think they did one switch, right, at Road
Yes.
America when they had the crash, but
correct.
In terms of intentionally, first time they've really campaigned the newer car, which is starting to come alive. I think it's nice to see the 45 car suddenly have that success sweeping the weekend at Sebring, and that's like, okay, maybe now's the time.
Leader is in, it would appear, or maybe that was second place. Also in third place, so perhaps all of the top 3. We'll find out shortly. Another round of stops as we approach the halfway mark here. Looks like, yes, Both of the two leading Mercedes have come to the pit lane. Here is Craft Bamboo, looking to go back-to-back. Bidding from the overall lead of the race. Number change underway for the 77. Here's WRT looking to recover. Drive-through penalties put them on the back foot. And that car has slowly but surely started running down the cars ahead in class.
Yeah, they've been chipping away at it, doing a really nice job. I think that was Gunon going behind the wheel here in the 77 car, and been frustrated in Indy 8-hour competition. Had the Paul Shootout win here last year, but didn't came out a little bit shy in the race, but he broke through and grabbed an Indy win here last month in IMSA competition, and now he's back behind the wheel.
Out of sequence, the 31 comes through to take the overall lead. But they are on a different pit sequence because of a slow puncture that called them to the pit lane a little over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I think it's all good still. I think the only thing that could backfire, as we mentioned, is the fact that he's going to be on his final set of tires a little bit earlier than if you got that yellow flag during that period and suddenly you got the compression of the field. He's going to be fighting with a different animal compared to his teammate in the two Mercedes.
No changes in position on the pit lane, but that orange WRT BMW starting to loom large in the background. Just over 4 hours to go. Raffaele Marciello out of the race car and standing by with DJ.
Thank you, Ryan. Raffaele, a good round there for you. See how you go into the overall lead. How's the car? How's the track? How's everything?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually don't know where we are. I mean, I just drove, try to keep the tires alive until the end of my stint. The car, I mean, is doing well, but I mean, we will see where we are. The BMW are really quick. I mean, we saw at the start that they're quick in the straight, but it's a long race. The condition will change. We will see.
Well, we'll see indeed. We wish you the best of luck as you keep going.
Raffaele Marciello is a big dude.
Yes.
It's surprising. You don't expect that in a racing driver.
I do wonder if that played any part in his single-seater career.
Yeah, as Bob was saying, I was thinking the same thing, because he certainly was very quick in Formula 3, won a championship. I think he was associated with Ferrari, some sort of support role there early on in his career, but obviously elected to switch lanes, and he's done it so effectively, just regarded, if not the best, one of the top 3 or 4 GT drivers globally. You mentioned his record in SRO Europe, just crazy.
He is very quick.
I think he and his girlfriend, his wife, are expecting, I believe. I saw some baby bump pictures on social media.
In different ways, presumably. Well, best of luck. Life-changing for sure.
You saw that 77 on fresh tires. I think I detected a little sliding around. As we remain in cool temperatures, and the shadows begin to cross the front straightaway here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That'll bring down the track temperature. Make the tires a little harder to live with.
Yeah, we saw that this morning when we got here, just shadow across the front stretch, and then you burst out of that sunlight into the turn 1 braking zone. So fortunately that shadow, as you mentioned, Bob, was kind of in the straightaway, not really through many of the corners, but even so, we are going to see the track cool down a little bit for the final hour or so, and certainly the nighttime here is spectacular when you see these rotors glowing into these brake zones. The exhaust pipes bursting with flames.
We've been tracking these two for laps now. It was in the 5-second range prior to the pit stops. It continues to close, this time though with Philip Eng doing the heavy lifting in the recovering number 30 for WRT. He's got some lap traffic to contend with here though in the next few laps. TR3 car Could be John Branham. I thought we saw him get out. I know with their transponder, that has to be, the driver ID has to be reset manually, so.
I think it may be Bell.
Yeah.
Damage on the front of the Acura. Looks like the splitter is broken away.
It's Kyle Marcelli. That car's been in the wars today. 2 different instances of contact with the same car. Penalties handed to each car in different, you know, one way, one the other. Let's put it that way. Not been a great day for Racers Edge, I'm sorry to say.
Philip Eng easily clears Marcelli. He's got to go after the TR3 machine, but we're not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure it's Matt Bell behind the wheel now.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Didn't look like Kenton getting in. And we saw John getting out, so process of elimination says. British Matt Bell, most likely.
Big head of steam here by the BMW. Look at that.
Boy, oh boy.
Wow, it's like Pac-Man.
Easily cleared into turn 1, and the pursuit of Danny Hunkadea's Mercedes continues now for Philip Eng.
That's that straightaway speed that Marcelli was worried about going around a Mercedes there. So admittedly, different exit speed maybe, different setup, different downforce configuration on the various Mercedes, but that's BMW versus Mercedes down this front stretch. It's going to be tough for the Craft Bamboo team and the Gruppe M Racing team to fight that.
They might have the advantage of track position, though. Certainly, of the leaders, they are the ones on sequence.
Correct. I think Farfus is going to be fine. I mean, they got a healthy lead. All the top 4 teams have to make the same amount of pit stops.
Correct.
Again, it's just that they're going to be throwing their tires on about 20 to 25 minutes sooner than the rest of the field.
That could be critical if it's a real Donnybrook for position late in the race.
Well, particularly if there's a yellow, Bob, and suddenly you lose that gap that you have, and then you're fighting with a duller set of tires.
A couple of cars side by side, not in the same class, but it's setting up a class battle. We've got the MDK car, Seth Lucas driving, fighting with Thomas Sargent, the Aussie Porsche single-make ace. But the cars to keep an eye on, as far as position are concerned, are the Mercedes and the Porsche, the second Porsche coming through. This is Rennauer back behind the wheel of the overall pole-sitting car from Huber Motorsport. He's on the outside here, trying to make his way around Seth Lucas.
I don't think Heinrich's been in yet, has he?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he looks like they're going to set him up for a triple at the end.
With his pace, that's going to be tough to beat. If they can stay in contact and get a late yellow, look out.
Yeah, I think we need to do picture-in-picture and just have a camera on him for the last 3 hours. It could be fun to watch.
Sign me up. Rennauer able to make the pass on Lucas. That MDK car, despite the fact it's nursing a differential, is still hovered around the top 10 overall. This is what they've done all year, just quietly executing.
Yeah, really sharp little team, and car seems to be putting the power down fine coming off the corners, so if the diff was acting up, you wouldn't see that. And as we watch the car, we're now hearing the car number 20 pit stop is under review, so I'm not sure if there's something in terms of too quick or whether they actually are outside of the regs in terms of the personnel on the car or something like that.
That is the Rennauer Porsche. It has been racing its way forward here in recent laps. Started on the overall pole, like we mentioned, drifted back a little bit, but keeping their top driver for the finish of the race.
We also had a number of cars that were a little bit shy on their minimum stop time, and those penalties have been served. That was basically added to their minimum stop time on the next drive-through pit lane. So it seems like cars like the 04 have now served that minor penalty.
We've been talking about the Pro-Am championship battle between these two cars seemingly all race long, and it's about to get interesting again because Callum Eilott just turned in this car's fastest lap of the race in pursuit of Nolan Siegel, who very nearly won an Indy Next championship this year. Doesn't look like he's taking the step up to IndyCar next year to race against Callum Ilott, but these two could be having the first of many duels over their future careers here in a few laps, especially if Siegel continues to struggle to get around Jake Peterson in the Reardon Racing Porsche.
Yeah, and I got a feeling that Siegel may have to knock out a double here to make sure that Colin Brown doesn't go over the 3-hour, 15-minute max drive time. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out.
Well, he's losing time to Ilott by the double handful.
Yeah, so if you think if Callum Ilott is quicker than Siegel, and then we saw Colin Brown and Skier pretty equal, you'd have to say the advantage right now in terms of the driver and pace combined maybe swings the 120 way.
Yeah.
Calvin, you brought up the point earlier that most of the year they've run the previous generation 911. I know Callum did do a test in that car at a Porsche earlier this year, but I don't know which generation it was. So that's something to think about here is, whoa, that was close. Peterson got really wide at the exit of 14. That allows Ilott through. The 04 had cleared that car a few corners previous.
Yeah, I thought the 04 might have the advantage if it was going to take Ilott in the 120 a little bit more time. This is third and fourth in class. But boy, Ilott on the front straight just made quick work of the Porsche.
First and second in points. First and second in Pro-Am as well.
The overall gaps, the 30 car is really cutting into the gap to the 999 machine that holds down P3, so that gap is shrinking. Philip Eng catching Danny Honkadea.
What had been over 8 seconds down to 2.7 at last check. Philip Eng, the Austrian. Honkadea, the Spaniard. Then the Andorran, Jules Gounon, naturalized Andorran, I should note, but Andorran nonetheless.
That's a great story.
I believe this is true. I read it somewhere. I've got it in my notes, so we're going to go with it.
Then. That must be true then, yeah, absolutely.
That Jules Gounon was issued the first ever Andorran racing license.
And shall we discuss the reason why he went down that road?
You may.
Well,
I'll steer
there
clear.
was a certain award given to his previous nationality in terms of driver of the year or something, and he felt that he was overlooked.
That's the rumor.
And he decided that he would,
I'll show you,
find a new country. Or something like that.
People have moved for less. And he's quick no matter the flag behind his name.
There's a few like that. Philip Ellis in this field. I mean, I've seen like 4 different flags beside his name over entry list.
Less than 2.5.
In the last few years.
Correct. Yeah. Again, that gap just incrementally coming down lap after lap.
It's 2 or 3 tenths, but I think that's the advantage that these BMWs have on the Mercs here today.
The talk of the paddock coming into qualifying was the strength of BMW. People expected them to be strong. We maybe didn't see the full display of that in qualifying, but here in the race, I mean, the BMW took the lead early, and if it weren't for some misfortune, I mean, it looked like they had this race in control with either of these two cars.
Yeah, they really did. They had the strength in numbers too. All 4 of their nominated cars for points here in IGTC are inside the top 10. You had Robbie Foley splitting the 2 WRT cars, and then you had Samantha Tan for ST Racing inside the top 10 pole shootout as well.
They've dropped a little bit, currently 14th overall, just out of the top 5 in their class, which is the Pro-Am class.
The BMWs, maybe it's an optical illusion, but to me it seems they have a little bit more body roll in the tight corners than some of the other cars. We've talked about how low some of these teams run these cars. But whatever it is they've done to the setup, the WRT team has these M4s flying.
Yeah, the cars have looked good here, and they got the speed in the right places as well. You want into those brake zones, and they've certainly got right in the mix. We've seen other cars in there as well. Okay, this is heating up. Callum Eilert right on the tail of Nolan Siegel. Gets to the inside. It's almost a cut and paste move he made earlier in the race in traffic when he was in a similar battle. Siegel tries to protect there, but Callum's going to take that inside line, just slow everything down here, just keep him at bay. It's Adam Adelson clapping his hands alongside Elliott Skier.
And with that change in position comes the change of the lead in class, the change of the lead in the season-long Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS Pro-Am points. These two practically neck and neck. Whichever car finishes ahead of the other, that's where the champion will come from. Nice and easy for me, no math.
Right. Yeah, I think for Nolan Siegel, he's got to not panic. He needs to be talked to right now from the team, from the box, in terms of what you need to do. Just stay cool, don't overdrive the car, just take what it will give you, what you're comfortable with, try and keep him in sight, keep it tight if you can. Don't go throwing it off the road, just trying to catch him.
Discussed it earlier, the advantage, if you will, that Wright Motorsports had in forming this driver lineup with Adelson and Skier, because Skier, even though he's the pro technically in the Pro-Am lineup, he is a silver-graded driver, which gave them ultimate flexibility in terms of trying to get their third driver here. That's allowed them to go out and get Callum Eilert, and you're seeing them reap the benefit of it. Look at this, though. Philip Eng has drawn a bead on Daniel Hunkadea. At the stripe, it was 1.1 seconds. Might be even closer than that now, Cal.
Yeah. Hunkadea can see him in his rear view camera coming ever closer. It's hard to miss that big orange machine.
Update on the investigation into the number 20's pit stop. They were slightly short on their pit time, but within a second, so it's just a half a second time penalty that they will need to serve.
Time that.
Yeah, right. Not terribly costly in the grand scheme of things. That's a car that we think should figure into the Pro-Am class win conversation.
Yeah, very much so. We're all licking our chops at the thought of Heinrich getting back behind the wheel of that Huber Motorsport machine.
What do we have here? Seth Lucas fighting with a car out of class. This is the leader coming through.
If this traffic is affecting his lap time, he laid down a really tasty 123.5 last time across the stripe. That cost him 2.5 seconds in traffic right there. And that's where the experience of an Augusto Farfus cannot afford to push it too much. He's got a healthy lead on a different strategy, admittedly, which will make them a little bit nervous. But nonetheless, you can't take huge risk. There's an ebb and flow to this. You certainly hope that the traffic returns the favor to the chasers, gives that disadvantage back.
Now back to this, speaking of the chaser, Philip Eng has been in chase mode ever since he got strapped in. And the lead that was once 8 seconds is now just 1/2 of a second. The BMW has well and truly arrived at the doorstep of Danny Hunkadea's Mercedes.
Yeah, and it's ominous. I think the Mercedes camp know that these BMWs are super fast here this weekend. They just got to execute, keep it clean, maximize their lap times, and just be there or thereabouts in the final hour of this race. Look for maybe a safety car to compress them back to the leader of this race, Augusto Farfus.
Super close nip and tuck between these great German sports car makes. Mercedes and BMW. So many battles between these two brands over the years. Two of the brands fighting for IGTC manufacturer honors here this year.
It's Kurt Mollikens alongside Vincent Voss there. He's the GT3 manager for WRT program, ex-driver himself. Really tuned into things. Big communicator. I like him a lot.
Voss also a driver in his own right. Usually helps to have up on the box. Here we go. Fight for the 3rd spot overall and in IGTC Pro. And Danny Hunkadea, quite frankly, knew there's no sense fighting too hard at this stage. The edge is with the BMW at this point in the race. And Phillip Eng just blew past into turn 1.
Really solid. We talk about potential to clinch the manufacturer's title here this weekend. Certainly not out of the question right now at the pace they're showing to score a 1-2 finish. You've got 4 nominated entries, and it's a combination of your best 2 scores in the race that you then add together to add to that tally. BMW came in with a 9-point lead. If they were to score a 1-2 finish, that would be 43 points. If Mercedes finished 3rd and 4th, that would be 27 points. So that's a 16-point swing. So they're a long way out of clinching. They need Mercedes to have a bad day, I believe. See the different lines there. See the Mercedes just a little bit behind. You're doing that last little bit, getting your steering input out of the car and going back to power a little bit later than everyone else. Here's Farfus in traffic again, not having a good run through traffic. And that starts to build, Bob. It's okay if you have one moment, but if you suddenly have 2 or 3 within a 10-minute period, you can start to panic a little bit. That could force you to start to make a few more risks and take a few more chances.
Yeah, frustration can be cumulative.
They have a massive gap here, almost half a minute, so there's no point in taking any risk.
Going by the TRG Aston Martin.
Was fairly aggressive. Tuck in the Aston, show 19th on the road. And we wanting to measure himself as a young driver looking towards his future against one of the established best, Augusto Farfus.
Seems like a confident young man. Nice to see him here in the States for the first time, but I think it'd be a great choice for that Aston Martin Racing Young Driver Academy program. That is for sure. Really has done a great job here this weekend. I did see him spill a Coca-Cola over himself at lunch the other day. It's the only mistake I've seen him make.
It's like the old Porsche advertising poster, right? 9 out of the 10 in the top 10. Well, no one's perfect. There is Augusto Farfus, though, continuing to work that traffic. Next in his sights is the number 20 car, the overall pole-sitting car.
Yeah, those folks might be wondering what happened.
To a degree, but as we talked about, they've not put Lauren Heinrich in the thing yet. Well, so this is part of the strategy they make. They sacrifice the front end of the race to a degree with the thought that they'll have their fastest driver ready to go when it matters the most.
The idea was that you stay close. Right now they're running 12th. Rennauer at the controls.
Correct.
I mean, there's only so much that their closer, as it were, can do.
But 4th in class.
True.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they're on the same lap as the rest of the runners in front of them. I think they're only about a minute back of the lead. So
correct.
As long as they stay on the same lap, I think Heinrich could maybe go to work here.
The way, Nolan Siegel, after giving up that spot to Callum Eilert, he has sat there behind and has only lost a second. He is right there in the tire tracks of Callum Eilert, doing a really good job to keep the CrowdStrike car in contention.
Yeah,
that's his job.
Exactly. Yeah, like I said, don't panic, don't throw off the road trying to catch him or keep up with him. Just get into your comfort zone, hit your mark, get into a rhythm. And that's where a young man like that, despite, you know, he's got a lot of experience at an early age, he still needs to be talked to, advised through that scenario. What do I need to do here? You just say there's a long way to go. Just keep knocking out the laps, cutting out that time to go and just give the car in good shape over to Colin Brown to try and seal this championship at the end of the day.
This is the aforementioned battle for the Pro-Am lead of the race, also the North American Pro-Am Championship. Nip and tuck stuff between the two on the track, but also off the track with the point standings.
So you're going to keep that for the Aston Martin, and we saw that again.
And that is a missed opportunity. Oh. You are the king.
Wow, I was saving that one and you used it up.
Oh dear.
We'll wait another hour.
Can't teach these kids anything.
But as they run, it would be enough for the 120 to claim the title. That said,
yeah, I
a
think
lot could happen.
Yeah, there could be some fireworks here tonight.
There you go. As they run, a 10-point edge to Skier and Adelson, courtesy to the third member of the team, Callum Eilert. George Kurtz would share the championship with Colin Brown. They've all run all the races together this year. Owen Siegel, though, doing the driving right now. So this is what's fascinating about this. You've got these two driver crews that have fought the whole season to be in this position, and the drivers that have been part of those races are not in their cars right now. They're watching the third driver try and win the championship for them.
Yep. Or play their part, certainly at this phase of the race at least. Be curious to see which driver they elect to have in for the finishing stint, whether it is Eilert or Elliott Skier. I believe Adelson's knocked out his drive time for the day that was necessary.
I think Eilert's got the fastest lap of the race in that car at this stage.
I think either one would do a great job.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think Eilert has acquitted himself really well. He's not used to the Porsche. His only GT experience previously has been in a Ferrari. He's been quick to note that the cars are quite a bit different, going from the mid-engine Ferrari to the rear-engine Porsche. The gap is coming down, second to third overall.
Big chunks.
Yep.
8/10 that last lap between Gunnar and Eng.
There's the live gap. 4
seconds. That's all it is between the top Mercedes and this BMW, which led the bulk of this race, took the lead. I was going to say at the drop of the green, but that's not right. It was the Stars and Stripes, actually, that started this race.
Very
not
cool.
unlike what we see at Le Mans or Spa, with the national flag being used to start the race.
So Eng right on the limit there in the brake zone for turn 7. It can look so routine, and then you see those little moments that indicate to you that this driver's pushing, trying to get that gap back down, get back into the hunt for a win. Going to need some help to catch their teammate, however. Farfus continues to lead and stretch that lead over the second place Mercedes. The gap up front is now up to 34 seconds.
And Eng's gap to that Mercedes in second place is down to 3.6.
Now, this isn't a 10th here, a 10th there. This is fairly sizable chunks. He does have a little lap traffic to work with in the Triarci Competizione Ferrari. That'll be the next target for the number 30 BMW. Ryan Dial right now driving that car. Haven't called his name much today. But very quick driver. Doesn't matter what you put him in a prototype or a GT car. He's been driving them fast for a long time now.
They were at the Speedway back in 2012 in a prototype competition.
Correct.
It was a big year for him. He had a monster program with StarWorks, running a variety of programs on the global stage. And it was really a breakout year. We all knew how fast young Ryan Dial was, but that was sensational.
Wins at Le Mans, Sebring, and Petit Le Mans, in addition to the race here, and several others, I believe, in that 2012 season. For the Scotsman, now domiciled in Florida, Ryan Dial.
There's a guy we haven't talked about much. This is the Wright Motorsports Porsche, currently leading the North American Championship, if you will, in 4th place. Jan Halen at the controls right now, knows Indianapolis Motor Speedway really well from his years in Indy cars. That guy looks younger every year, but they're motoring along with a huge chunk of racetrack to themselves.
So cool to hear the engine noises resonate down this front stretch with the grandstands there.
And if you look outside of the battle for the overall lead, it is a very good day for Porsche, with Porsche's currently running 1, 2, and 3 in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro class, and leading in the Pro-Am class as well.
Absolutely screaming down Holman Boulevard there. How cool to see these iconic manufacturer names here racing at Indy. Porsche, Ferraris, Mercedes. It's going to get special here the last hour when we start to see the racing championships come down to the wire and everything come alive.
Not to mention all those glowing brake discs and hot exhaust belching flame.
And as we learned at Nashville, Bob, remember I posited that I thought race cars sounded differently at night. And we had someone on social media come in with the science and explain why that is true. Now, I'm too dense to be able to understand it, but just take our word for it. They do sound different at night, and I think they sound better as we continue to watch this gap close between Philippe Eng and Jules Gounon, now just 2.6 seconds.
Yeah, it's been relentless, the pace here, Bob, of the 6 machine.
Somehow the air quality is different at night, and that affects the sound of the engines.
Good enough for me.
Of course, with the manufacturers we have in this series, you could stand there with a blindfold on at trackside and guess what car is going by. The thundering Mercedes, the screaming Ferrari, the unmistakable flat 6 drone of the Porsches.
One thing I ran at Daytona with Jack Roush when they ran those thumping V8s. You could go to sleep and wake up and know if you were still in it.
Oh, yeah, right.
Instantly recognizable.
You roll over, and if there's no noise, there must be a red flag, or at least a yellow one.
You'd count them too, depending on how many entries you had.
For many years, it was the thunder of the Corvette at Le Mans that stood out amongst all the great European and Japanese sports cars.
They still do. I stood at the side of the track this year at Le Mans, went down to the run down to Indianapolis, appropriately enough, and just right beside the track for night practice there and qualifying. It was sensational, just the sound just screaming by you at 200 plus miles an hour.
There are more throaty V8s these days, though, with the Cadillac prototypes. Those sound great. Of course, the NASCAR stock car was there. That was sounded ridiculous, incredible. I, too, was fortunate enough to be trackside this year.
Well, hopefully there's a long future for those normally aspirated engines powered by sustainable fuels.
Sure.
To alleviate the climate issues that a lot of us argue about all the time.
Well, we can set that to the side for a moment and perhaps revisit it, but I think we've got a battle breaking out here, guys. It had started to simmer, and now it's back to a boil with Philippe Eng and Jules Gounon. The gap down under a second. What a comeback drive here from WRT. This car was waylaid by a penalty for exceeding maximum stint length rules. Just a miscommunication between team and driver, according to Vincent Voss, down at the WRT pit stand. But they are on the comeback trail.
Missed it by, what, 11 seconds?
Yeah.
I can certainly see why they might be confused about call him in now or call him in one lap later. And they made the wrong decision.
Yeah, it's going to be a question of this didn't take long, did it? Because This is ominous, and I'm not sure how much fight Gunon's going to give here. I mean, if you're down the last 30 minutes of the race, different story, but with 3.5 minutes on the board, whoa, he's giving it everything. Dropping a wheel there coming through turn 10. That's the fast right-hand sweeper down in that brake zone for turn 12. I think the real key is Eng just keeping it nice and clean here through these final couple of corners and getting a decent run off of 14. See how he sets it up. Let's take a slightly wider sweep here. Get his head straighter. It seems like Mercedes can run a slightly shallower angle through there without losing any of their exit speed.
Craft Bamboo Racing, team out of Hong Kong, defending race winners. That's the Mercedes in the picture. WRT, surprisingly, has not had success in this race, at least in terms of the overall. When Audi won, it was Santalok that claimed the victory. That was when WRT still was an Audi-affiliated team.
Yeah, because we had Mercedes, BMW
Correct.
with the first iteration here, then it was the Audi, and then Mercedes last year.
Run onto Holman Boulevard, and Gunan, feeling the pressure, goes to the inside really late on the brakes. Philip Eng lets it roll to the outside, but has to tuck back in line. Now, Jules Gunan was having none of that.
Yeah, well, he protected, then couldn't get back online, and Eng said, no problem, I'll just send it down on the grippier part of the racetrack. Tried to run it around the outside, so these are races through and through. Look at Eng trying to set him up. Difficult to tuck it back in for the turn 12 brake zone. Gunan's up for that one, just protects a little bit, compromises the line. Same thing here, look at Eng. All about the angles right now. Cut it back hard to the left, then just try and swing it back through there. See a little twitch there with that BMW. It's not quite as comfy as the Merc getting on the front straightaway.
Maybe that wider approach got him out into the marbles there. He was trying to set up the run onto the front straightaway. If the twitch cost him, it doesn't appear to have cost him much, though. Gunan tries to defend and has to simply let the BMW through. That is what the BMW mPower is all about.
That is a power play right there for sure. That will certainly go in Gunon's notebook for the rest of this race. Now, he's going to have to get super aggressive to try and protect if he's in a similar position with these BMWs. I'm not sure there's anything they can do.
Well, how frustrating must it be for these Mercedes drivers to know they're at a pretty significant straight line deficit at a track where you've got two fairly lengthy straights.
It's so hard to protect, particularly for any length of time. You can get your elbows out there and get pretty nasty with it for a couple of laps, but you can't do it for hours on end.
Well, that change was for the second spot overall. BMWs now run 1 and 2. Take a peek in here at Wright Motorsports. Jan Heylen currently leading in the North American Pro ranks, and one of the drivers in that lineup is with Amanda.
And Ryan, what I love about the 45, it's still the only car that's on the lead lap with the international competitors here this weekend, the 4 of them still at the top. But Madison, I stole you away from your blanket up there, and we are getting into the later hours of this race. How do you feel the Porsche will evolve as we get closer to nighttime?
I mean, the Porsche definitely likes the cold air, so that should be a good thing for us. We don't exactly know where the grip's going to go right now. I mean, the BMWs are super strong out there. We saw that at Sebring, so we're definitely having a little bit of a challenge keeping up with them, but we'll see where it goes.
When you look at you, Trent, Jan, is there a similarity that you prefer in driving style out of the Porsche, or are you guys all over the board?
I think as long as it's a good car, both of us will drive it the same way.
I mean, as we get to these last hours, I'm looking at under 3.5 hours. You guys paired up closer to Road America, you and Jan and Sebring. We saw what was possible. What leads to the checkered flag for the rest of this?
I mean, just consistency, not making mistakes, and I think we'll be there at the end.
Hitting on it so far, guys.
That they are. John Wright-led team. They do execute, and they've got a car in it for the Pro-Am Championship. It's this one right here. Pit stop, refuel. Callum Eilert, I think, staying aboard. Might have been a driver change. We will soon see.
I think he's just outside doing it on 2 more stops with the time to go here. He's going to need a splash.
Is it about the splash or is it about the length?
Well, a splash means it's a full-length stop.
Correct.
I mean, as soon as Bob told us earlier in the race, as soon as any fueling equipment is connected, that means you move to that minimum stop time. So, see how long the 04 can stretch is. I mean, I think if the 04 can go another 5 minutes or so, that may give them a big advantage in one less stop.
Well, that's going to be something to keep track of. Does sound like there was a driver change in this car. Looks like it went to Elliott Skier here to climb aboard. Calvin will do the numbers while he does it. Take a look back at this race. Highlights from the 4th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. It was a Pro-Am car on the overall pole, but that did not last long. BMW flexing its muscle early. WRT taking the lead into turn number 1. Fisticuffs further back in the pack, but everyone made it through the first couple of turns clean, Cal.
Yeah, they really did. They coexisted, but the arms and elbows were out. Watch this run here by Vesko Kozarov. Has to leap across the curbs there. Don't think there was too much damage to that relatively fresh Porsche. And then the elbows got out for Kozarov here. Gets into the side of Maselli, turns him around, drew a penalty on that one.
We'll see those two cars together again. Little teaser there. Misfortune, though, for Conquest Racing. Suspension issues put that car behind the wall. They have since rejoined. Bill Oberlin making his way forward in the opening stint. That was a pass of Alfred Renauer in the pole-sitting car for 4th at the time. This was a big move. Kyle Marcelli, the Canadian, up the inside of young Seth Lucas. Recovering from their spin early in the race. Close calls on the pit lane, though, Cal.
It really was. Not delayed Farfus getting into his pit box, but nonetheless, they executed a good, clean stop. Looked like they're going to take advantage of it. Maxime Martin behind the wheel, but he elects to give up that gap. He's got the overlap. He slows down enough to let the 30 have it this time.
At the time, WRT had the race in firm control. Antares Au fighting with Jeff Burton. That at the time was for the class lead in Pro-Am. Both of those cars have since dropped down the order. Remember I mentioned these two cars would come together again? This is when it happened. And that time it was the Racer's Edge Acura that received a drive-through penalty. More dramas on the pit lane here. The lead swapping between the two WRT teams. Little bump just to make sure you get up to speed.
Bit of gamesmanship there, but certainly a great execution there by the 31. But then Van Tor on his out green lap, essentially first green lap, gets in a little bit deep. Bump and run on his teammate, had to give that position back, but ultimately got back to the lead.
That he did. Battles here between a couple of cars in it for North American Points Championships. RS1 and B and Bimmer World, different points championships. These two cars, though, fighting each other for class position. It's Wright Motorsports in the 45. The Bimmer World car, Chandler Hull at the time, off strategy.
It gets a little wild here, yeah. Stephen McAleer gets a little bump, has to take the shortcut, had to serve a 5-second penalty on his next pit stop for that shortcut through the chicane.
Bimmer World pitting off sequence. This was a late call to the pit lane, and as it turned out, too late for the number 30 car for WRT. They received a drive-through penalty for that. They have since recovered to get up to second, but that did allow the 77 car from Craft Bamboo to come through and take the lead of the race. First time a lap had been led by a non-BMW all race long. But the recovery was on for WRT. This was for 3rd, a little over an hour ago. 30 car up and through into 3rd place. And then moments ago, Philibang making the pass on Jules Gounon to get back to P2. And with that, we rejoin live pictures here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You can see the leader, Augusto Farfus. He is mired in traffic yet again. Kyle Marcelli is the car right up the road. 17th place car overall, but a car with some pretty good pace.
It does, and Farfus now is leading his teammate, but the gap is now up to 38 seconds, so Farfus has really been super consistent, super impressive with his pace here in this stint. Continuing to extend that gap. His teammate Eng has cleared the two Mercedes of Gounon and Juncadella. But nonetheless, Farfus is fighting his way through traffic, battling this incessantly, it seems.
You wouldn't have thought we only started 22 cars, 21 still out on the track, but you still get battle packs like this one. Not everyone fighting for position, not everyone even on the same lap, but it is still a challenge to make your way through traffic here at Indy.
And as we said at the top of the show, there are points for the race regardless of the championship, which means that some cars can act as spoilers in that championship if they just nudge a contending car a place or two further back.
The only exception to that is in the Pro-Am class, where because you have some Intercontinental GT Challenge cars joining this weekend, and it is one of the final 2 race weekends of the year for Fanatec GT, those cars are invisible for North American points. Hopefully that won't matter. It should not matter, at least in terms of the battle for the championship, but something to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's only fair.
So the ST Racing Car 38 machine on pit lane, and just looking at the clock again. So if you look at 3 stints drive time wise, it's 3 hours 15 minutes, and then you're looking about 2 minutes, just shy of 2 minutes per stop. So they're right on the cusp there, Bob, of doing it with just 2 more stops to go. Very, very close. I would have thought they'd want another lap or 2 with this stint to be on the safe side of that. I mean, there's nothing worse than being a lap or 2 shy on fuel, coming down pit lane and having to do that full service time.
Yeah.
You talked about that with the 120 machine pitting when they did. I don't see any way out for them. This team's going to be close. 120 is definitely on the wrong side, and the 04 car continues to stay out there. So when we talk about that battle for the Pro-Am Championship in Fanatec GT, I think if Siegel can stay out there for another lap or so, they should be on the right side of doing it when he makes his pit stop with 2 more stops to go through 3 from now. Whereas I think the 120 is going to have to do an additional stop. We'll see how it plays out.
The way this battle is shaping up between these top 2, let's remember, the 30 car, now driven by Philip Eng, served a drive-through penalty. A drive-through penalty is 63 seconds spent in the pit lane. It's not a true 63 seconds lost because you are at least moving at 50K, but you're still losing a lot of ground to the cars around you. And what's remarkable is that Eng is within 34 seconds of the race lead again, and this gap is coming down, Cal.
It is. Farfus has been super impressive here. I mean, he's had some puddles of traffic that he's got to thread his way through, but super consistent. But that last lap alone in traffic was a 125.6 compared to Philip Eng's clear lap of a 123.8. So that's 1.8 seconds in a single lap. And that's where it frustrates you. You can work so hard, Ryan, just perfecting a lap, finding maybe a 10th, maybe 2 tenths with the ultimate execution, and you can lose like 10 laps worth of hard work in one bundle of traffic.
And how do these two stack up? I know they're on different pit sequences, but do they owe the same number of stops still? I believe
I think they do.
Yeah.
It's just that this 31 car is going to be in about 20, 25 minutes earlier, potentially. The other car has flexibility when they want to stop, but this car is pretty much locked in, as we saw when they made that pit stop out of sequence for that slow puncture, we believe. That really locked them into doing max fuel drive stint numbers to get to the finish. So that gap across the stripe was 33.5 seconds last time, so we'll see on the live gap where we're at right now between Augusto Farfus and Philip Eng. And just to repeat, they are teammates in prototype competition here in North America. They'll be campaigning the final round of a championship next week at Road Atlanta, so I'm assuming they're going to stay here on US soil for a couple of days and take a little reset.
Stable gap.
And now it becomes Philip Eng's turn to deal with some of this traffic. 28 car of Klaus Bachler is the next car, and then Nolan Siegel. Well, actually, it's a different car, a different lap here, so it's Kai Rowley, I guess, in the MDK car. Oh, a couple of Porsche factory drivers moonlighting in this championship for this race weekend.
Ooh, that was tight. Wow. Tried to tuck it inside of Klaus Bachler. Bachler now gives it up. I think he may have got the call, let the BMW go. With the 28 squad, they are way past the point where they're going to be affected by not scoring points. They'll be locked into a point scoring finish here today. All 3 of their drivers have been in the car and should have knocked out that minimum drive time.
Yes.
And as long as they don't finish last in class, the 28 car should seal that Fanatec GT Pro Championship win.
Watching Philip Eng at work, earned his 3rd overall win at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa back over the summer. Came up just short in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup points, driving for Rover Racing this year, alongside Marco Wittmann and Nick Yellowly. But 2nd in points and a win at Spa. Not a bad season all told. Also was runner-up in the Kyalami 9-hour, the 2nd round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. Did not run in Bathurst though, or else you might be looking at someone with a better shot going for points.
Yeah, he's going to keep digging.
Still has a shot though.
Here we go. That's this sequence we talked about. They're right on the number there. So again, it'll be 3 stints, maximum stint time 65 minutes. And they're going to eat up most of that time over that number with this pit stop alone, let alone the 2 next stops that they'll have to make.
Farfus will stay in the car, possibly a new drink bottle for him. Or some kind of cockpit adjustment at any rate. That has allowed this car to cycle back through to the lead. It's been a little while since we called the 30 out in front, since that drive-through penalty. And even though it's a different pit sequence, it just goes to show how well they have recovered from their drive-through. And it has been a day of tribulations for this car, because there was also that instance, we saw it in the highlight, where he had taken the lead with a little bump and run on the teammate and had to wait and give it back. Then you had the drive-through on top of all of that.
Anything but routine.
Correct.
But again, just to reiterate, the 31 car is in great shape unless there's a late race yellow. But again, anything can happen. We've got over 3 hours of racing to survive.
And regarding that penalty, we covered off the fact that the team made the call effectively too late for Dries Van Thor to make it to pit lane. Some good reporting from Amanda down in the pits. I guess she spoke with Dries and said, and this was one of the questions I had, Dries said there is nothing in the car that keeps track of his stint length, so he couldn't have made that call on his own, and that I find surprising.
It does me too, because they got so much technology now. Why wouldn't you have a little timer there right on the dash that's indicating when you relieve pit lane and that drive time starts, so you could know, like, hey, I'm at pit lane here with, you know, say whatever, 3 minutes to go. I can do 2 more laps, or no, I don't have enough time to do 2 more laps, for example. I used to put a stopwatch on my steering wheel for qualifying sessions, because before the days of radios and stuff, and I used to like click it when I left, so I'd know, hey, I can slow down for a lap here and I still got a couple of minutes left to work with.
You know, you accused me of dating you earlier, but you just said before the days of radios.
Yeah, some people had them, but some teams didn't. We were on a bit of a budget.
I see. Now
they used to shout at me as I drove by the pits. Throw
Did
things
Marconi
at me.
die?
We did have pit boards, Ryan. We didn't have 300 mules helping us out, though.
Semaphore flags.
Philip Eng working his way around Matteo Cairoli there, putting the MDK car another lap down. Cairoli and Skier, you see Skier on the headlight flashers. That is for overall position, not for class position, but would be for a spot in the top 10. And again, we talked about this. This has been our theme today, about drivers getting a chance to show what they can do in a race like this. Elliott Skier, head-to-head with a Porsche factory driver, same equipment. Here we go. Skier in the slipstream. Might have done just enough to clinch the championship in the pro class. Excuse me, I'm talking about the wrong car here. Let's take all of that back, pretend I didn't say it, and we move forward.
Okay, a lot of complexity with the various cars and classes, but here's another green Porsche.
There we go. Yeah, so I saw a Porsche behind Cairoli. I assumed it was Skier. I was wrong. This is Skier. The car we actually saw was Klaus Bachler, so 2 Porsche factory drivers there, but on different laps. If we can all just agree that didn't happen, that would be cool with me.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how they slice up the driving chores at the end of this one. I think we may be looking at Callum Eilert taking it to the checkered flag here tonight. Unless Skier does a single, Callum in for another single, and Skier back in, but I don't think that would be ideal. And if you can keep a driver in for a couple hours at the end, they're very much in a rhythm. Their eyes are in, they go through that transition bar when we start to lose the sunlight a little bit. I'm still curious about the 120's pit stop timing of that. I just really feel that they're going to make one extra stop over the 04 car.
That would be a game changer.
Oh gosh, it's seismic in class.
And with the championship on the line, let's not forget. It's been a good day for Bimmer World by and large, but they did get off sequence early, electing not to pit under the only full course yellow of this race to this point. Maybe we can learn a little bit more about how the race has gone here for Bimmer World. I believe Amanda has run down Bill Oberlin.
Yeah, Ryan, just talking to Bill about that here on pit lane. And can you guys, you know how to win this. Can you undo it?
Can you undo it? Well, the brain trust up there wanted to get Chandler's time in early, so that's why they kept him out there. And now we're having refueling rig problems, right? Like the last one took 20 seconds too long. So I could see the 45 car. I was slowly closing in. And now we dropped back another 20-something seconds. A couple stints before that was 11 seconds. We don't know what's wrong with this thing. The BMW M4 is running like a top. We just need this thing to work, and then and like you said, we need a yellow, bunch this thing up, and let's go racing to the end.
Simple as that.
He's a big believer. Gets pumped up. What a racer, what passion. Always cool to see.
Trouble is, so much of what they need to happen is out of their hands now.
Yeah, I don't see any way back into it because your hands are pretty much tied by these minimum times on pit lane. So this is the big question mark here. Does this 120 car have to do an additional stop compared to the 04 car that they're in a fight for this Pro-Am championship with? Looking at the numbers as to when they did that last stop, I think so, but
would it be close?
I thought they were about 5 minutes outside, and there's no way of getting that back.
Right.
You know, even if you account for the time spent on pit lane.
And the important part of the regulations to keep in mind, this is why it matters. Two things, 65 minutes is the maximum any stint can go. And any pit stop you do that includes fuel is to that same minimum time. Doesn't matter how much fuel you put in the car. Is there any way they could be in a position where they wouldn't have to refuel on an extra final stop?
I don't think so either. No, that's a very relevant question, but I don't think...
They could potentially reset drive time. But
yeah.
to do that, you still have to come to a stop and turn the engine off.
So you're still going to lose, you know, 63 seconds. So it's still a big deficit to make up.
Well, more than 63, right? Because you do have to stop in your box, shut the engine off, and turn it back on to reset drive time, I believe.
Yeah,
that's correct.
So that will cost you 5 seconds on top of that. But again, that's not net lost. You know,
correct.
It doesn't account for the time that you spent on the racetrack. So it's probably about 40 seconds, I would think, would be the net loss. So yeah, they could maybe address it that way. But again, they're pushing, you know, these cars pretty much go 65 minutes on fuel as well. So they're pushing that a little bit as well. But they might be able to do enough fuel save. But that's a great question, Ryan. And if they know they're in trouble, if they could save a bit of fuel and just, as you say, reset the drive time.
The way that used to be done with a simple drive through the pit lane, resetting your drive time, that made that kind of strategy a bit more viable. It didn't cost you quite as much. Also, a shorter pit lane would help with something like that.
You saw that WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, right? Peter Barron, I think, made that call.
I believe that was with the Grasser Lamborghini team.
Yeah.
And they found a pretty nifty loophole that year that helped them win. Well, still a lot to try and sort through. And we have 2 full-length Fanatec GT World Challenge America races with which to do it, plus 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
Farfus again having to make these critical decisions, which will be the leader-elect once we see the full cycle of pit stops here in the next few minutes. He should assume the lead of this race there, Farfus. He's currently P5 on the road. Again, Halen's got that number 45 Wright Motorsports Fanatec GT Pro entry up there in the top 5 on the road. It's a late move by the race's edge car.
Whoa,
there.
and a spin!
Whoa. Yeah, it wasn't a spin. He got turned.
Are those the same 2 cars?
Yeah, again, same corner as well. 3 times they've come together in that corner today.
Unbelievable.
It's Marcelli behind the wheel and Vesco.
That's...
Same 2 drivers.
Same 2 drivers, right.
At least as the first one.
Couldn't script it.
Wow.
I saw him dive in there, and then we were cutting to the other cars.
Some bloody-mindedness might be involved.
Another look at it.
That didn't see a lot of left turn.
I didn't see a lot of a gap either. So, well, maybe he's calling himself out already and come down pit lane.
Right.
Guilty as served.
One penalty to note. 10 seconds added to the next stop for ST Racing. They're back at 17th right now, so not sure how relevant that penalty will become, but pit lane violation is the cause of that. Couple of notes. Well, we'll wait for just a moment on that. We've got some notes coming from the IGTC side of things. Remember, we talked a lot about Fanatec GT World Challenge America points in championship, but this is the second to last race for Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. Still the Gulf 12 hours to come. That will be December 8th through the 10th at Yas Marina Circuit.
That's right, it's a 12-hour race. I think I called it the Gulf 6 hours earlier.
They run one of those too, I think. There is a shorter 6-hour race, but it's not part of IGTC. And we'll have more to say about Intercontinental here shortly. But for now, we take a peek here at the 45 Wright Motorsports. Feel like we haven't talked about them much all day, but they run 4th overall. They are the highest placed car from the North American Championship, the leaders in Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro right now.
Going for 3 straight victories on the bounce. Car suddenly came alive. They now dive into pit lane. You see the time on the board. They'll be good for 2 more starts from this point forward. Just a really solid driver lineup. Just seems like they've found the magic sauce with this car. Just really was a bit of a head scratcher to see them struggle with this new iteration Porsche, the 992 as they call it, versus the 911, the 120 entry had underneath them for the majority of the season.
And we'll take this opportunity to send get well soon wishes to Charlie Luck, who drove most of the season with Jan Halen in a Pro-Am entry. Charlie elected to step out a couple of rounds ago in the championship, and that allowed Madison Snow to join the driver roster. Had an up and down weekend at Road America, but like you said, Calvin, excellent at Sebring the last time out. And joined by Trent Hidman here this weekend. It is an exceptional driving lineup. No surprise to see them doing well, coupled with this excellent team.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's been a decision maker in the 120, switching over to the 992, or there were other circumstances that pushed him that way this weekend. But certainly that was a nice position to be in, to have both cars and see when the new car came to life a little bit and make the switch then.
Right, Motorsports surely would have taken some solace in the fact that they were by no means the only team that was struggling, but they hold themselves to a pretty high standard. This is one of the benchmark, if not the benchmark, Porsche team in North America over the last several years. Driver change complete, giving up 4th on the road to come into the pits. Very well positioned within their class.
Yeah, and they're one of the nominated teams for the Porsche manufacturer points in IGTC this weekend, so it's important that they finish well. Those points are awarded for overall position, not within the class. They're down at the inside, eating up some of the curb there to keep it safe. And he's going to want another gap back to his teammate Augusto Farfus. How am I doing? Am I increasing the gap that I had before my pit stop? So it means I'm less of a delta behind when I come out behind him. Just look at the advantage that Augusto has by going on those fresh Pirellis earlier. A little bit of an undercut advantage as well. But again, I think this race is going to all come down to if there's a late race safety car that may take the victory away from the 31 squad. This car looks to be in great shape. Nolan Siegel doing a really solid job here. They're on the right side of that number in terms of making a pit stop, potentially one less than the 120 machine as we see Philip Eng peel off from the lead in this race.
Here he comes on a drive from Philip Eng, who, by the way, if he can get to the lead and things kind of stay as they have been for Jules Gounon, he could be within 5 points of the Drivers' Championship heading into the finale for IGTC, despite the fact he did not race at Bathurst. But a lot still has to happen for that to be the case. So, now don't write that down as gospel just yet. Looks like the Austrian's going to stay in the car from Salzburg, Austria, home of Mozart. A nice statue to him there, that's how I know.
I feel like I'm on the set of chairs at times. Good stuff, though.
Jealous.
I know, I am. Look at this, well orchestrated. You'll add one wheel gun, 2 mechanics to be doing these tire changes, but there's plenty of time with the fuel load refill time of about 44 seconds.
Great pit work as ever by WRT. So strange to see them with a pit or a rule-related violation that led to that drive-through penalty. There's the change in lead as the 31 again does cycle back through.
Yeah, and I don't know what the protocol is with the team, but for me, I'd be counting the driver down. Do you know what I mean? You got 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go. They knew the map. There was no wrinkle in that, no little curveball in times or anything happening on the racetracks. They would have known how many laps they were away from being able to get him into the pit lane within the window.
Out of the pit lane comes the 30 car. Philip Eng on board for yet another stint. He has been clawing away, able to knife his way through the Mercedes to get back to second. Now the question is, what kind of pace does he have relative to his normal co-driver in IMSA prototype competition, Augusto Farfus, who is now back to the front, but these 2 cars on different pit sequences now. Pro-Am pit stop here. And this is a double for Siegel, which is what you were anticipating, right? Well, we think it is. It still says Siegel. We'll have to wait and see.
Wait till he comes out, but I had a feeling the way it was cutting up there that Siegel was going to have to do 2 of the last 4. But wait and see. But they're certainly within the window there as you look at the time on the clock. Under 3 hours now to do this on 2 more stops. The big question mark, which we're going to get into here in a little bit, is whether the 120 does have to make 1 additional stop on this race compared to the 04, and that could be championship changing.
Definitely a story to watch. This is the aforementioned 120. Skier in the car right now. Let's wait to see how does he cycle out relative to the 04. Looks like Edge to the Porsche. Skier's going to come through, but they might come out door to door. Look at this. Top 2 in the Pro-Am points all season long. And they find each other on the racetrack once again.
Yeah, this is sensational stuff. It'd be so cool if they were on the same strategy and to try and get an answer from the team as to whether they are outside of the window to do on the same amount of stops as the 04. But nonetheless, it's been this tight all season long. Been a seesaw affair for sure.
Nolan Siegel fresh out of the pits, looking to make the pass that could put that car at least on track in a position to win the title. Siegel, the youngster from Palo Alto, California, will turn 19 years old next month. In fact, a month from today, he is the Indy Next Rookie of the Year. Won 2 races this year, en route to 3rd in the championship. Also had a busy offseason racing in the Asian Le Mans Series, where he finished 5th in LMP2. Getting some big-time GT3 experience. We'll watch the battle here on the racetrack, but I think we might be able to get to the bottom of the strategy situation because Amanda is down with Callum Ilott.
And we're watching this back and forth between the 120 and with Nolan right now. And Callum, we're under 3 hours into this race, and the math is starting to math. From your perspective, do you guys need another stop?
Probably. I mean, I'm not the strategist here. We had a little issue, which meant we had to box early, which was very unfortunate because we had good pace and obviously took over the Pro-Am lead. But it is what it is. We have to work with it. Yeah, still 3 hours to go, so anything can happen.
I heard your helmet is currently with Racing Electronics. What's going on there?
With my radio. A few hearing difficulties. It's all part of it. I did my job, so I'm happy even with the difficulties. But yeah, it's not made it easy, that's for sure.
Was that the only issue?
For me, yes. Well, I mean, we had 2 separate things, but it's okay. We're working on it, and it should be all solved.
And then just a fun question. What do you think of Nolan Siegel?
Oh, he's a good kid. I've watched him in Indy Next. He's done a great job. He's super fast. I don't know how old he is, but he's got some good pace on him.
I'm sure Callum will want to keep him honest next season.
Not quite next season, but it does look like he is IndyCar bound, and 18 is the answer to that question.
Yeah, incredible. Well, incredible. He's raced here a dozen plus times, and the amount of experience he's had at such a young age. But he needs to be told right now, he needs to be told by the pit box, listen, that 120 car is going to have to make one more stop. So they had some kind of issue, don't know exactly what it was, but Callum did allude to that they are a little bit off sequence here, so they're going to have to make one more stop compared to the 04 if both cars run without any problems here towards the end. So he needs to be told, you don't need to pass him. Just sit there, just run your laps, knock your hour out, and bring the car back to pit lane.
17. He doesn't turn 18 till next month.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not
Oh,
great.
here he comes. He wasn't listening, Calvin. He gets up on the curb somehow, though. They don't come together, or do they? Oh, my goodness. These two, the 120, the 04. The youngster Nolan Siegel, a month shy of his 18th birthday, on the prowl.
I don't understand this. I really don't understand why Bill Riley's not on the horn to Nolan Siegel and saying, you don't need to race this car. They're on a disadvantage. They have to make one additional stop, we believe. I mean, that was pretty feisty there. That was arms and elbows out there trying to make that move. I mean, I love it. I love the racing aspect of it, but just from a strategy standpoint, don't quite get it. I mean, all you need is a cut down tire to the wrong part of this racetrack, limping the car home, body parts flying, and we've seen it so many times, Bob. You know, you just got to think about the big picture here. But the key is Nolan may not know it, but the team should know what we've been discussing. Well, Callum kind of, you know, told us that they're off strategy and they're outside of the window of doing it on just 2 more stops.
Unless they are telling him, and he's just not taking it on board.
Certainly thrilling to watch.
Yeah.
But it can go sideways and be heartbreak at the same time. So settling back down here, certainly Elliott Skier's not going to be, he'd welcome the challenge actually. I mean, I think if Elliott Skier knows he's in trouble, he'd say, come on, come and attack me. Let's see if we can rub a little bit. See who's going to survive.
Well, I remember the Red Bull days in Formula One when Sebastian Vettel was as headstrong as a young driver could be. And they'd be telling him, don't press to get fast lap. In addition to leading every lap and winning the race from pole, don't go for the Grand Slam. And more often than not, he would not listen.
Max has been guilty of that as well in recent races, Max Verstappen.
Yeah, it's easy to tell when they're fibbing to him. Oh, your tires aren't going to make it, or oh, we think you got a puncture, or on and on and on. Nurse the car, don't thrash it.
Some of those drivers have incentives built into their contracts, but they almost need an additional one. If you actually do what you're told, we'll pay you even more money.
Yeah, right. Car 120, a warning for blocking on the previous lap.
Thought it was all totally legit there, but
was it turn 7? Amanda, what do we know?
Just in talking with Bill Riley, he saw that happening with him being on fresher tires against the 120. And I know we were questioning why those two were racing. They have signaled to Nolan to calm it down a little bit out there.
There you go. 17-year-old kid driving one of these beautiful Mercedes AMG GT3 cars at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Well, that's why you select him. That's why you hire him to put him in the car to have that sort of speed and that racecraft. But again, you know, as enticing as it is, and he knows who they're in a fight with for the championship, but he needs to know. I mean, some drivers, Bob, are so in tune. They know every little wrinkle. They know what's going on with all the other cars. There are other drivers who are just oblivious. When do I get in the car?
Right.
You know, give me a sandwich and I'll be ready to go again. And for Nolan Siegel, he needs to be told, like, this 120 car has a strategy problem here that they're trying to work around, and if you just keep running, the championship should be ours. I mean, you don't want to just drop back. Don't give a massive margin to work with that potential of maybe just getting a drive time reset and not needing fuel, but nonetheless.
Yeah, what he's doing right now is
perfect.
really all he needs to.
Yeah, perfect. See the Gunar moving around, running P3 overall. And that's always tough when you got a little class lead battle right in front of you. Trying to navigate your way through here with a minimum of fuss. Ralph Bamboo, the 77 car, going for a repeat victory here, but it's going to be tough sledding. A good day compared to the other Mercedes. Has a little bit of an advantage now. He gets inside Nolan Siegel. Nice clean move, but going to need some help on those BMWs. Gap up front between Farfus and Eng sits there at about 33 seconds. We now see the 120 in, so
taking off those pit stops.
Yeah, so this is where we're talking about. They've already made a pit stop, so now they've got 2 more to go, and the 04 car has only 2 more to go.
Right.
And however he comes out, that's going to be the disadvantage that they've had by having to do that right now.
No driver change.
No fuel, importantly. So this doesn't have to be. This is where they're doing the reset, Ryan. This is where they're doing the reset. No fuel going on board, so this will mean they won't lose a full lap. So I think they've recognized their error, trying to correct it, but now they've got a big deficit, obviously, in terms of track position to try and make up. So this is not going to need to be the full 112-second stop. So I'm going to be curious to see, they're basically neck and neck when they come out and we cycle through here, what that cost them by being on pit lane. 63 seconds to traverse pit lane. You change that one tire. That means if the fueling equipment is not connected, you don't need to meet that minimum pit stop time. They're going to make it easier for us to calculate. It's just then going to come down to that battle for who's in front of another car.
As we were looking at that situation, Cal, I was trying to think my way out of their predicament, and the only thing I could come up with would be to take an untimed stop that didn't involve fuel.
Yep. And they're doing it now, which I like. Get out of the way, and if you can stay on the same lap as that car, which they should have done,
yep.
That means if there's a yellow, you can suddenly be back in the game. So don't wait so late that you can't get that opportunity. Give yourselves 2 hours, 47 minutes for a safety car.
But now they are dependent on that full course yellow.
Yeah, it'd be a massive ask to do it on pace.
The other element of it too, the 04 still has to be perfect in pit lane. We've seen even some of the best teams make some miscues today. Drive-through penalty would change the equation in a dramatic way.
Yeah, so right now as I look at it, I think they're about 61 seconds behind the 04. So that was what it cost them, because they were basically together when he made the pit stop.
Now, battle breaking out here. This is not for a trophy, but still a lot of pride on the line. 13th place overall, Onofrio Triarsi, 14th place. Matt Bell, what an up and down day it's been for TR3 at half orange, half gray Mercedes.
Kind of symbolizes and embodies their weekend. Half of it's been great, the other half not so much.
You're exactly right. Kenton Cook, a driver who did not know he would be driving this car until this morning, is the one behind the wheel right now. Or is it Bell? It might be Bell, I'm sorry. I thought I saw the 3-letter abbreviation on the Loomerang for Kenton. But as we know, they've had that transponder switch in that car, so it's probably either Cook or Bell. Let's put it that way. In any event, closing in on that battle for position is the Sky Tempesta Ferrari and Eddie Cheever III. Haven't spent too much time talking about this driver just yet, but Eddie, of course, the son of 1998 Indy 500 champion Eddie Cheever Jr. Had a Formula One career before he came stateside to race Indy cars, and it's interesting, he found much of his success on ovals despite coming from a road racing background.
That's right. He was quite the rising star back in the day. My old booth colleague David Hobbs recalls Eddie Cheever as a young driver doing great things. Part of a generation of good drivers, guys like Terry Boutsen.
Sure.
And I'm sure Eddie Jr. is proud of Eddie III.
And this vintage of Eddie Cheever, you'll often see with an Italian flag next to his name. Spent his formative years in Italy, if I'm not mistaken.
I actually don't know where Eddie III was born. Well, you know, Eddie Jr., the 500-mile winner, was born in Phoenix, wore the Star of Arizona on his helmet. In fact, I saw Eddie III's helmet.
Yeah, I did too.
Sort of a tribute to Dad's helmet logo. And I did some Formula One commentary with Eddie, and somehow we get onto the subject of an American living abroad, and he said, well, you know what? I get complaints all the time from people saying, oh, you're living elsewhere just to dodge American taxes. No, you can't dodge American taxes no matter where in the world you live. If you're an American, you have to pay those taxes. So he said, I get to pay taxes in 2 countries.
Always good for a quip, Eddie Cheever Jr.
Yeah, he's a clever guy.
Very bright indeed. And Eddie III has put together a pretty nice GT racing career. Won the overall GT World Challenge Europe Pro-Am Class Championship in what was admittedly a bizarre 2020 season. Just this year, though, he and Chris Froggatt and Jonathan Wee won the Bronze Championship at Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe for this Sky Tempesta racing team, but that was in a McLaren, not in this Ferrari. Just wrapped that up last week in Barcelona, in fact. And he is close again. This is about to be battle for position here with the TR3 car and the Sky Tempesta Ferrari. Just ahead of the TR3 car on the road is another Ferrari of the 296 variety that is out of the Triarsi Competizione stables, and it is Onofrio Triarsi, the eponymous Onofrio Triarsi, who is driving that car, currently 13th. It is the family business. They own Ferrari dealerships in Florida and have had a ton of success in Ferrari Challenge racing over the years.
By the way, timing and scoring confirms that is Kenton Cook in the car.
Just super impressive, isn't he?
Yes,
to hop in, no laps in practice, no laps in qualifying. First laps come in race conditions, and he's been on it right away.
I wonder if he thought when he got that text, as he described to us early in this race, I got a text, I was not planning on doing anything but maybe going out and watching some racing, and then they say, bring your helmet, and we're going to put you in the car. I wonder how long he actually thought, maybe I shouldn't do that.
I don't think he did at all, knowing Kenton.
I agree, right. What, drive a Mercedes in the 8 hour? You got it.
He's here this weekend because he is running in Pirelli GT4 America, where he actually won a race yesterday alongside his teammate Kevin Bohm. They came in with an outside shot at the Silver Class Championship. Doesn't look like it's going their way. Their season finale is tomorrow. But he does have experience with this team. He got drafted in to fill in for Ziad Gondor at VIR, and he paired up with Daniel Morad, who you may recall was the breakout star of this event 1 year ago.
Right, a winner.
For Craft Bamboo, that's right. The only part of that winning trio that is not back this year, which is a real shame, but another story altogether. In any event, Kenton Cook got drafted in alongside Daniel Morad, and they did pick up a race win that weekend. Showed the team exactly what he was capable of.
Keep it on the island, Kenton.
In fact, they won twice at VIR, swept the weekend in class, but one of the wins was an overall win. They definitely flexed their muscle there, and that was a big weekend for the team. They had not really had a result to hang their hat on prior to that. This was their first year racing with this Mercedes. And so for them to show in the pro class that they could go toe-to-toe with the established teams in Fanatec GT here in America, that I'm sure meant a great deal to the Romanelli brothers who run that operation.
As the drivers make this turn 10, onto the short chute between IndyCar turns 1 and 2, that low setting sun is right in the driver's eyes. Not for long, and it may not be a hindrance yet, but they are definitely driving straight into it.
Last year, this became the first event in the long history of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to run into the darkness on purpose. There have been a few Brickyard 400s that ran quite late, as I recall, but they were not scheduled to. Never quite got truly dark in those, and it did last year, no doubt about it. Very excited to see that once again here in 2023.
Yep.
Onofrio Triarsi still at the front of this train, running 13th.
And that's all a part of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway legacy as well. I mean, you probably don't notice it until it's pointed out or you look around. There are no lights at Indianapolis. There have never been. We used to joke around about, imagine if other companies owned this track or other parts of the world. You know, if this country or that country had an Indianapolis, there'd be condos all the way around, and there'd be a country club on the infield, which, in a manner of speaking, there is here with the Brickyard Crossing. But the point is, this place with all of the improvements that Penske Entertainment and Doug Bowles and his team have wrought here, and no doubt there's plenty more coming, it just retains its essential character and has done for so long.
Curious if you would agree. I think a lot of credit for that has to go to the Holman George family, which owned the track from 1946 until 2020, when it was sold, saved the place from being thrown into the scrapyard after World War II.
And you remember how outraged certain longtime fans of the Speedway were when Tony George announced NASCAR was going to come here.
That's a good point, actually, because we become accustomed to having high-level racing year-round at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Until that announcement, it was one day in May. That was it. I mean, you had the month of May practice leading up, but in terms of a race,
6 hours of practice every day.
That's right. But one day of racing a year at this venue, and that all changed when NASCAR came in 1994, and that heralded a change in philosophy, and it brought Formula One, it brought the Red Bull Air races, it brought MotoGP, sports car racing, of course. Even the SCCA National Championship runoffs have been held here, and I have to believe any national championship at that level is special, but to do it here in a limited amount of opportunities, it's only been here a handful of times, those have to be one little step above the rest.
Right. Absolutely, because it's Indy.
It should be noted, 500 has a certain significance here at this track. Just a few laps ago, we have crossed the 500-mile threshold in the Indianapolis 8-hour.
And speaking of purist Indy fan outrage, the formal name of that race on Memorial Day weekend is not the Indy 500. It's the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
I won't argue with you. I agree. Although it has had different names over the years. International Sweepstakes, I think, back in the early days. There were a couple other different monikers, but, off-track moment there for the TR3 car. Good save by Ketton. But that said, a lot of the memorabilia these days does say Indy 500 on it.
Oh, sure.
The official stuff from the track.
Yeah.
So, along with so many traditions, that one might be starting to fade. But what does not fade is the significance of this venue, the importance of racing and winning here, especially if you've got a name like Cheever, which has a family connection. And I do wonder, I never got a chance to speak with Eddie III here this weekend, I do wonder how important this is to check this off his bucket list.
I mean, you can't compare the Indy 500 to anything else that happens year-round at this track. And I agree with you, race every night. You know, use the place. Let everybody experience the joy and the thrill of driving these cars around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But you're still not in any way equivalent to what happens on Memorial Day weekend here.
I do like, though, the fact that traditions are starting to emerge, though, that are coming from outside the 500, showing the importance of these other events. You know, people think about kissing the bricks as this time-honored thing, but that started with NASCAR's Dale Jarrett in 1998.
That's right.
And I think the venue is healthier for it, to have so many forms of motorsports celebrated in what they proudly proclaim to be the racing capital of the world.
Let's remember that
the
Indy 500 was a part of the World Championship for a decade in the 1950s. It was not a Formula One race, but it was a part of the World Championship.
That's correct. Closing in on perhaps reaching the 1,000-kilometer threshold before the end of this race. I mentioned earlier the distance record. I don't have it in miles, I just have it in laps. 328 is the margin. I suspect that could very well be in jeopardy before all is said and done.
Well, certainly with the one and only full course yellow we've seen.
Still 2.5 hours to go, Bob.
Oh yeah, no, no doubt we could see another one. But the point is, we've been basically green flagged from 12:15 this afternoon Eastern Time.
Looks like a championship is in the offing for the number 28 RS1 Porsche, 218 to 185. And by the way, Bimmer World's most recent pit stop is under review right now. But it was a fairly healthy lead coming in for McAleer and Filgaris. They needed to make sure they got to halfway. They needed to make sure all three drivers did their mandatory drive time. They've done that, checked those boxes. They appear poised to back up their Pirelli GT4 America's Silver Championship 1 year ago with a Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS Pro Class Championship just 1 year later. In the first year for the team racing a GT3 car, and for one of its drivers, Eric Filgaris, no previous GT3 experience. Eric made his intentions known qualifying for the first race of the season. First time qualifying a GT3 car, boom, pole, just like that. Okay, transition from GT4 to GT3, I think he might be all right.
Not a problem.
And it is Eric driving right now. He has worked so hard for this opportunity, as we've chronicled multiple times throughout the show, indeed throughout the season. Paired with his good friend, Stephen McAleer. This has been a season they have been building towards for a long, long time. Probably knew coming in this would be a one and done type of opportunity, and knew they needed to capitalize. Well, they've done exactly that. Not quite over yet, but just about. It's Brian Sellers running 9th right now. 2nd in the Pro-Am class. It's been a nice, solid day for DXDT Racing, Amanda.
It really has, and Brian Sellers was one of the guys that asked this guy if he wanted to join with them this weekend about a month ago, and you just told me the story, and I think people would find it entertaining. How did this come about, Thomas?
It's not the traditional way you come about your GT drives, but my Porsche Carrera Cup race team that I race for subleased as part of the workshop off DXDT. So one day they were in looking for a silver driver for this event, and I just happened to be in there. So as a team, they decided they'd love to have me drive for them, and I'm honoured for the opportunity. So my first time in a GT3 car, first time in a proper endurance event, and in the Mercedes. So a lot of firsts this weekend, but it's been going really good so far.
I know you competed at the Bathurst 6 Hour last season, and you said that you had a little experience with driver changes and pit stops. How much has that helped you here today?
Yeah, as you mentioned, we won the Bathurst 6 Hour last year, so it's a little bit of a different event, obviously running production cars versus GT3 car, but the principle's still the same in how you come about it. So it was a good step. You know, it gets me a bit of an understanding on how it works, so it makes this weekend like this a little bit easier.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Well, that accent tells you everything you need to know. If you thought perhaps Tom Sargent was somehow related to Logan Sargent, the Floridian from the United States who drives for Team Williams in Formula One.
Well, Tom Sargent, or Thomas Sargent, from Australia, as you heard, started off racing single-seaters down under, won a Formula Ford championship for Australia in 2021. A lot of local championships as well in the Formula Ford ranks, but pretty quickly made the switch to GTs. And last year, he won the Porsche Sprint Challenge Australia Championship, racked up 7 wins in the process, and has parlayed that into a chance to come stateside to race in Carrera Cup for McElrea Racing, which is owned by an Australian as well. So really a promising up-and-comer. He was named to the Porsche Junior program, the Junior North America program, to be clear, earlier this year, and is one to keep an eye on. But one of so many, Bob, that view GT racing as an opportunity.
That was a close moment there. You were looking down at your notes, but that Triarsi Ferrari put right side wheels off in the dirt, I think trying to get out of the way down in turn 7, and almost spun across the track. But I get your point. I have to say I have a lot of respect for drivers from Australia in particular, because I've been down there. I know that car parts, importing things like car parts or entire race cars and tires and whatever, incurs very heavy taxes. So it's very hard, very expensive, even more so than here in the United States and other parts of the world, to both race, to run a race team, or to develop a driving career. So I think that's why so many young Australians go to the UK, come to the United States, whatever it might be, because it's financially a little more manageable.
Such a great motorsport culture, though.
Oh, absolutely.
In Australia and New Zealand, and this is a huge weekend down under with the Bathurst 1000, and actually little connection to this race, because the car at the head of this train, that Porsche right there from Grove Racing, they're involved in supercars, and they've got a couple of cars that'll be running in the 1000. The great race, as it's known down under. David Reynolds qualified 6th for what's there known as the Penrite Racing team. Matthew Payne will start 8th. And Matthew Payne's co-driver is someone who will be familiar to sports car racing fans, none other than Kevin Estra, getting drafted in.
Yep, they have a great racing legacy down in Australia, and spoiler alert, the rising Australian star did some significant things in Formula One today. You'll have to go find what I'm talking about.
You did spoil it, Bob.
How do you know that?
Would be a Mr. Piastri, possibly.
That would be the one, yeah.
Some of their other exports have been remarkable this season, too. You look at the likes of Shane van Gisbergen, although admittedly not an Australian, but out of supercars.
Right.
Winning in his NASCAR debut. First driver to win on a Cup points race on debut when he won on the street course in Chicago since Johnny Rutherford won a qualifying race for the Daytona 500, which at the time was a points-paying event. So it's been a little while. I think that was in the early 1960s. And then you look at IndyCar, another Kiwi, but with supercar roots. And Scott McLaughlin, best finishing Penske driver in points.
Did Mario Andretti win the Daytona 500 in his NASCAR debut? Or had he raced in NASCAR previously?
I don't have the answer to that.
I don't either, but it's fun to think about. But you're right about the supercars and the skills that it hones in their drivers. It's a very cool series, I have to say. I've seen them race a few times down under. And, of course, they came to Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas once, where all the drivers were terribly upset because they weren't running the full Grand Prix course. They were just going to run the short course.
Yeah, I was down there, called a couple of races with Lee Diffie, our pal, along with Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, called Bathurst, and then Surface. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to have a good time down there.
Bathurst is at the top of my bucket list.
If you want to have fun, watch an onboard lab with Jason Bright taking Darrell Waltrip for a ride around the mountain.
I was hoping you'd bring that up.
Oh my goodness. We were obviously, well not obviously, we were sharing the same hotel that weekend, and we were with Darrell after that happened, and he was literally terrified. So it looked like I was the typical Darrell kind of shtick, but no, he was petrified behind the wheel.
He was crying.
Oh, literally screaming.
And it gets to the end, and he says,
Oh,
look at that. That was tight.
Sure was. Triarci and Cook had some close calls in this stint, and they've got the overall lead car right there too. That's Augusto Farfus.
Yeah, he has to give it up. It's so tough to try and tuck it down there into turn 12 because the car's leaning over to the left as you try and pull it down to the right. Really hard to keep the front underneath you when you're doing that.
First to second has been stable in this stint, just under 31 seconds right now. Farfus back to Eng. Farfus, though, in some heavy traffic at the moment as he moves to the inside of Kenton Cook. Kenton will give way, but it gets really tight. That's the leader. Suspension damage, it does appear, to the left front of Augusto Farfus' BMW.
Wow, we talked about his discipline and patience in traffic all day long. That is going to ruin that race for that car.
Oh, my goodness.
what on earth was he thinking?
And Onofrio Triarsi's car wounded as well. We stay green for the moment. How bad is the damage? I think that's the Bimmer World car. This is the car we need to pay attention to. Yeah, that left front is not pointed in the right direction.
Wow. It has not been a season to remember for Augusto Farfus. He and Philip Eng, who share a prototype program, have not had a lot of success this year.
Oh.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's totally praying that left front. Can't even turn it.
Augusto Farfus in the grass at the exit of turn 7. This all stemmed from an incident back in turn number 1. Now we wait for the second place car. Here he comes. He makes the pass as the stranded car is still to the side of the road. Or not quite, he's back on the track, but here we go. The lead has changed. The team car back in front. The number 30 from WRT has taken the lead.
Yeah, and let's not forget, he needs to get that car back because if he stops on track, there'll be a safety car, and that would put the Mercedes right on the tail of Philip Eng. So important that he gets the car back.
The plot thickens. The game is afoot.
Unbelievable. Problems here for Sellers, it appears. The car was having a good run in the top 10 overall, 3rd in class. It does look like Farfus will make his way back to the pit lane, so we'll stay green. But I wonder what's happened to the 08.
The Indianapolis 8 hours delivers again when it comes to dramatic twists and turns in the second half of the race.
You know, it reminds me of 2 years ago, Callum Ilott out in front in one of the Ferraris, gets caught out by a GT4 car in turn 1, ends a very promising day. Very similar set of circumstances. It was about this stage of the race too. It was pretty deep into the event.
The Triazzi Ferrari having a little inspection as well, but major damage on this front end of this BMW. Came over, you can see the signs of mechanic.
Oh, you said it, Calvin. This has not been a banner year for Augusto, at least here stateside. He's had a couple high-profile incidents. And you could see the disappointment in the body language.
Yeah, he can't believe it. Just a massive lead that they were trying to manage. You can see the body language just kicking his own heels here. Just, that's a tough one.
That is how quickly fortunes can change in motorsport.
And that's racing. I mean, he's been delivered for so long. And that's the up and down of motorsport in terms of he's put in some monumental stints to score victories around the world, but today it just went wrong. Brazilian super fun guy, know him well, spent a lot of time over in Europe for a couple of years when he was doing DTM. And he's a real performer, just turned 40 years old.
But the day done for the erstwhile race-leading BMW. WRT now with just one bullet left in the chamber, and it is Philip Eng who is fighting for an Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli Drivers' Championship. One thing this does is I suspect it eliminates BMW. Well, not quite, because there are other nominated cars. Strange things could, I suppose, happen, but it most likely takes out of the equation BMW clinching the Manufacturers' Championship in IGTC.
Puts Eng in great shape, though, for the drivers, because he'll now assume the lead here, but
it also promotes Gunan, though. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
That's the man he's chasing. And Amanda's with Augusto.
And reflecting on what happened on track in Augusto, I just seen your body language since the beginning of this. You get out of the BMW, shut the door really hard, kind of walk away, shaking your head. Reflect on what happened on track.
Yeah, I mean, it's my mistake. But it's also a shame that you try to lap cars and there is absolutely zero respect in this field. It is very sad to see how lap drivers, they act. The Mercedes had in front, it was blocking me for more than a few laps. And I did the move. And unfortunately, the Ferrari in front had the apex speed was too low and I could not stop the car. It was absolutely my mistake. And yeah, it's a shame. I think people should just learn how to respect the blue flag. I don't know who was that driver, but I think he should learn to see and respect the race from the others. You cannot. I didn't want him led by, but he should just not block the way he was doing. So
I can see it in your face and just how you're wearing this one. How painful of a moment?
It's very painful. We threw a race which was in our hands. My mistake, so there is not much I can say.
Thank you. Guys, I will say we were over here right when that incident happened. Actually, team principal Vincent Voss and Yves Wirtz were in a huddle looking over some footage on a film, and when it happened, everyone jumped into action. You saw Sheldon put on his helmet, as well as the other driver getting ready for the change, but just an unfortunate event here.
Let's look at it again here, Cal.
Yeah, he's just late making the move on the Mercedes, and yeah, I think he has to put that one. He admitted it was his mistake, and I don't really think the Ferrari did anything wrong. I mean, he was a couple of car lengths ahead as they got to the brake pedal, and I don't think he'd expect to be attacked like that down at the apex. And I've got tremendous respect for Augusto, and he's a super racer, but he just misjudged that one a little bit, unfortunately.
And there you see the change in position as it happened. They put the number 30 of Philippang back in the lead of the race. WRT BMW ring rolled back through Gasoline Alley. Their day effectively done.
I remember a couple of years ago at the Spa 24 Hours when a young friend of ours, John Edwards, was driving for BMW in a car sharing with Augusto Farfus. And at night, John had a huge accident, not of his own making, as I recall. But when he got back to the garage, we saw a video of Augusto Farfus talking with him very earnestly about what happened. What are you thinking? And I think Farfus was probably telling him, you know, the kind of things he'd like to be told right now. You know, it was maybe a mistake. Stuff happens. It's just, as we've all said, it's unfortunate. And nobody knows that better than Augusto Farfus.
Back to Amanda.
Well, the 38 just came in for their pit stop, and I was talking to Neil Verhagen earlier just a little bit ago saying that it's been a long day at the office for the 38. They're having some rig issues on the refueling, saying they can only get about half of a tank out of that, so it's increased longer pit stops and more frequency of pit stops.
This has them in a bad place from a strategy perspective, right?
Yeah, it was kind of bizarre that we've got two BMW teams. Bill Oldman talked about refueling issues on the 94 car as well, and as you look at the clock, it's going to put them outside and doing it on one more stop by a little bit. So yeah, it's bizarre, and that's why this minimum stop time really has a dramatic effect on the outcome of these races. If you have little niggly problems, you know, you could stretch the mileage, but the regulations do not allow you to go beyond that 65-minute.
That's right.
Driving stint.
The rules are what they are.
Quite a day for this car that took the lead into turn one on lap one. Spent a bunch of the race dominating. Miscommunication or a late call to the pit lane meant that they spent an extra lap on track, went 11 seconds over that maximum stint length of 65 minutes. That led to a drive-through penalty. There was also an incident where they came together with their teammate, just light front-to-back contact, and race control ordered a position swap at that stage. But they've been up and down, yo-yoing through every range of emotion, and now find themselves back on top again, improbably.
Yeah, and for a championship leader, Jules Gounon, who's aboard this number 77 machine, this is not ideal for him because that's a bigger point swing. If he was going to finish behind Eng, second and third, it's only going to be a 3-point swing. That's a 7-point swing, and he came into this event 15 points in front, so it's going to basically halve that, bring it down to an 8-point gap going to the final round of the championship. So second would still clinch it, whatever, if Eng should even win, but it'd need to be on the podium if Eng should get a victory there in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, you are, of course, correct. When I was talking about the fact, though, that promoted Gounon to second, I guess I was thinking about the fact that had the other WRT car been running and it had just been a change in position first to second, then Eng would have still been third.
Yeah, that would have been a 10-point swing, yeah.
Ultimately, Yeah, you are correct. This is good news for Philip Eng as he pursues Jules Gounon for the championship. Confusingly, even though the Lumerank says Eng, this is actually Mauro Engel. Of course, the first 3 letters of the last names are the same.
I was thinking that yesterday. I'm like, why is Eng in a Mercedes?
It's tripped me up a time or two. Quiet day for the 999 hit from Team Gruppe M, another team with Far East roots in addition to plenty of German connections.
But they're doing what they can do. They realize they don't have the ultimate pace of the BMWs here in race trim, but they haven't made any mistakes yet, and certainly the BMWs have. We saw the one with Augusto, which is well documented by now, and the 30 car continues to lead, but not been a smooth day either, so they need to keep their nose clean here for the last couple of hours or so.
And Madison Snow still chipping away. 4th overall, a healthy lead in the North American Pro class. And again, if you're just joining us and you want to know what's the difference, IGTC Pro to Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS Pro. The IGTC Pro class cars can have 3 drivers of any FIA grading. However, the Pro class cars, as it's been all season for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, must include at least 1 silver graded driver in their lineups. But a stout effort, as you would expect from Wright Motorsports. Top Porsche in the field belongs to this driver here, Madison Snow. And looking back, you find the overall leader. So I think what that means is Madison Snow, the last car on the lead lap overall, running 4th at the moment.
Nolan Siegel still knocking out his drive time. We think he'll turn over the reins to Colin Brown to do a double, or close to a full double, just shy of a couple hours here to get to the finish here when the 04 hits pit lane once again. A healthy lead over the 120 that ran afoul of an issue and having to pit a little bit off sequence there, but they've tried to correct things. But if we stay green and no one has any drama, the 04 car is in great shape for that championship victory, but still 2 hours, 10 minutes to go, and we've seen so many twists and turns today already.
No doubt about it. Would not have predicted that incident with Augusto Farfus just a few moments ago, so I'm not going to bother making any predictions here.
No, and you know, we've seen him in traffic all day long, and we've seen the discipline that he's demonstrated in terms of making the right decisions. And that one, I think he just got caught out there, and he was trying to go to the inside of the Mercedes and just took his braking in real deep, and the Ferrari, just innocent bystander really at apex of the corner.
This is a sport of split-second decisions. And one poor split-second decision can cost you the race. And we've seen that in the case of WRT and Augusto Farfus. Just over 2 hours still to go in this one. The championship awaits at the end of the road, quite possibly for this car if they can keep things clean the rest of the way. Beautiful effort from the Riley team. Now, a moment ago, we saw the 08 slow on track. Let's go ahead down to Amanda to get some more.
Well, Brian, I saw Scott Smithen walking with his head heavy. I saw the team get out of here. What happened on track?
We had a right rear suspension failure, unfortunately. It looks like where the control arm bolts to the upright, the inserts came out, so the right rear basically just fell off. So it's tough. I feel super disappointed for all our guys. You know, this was, we fought our way from the back. We were running second, and I feel like as the temperatures came down, the car was coming to life. So I just hate it for the guys. They worked so hard all season, and you finally get this opportunity to come into an 8-hour race where the crews really shine. And, you know, we just weren't able to finish the race. So I think they'll get it fixed. We'll go back out and we'll get some Scott and Tom some drive time again, let them finish off the race because we didn't come this far just to stop now.
From your experience, was there any feedback from the car or any warning?
No, it was pretty instantaneous. strange because it had been really good and absolutely no feedback. Normally, you would start to feel something happen. You'd start to feel the rear go a little bit oversteery, slide around. But it was pretty instant as I transitioned back into the chicane. It went pretty fast. At first, I thought it was a tire going flat, but I knew pretty quick that wasn't the problem.
There was really exciting news announced this weekend for DXDT with the alliance with Corvette. Talk about what we can expect next season.
Well, I think it's a super exciting partnership. Everyone at DXDT is excited to move into the new car, into a new relationship, but all the while, super thankful for the relationship we've had with Mercedes for all these years. Corvette seems to be a good path for us right now. We're looking to try to expand the racing programs and grow, and I think they're trying to do the same with their customer program. So we're really looking forward to working with them, learning from them, and getting into the new car.
Thanks, Brian. We know how much this team digs week in, week out.
Yeah, thank you.
2 cars coming next year. Brand new Chevrolet Corvette C8 based GT3R. Fantastic car. It's been on display here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway all week. If you haven't had a chance to see it, if you haven't been here on site, let's show you a little bit more about Chevy's new GT3 offering.
Hi, I'm Greg Gill, President and CEO of SRO Motorsports America. One of the things we're particularly excited about at the Indy 8 Hour is the debut and announcement of Corvette and Chevrolet returning to GT3 to go customer racing in 2024. This has been a long time coming, and we are just so pleased about it.
I'm Dave Askew. I'm the owner of DXDT Racing. Well, DXDT Racing has been selected by Corvette Racing to run 2 of their Z06 GT3Rs in SRO next year. And we're really excited to get a hold of these cars and put them on the racetrack and go racing with them. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I grew up in Detroit when I was a kid. My dad had Corvettes in the driveway, and I've always been fascinated with race cars from an early age, and really looking forward to racing these cars next year. Corvette Racing certainly has a long history of winning races and winning championships, and DXDT Racing is looking to leverage that and tap into all of that experience and know-how to help us on our path to doing the same. We want to add to those statistics. We want to win races. We want to win championships. We expect to win races and championships, and we're going to work as hard as we can to get to that goal.
Awesome looking race car just in the carbon fiber black there. I imagine it'll look great in the DXDT livery.
Yeah, exciting times ahead. Lots of interest from new manufacturers building GT3 cars, and the 31 car is back on the road.
Well, that matters. They're fighting for points. BMW certainly is within Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. Great job by that WRT to turn that car around so quickly. That team, they've had their ups and downs today, but they've shown at times their mental acumen, and then when it comes to fixing a race car, they went to work, they knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, 12 laps down is how they're listed right now. We'll see if that changes by the time they get back up to speed and on the racetrack, but last time we looked at timing and scoring, that was the deficit, so they'll keep soldiering on and just trying to get the car to the finish.
Back to the Corvette announcement, though. How cool is it to have, first of all, a fully FIA GT3 homologated machine from Corvette? We've seen the Callaway in the past, but that's been done independent of the factory, and not just a race car, but true customer racing, which is what SRO is all about.
Yeah, really, really cool to see that. I mean, obviously Corvette Racing have been campaigning basically a reworked GT Le Mans GTE machine over the last couple of seasons here in North America, but now to see this full customer program, it's going to be a good bundle of cars out there in the various championships on the global scale. So very exciting. Ford have got a brand new Mustang that they're debuting next year, so excited to see that. Campaigned here in North America with Multimatic, so exciting times ahead. It'd be great to see Ford versus Chevy back in the field.
quite the pony wars of Mustang and Camaro, but I'll take Mustang versus Corvette. That's pretty cool too.
Great things are going in Formula One. You may see Ford versus Cadillac.
That's right. Andretti get the final nod. They're halfway there, right?
Yeah.
One step closer with this week's announcement.
Well, we heard from Brian Sellers DXTT was going to try and enact repairs. It looks like they've done that. That car back in the pit lane. They'll go ahead and pound around, learn a little bit more, and get some more seat time for Scott Smithson and young Thomas Sargent in particular.
Yeah, shame for that group because they had problems with the 91 car earlier in the race with a driveline issue. I don't think the two are related in any way. It sounded like more just literal suspension pickup point, as Brian alluded to Amanda there in the interview. I think they just need a change of pace, you know what I mean? I think that group's been digging hard, trying to find the pace in those Mercedes. Always seem to be just a tick off of the Riley CrowdStrike entry. I think that frustrated them, so I think that'll be good to get them involved with Pratt and Miller and all of the expertise that GM bring to the table.
Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro Class leader Madison Snow heads to the pit lane. This is easily within the window of doing it on one more stop after this one. Smooth day, looking for 3 straight wins in the Pro Class after sweeping Sebring.
Yeah, really solid day. I mean, the drivers have done an excellent job. Jan Halen, Trent Hinman, Madison. That is a stellar lineup.
So Madison will climb out.
That's Trent jumping up.
I think you're right. That doesn't look like Jan's helmet.
Yeah.
Frankly, I haven't seen Trent on this side of North American sports car racing in a little while. His first time racing in the paddock since 2021 when he ran the 8-hour.
Different ways of doing these driver changes. Sometimes you'll have what we call a driver assist, like a crew member that will do the buckling in. Sometimes it'll be driver to driver, so whatever you're comfortable with. But it has to be well rehearsed. There's plenty of time. There's no real panic with the amount of time that it takes to put a full fuel load on board, plus the minimum pit stop time. But it doesn't take much to get in a bit of a flap. You sit on a belt, all starts to go sideways pretty quickly, and emotions start to run high.
TRG still trying to recover from pit lane speeding issue early in the race. The update from Amanda on that was that a pit lane speed limiter button accidentally got hit during that driver change. That's another element of it. And when Ben Tuck went out, the limiter wasn't on. He thought it was going to be, and he got caught speeding in the pit lane. They had a drive-through penalty. They've been trying to drive back from.
It was close, but it was
not. Was it nip and tuck or not
No.
nip and tuck? I know you're trying to set me up here, but I don't know what the punchline is. That's the problem. I am not as good at the puns as Mr. Fish. What was the punchline?
Oh, you got it.
But which one was it? Was it
Well,
nip and tuck or not nip and tuck? Hard to say.
I'll tell you what's an interesting move. So a lot of action around that right rear corner there on the refueling stop. There is a rule in place that you cannot go over or underneath your fuel hose. So you got to be careful with that, particularly when you're changing that right rear with the refueling nozzle in some of these cars. All in the regards to the safety of suddenly knocking the refueling nozzle out as it's pumping fuel.
Right. And that's where the oversized pits help these guys, because you're not pitting as close to your rivals or teammates as you might otherwise be at lots of other racetracks. So it's a lot harder to run over somebody's fuel hose or tools or whatever might be in the pit lane.
It's so easy to get a flash fire when the cars are hot, exhaust, even brake rotors and stuff. You suddenly get a fuel spill there in the heat of the action.
Get to the end of these endurance races, even an 8-hour race, and you end up with some walking, or maybe I should say driving wounded. One of the ones to keep an eye on that fits that category is Trenton Estep in this MDK Porsche that's coming through the front of the shot. They've got a differential issue that arose right around the halfway mark that they've been nursing, and yet young Texan, Trenton Estep, has that team sitting 8th overall, just outside of the podium in class. Really solid effort from Estep, Seth Lucas, and Matteo Cairoli.
Yeah, it really is. Really solid day for them. And yeah, it's just one of those exciting young teams. Certainly showcased potential all year, yet to score a victory, but a few podiums. It's been a solid campaign.
Mark Kwame is the team principal for MDK, team based in the Columbus, Ohio area. One of the big moments in the race involved this car when then leading Augusto Farfus made contact with the Onofrio Triarci. Let's hear a little bit more about how that has affected this Triarci team with Amanda.
Yeah, Triarci Ferrari is back on track, but before it had to go to the garage with suspension damage before getting back to action here. And Ryan, I was talking to you about your perspective of between Onofrio and the BMW, but you identified another car.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think the BMW knows they were at fault in our incident, but the whole thing came together with the Porsche that was, I think, 4 laps down on our group. The number 4 car just held everybody up. And so I get why the BMW is frustrated. Nobody's respecting the lap cars. Unfortunately, we came out the worst in that thing, and Charles did a great job getting the Ferrari back out quickly there. But what could have been a podium is now just a recovery to finish the season.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Another look at this, which was a huge turning point in the race. This BMW was the overall leader at the time. A late lunge and suspension damage for both that BMW and the Ferrari took WRT's top car at the time out of contention.
Yeah, it's a bizarre one because it's not really close, is it? I mean, when you think about it, I mean, he was trying to make the move on the 27 car and just got in there way too deep. And Onofrio was just minding his own business, going about cutting the corner, and suddenly just got rammed by the BMW. So, yeah, strange one. Someone of the experience of Augusta, we've seen him make so many great decisions today, and just missed the mark there a little bit. Got the car back out there as we're looking at it right now. Charles Wirtz behind the wheel. This is tough. I mean, it's bad in a 24-hour race, but even this 8-hour race, when you have this many laps down just to get out there and keep digging. But anything can happen. You suddenly have some problems with the Mercedes. You can suddenly get that BMW back into the big points again. Love this little sector here. So the middle of sector 3, if you're coming in here, that turn in for turn 12, it kind of rolls you downhill into that apex, and then super disciplined through here, just trying to set out that last run on the front straightaway.
Leader is in. Philip Bang completing yet another stint behind the wheel of the 6th BMW for Team WRT. Philip Bang would be very much within striking distance. I think 8 points of the IGTC Drivers' Championship headed into the finale beginning of December at the Gulf 12 Hours. If he can hang on, if this team can continue to run at the front, the man he's chasing is 2nd in this race. That's Jules Gounon. He's about to come through and inherit the lead. Driver change as Philip Bang's time behind the wheel appears to be done.
Leaps at the car. Certainly have done a lot of work with the design of these race cars now to ease the driver changes and leaping out. The Porsche sort of like came up with a really good way. I mean, they were about 4 seconds quicker on a driver change a couple of years ago when they came out with their new car, and I think a lot of the other manufacturers have now followed suit at making that drive regress a little bit simpler.
Jules Gounon will not inherit the lead because the 77 is in the pit lane as well and hops out of his car. His time behind the wheel is over. I suspect it could be Marciello to the finish.
999's in there as well.
Yep.
Shrug of the shoulders there as Gounon walks away. You probably know this is not great news for my driver's point standings, with Eng's car now potentially going to win this race.
I'm sure he is well aware of the situation.
Yeah.
And the shrug of the shoulders, you can't really blame him. Let's go back a few hours as the 30 car was recovering from that drive-through. It had a couple of battles with these two Mercedes, but they didn't last long.
No, it was no real defense, right? I mean, Gunan sort of like moved around a little bit for a couple of laps there to try and keep him behind, but ultimately, I mean, to clear the car on the straightaway and pull back in front, that's hard for a driver to take who's on the receiving end of that one.
Marciello in the 77, Lucas Stoltz now in the 999. Mercedes holding positions 2 and 3 overall behind the lone remaining WRT BMW in contention.
Trent Hinman now behind the wheel of the 45. Well on their way. Controlling this race very nicely. Have a 34-second lead over the 28 RS1 machine that looks likely to become the champions here today. Things continue to roll as they are.
And it looks like the 04. Colin Braun, currently at the controls, is likely to wrap up Pro-Am honors.
Yeah, it's a shame the Sting got taken out of that battle, that 120's issue, having a pit just before that mark where they're going to do it on the same amount of pit stops as the 04, because they were in such close proximity there.
Right.
A couple of times, and it looked like it was going to be a battle to the end. Very equal pace between the two cars.
R28 from RS1, we've talked about it a few times as Eric Filgaris lets Lucas Stoltz come through. Filgaris and McAleer look poised to clinch their GT3 championship. Their first time of asking. Impressive season from RS1 as it made the step up to GT3 racing. Filgaris was a GT3 rookie. They've done exactly what they've needed to do here today.
I think they've just really displayed a lot of poise, because there were weekends, Ron, where they were really scratching their head. How do we get some pace out of this? Not qualifying well, particularly for race 2 on the weekends, where McAleer was up against the other pros, but they just kept digging, just kept scoring points, maximizing the weekend. You know, when we talk about some of the legendary team owners, Chip Ganassi always says, you got a car capable of winning, win the race. You got a car capable of second, finish second. Do you know what I mean? You got to maximize the weekend, and sometimes you just don't have a car that's capable of winning. You still got to execute and do all of the things right, and I think that's what this team has done.
Filgaris is out, and I believe it's Klaus Bachler into the finish. Gotta be perfect in the pit still. That's the one thing, a miscue of some kind that could let the 04 back in it. For the Pro-Am, I'm sorry, I'm talking about the wrong class again. This is, it would probably not sidetrack them too much, but still they're in for a pretty good result in this race.
Saw the man back at the back right quarter of the car with the ground wire and the air pressure to raise the car and lower it. Very carefully choreographed. He pressed himself right up against the car so he didn't get in the way of the tire carrier and tire changers who were trying to squeeze between he and the wall. Very well done.
Speaking of the 04, currently 7th. And right now running in position, not just to win perhaps this race in class, but also to clinch a long-awaited championship at this level for George Kurtz. He has been working at this for a long time.
Very much so. Won the GT America Championship, and he's won championships before, but at this level, this is a big deal for he and Colin. They have great chemistry, really great teammates. George has soaked up all of Colin's experience and mentorship along the way and become a very accomplished racer himself. But Colin Brown is a rocket ship. He can get the job done, whether it's in a prototype machine or one of these GT3 cars. And it'll be really a solid weekend if they can continue to keep running and keeping this car up front. There's Phil Garris with his team. His job is probably done for the year right now.
Don't expect we'll see him in a GT3 car next year, but he'll be around.
Yeah, good point. Maybe his last lap in one of these cars for a while, see if he returns, but not on the cards for next season. Still going to be racing in our paddock, but Different championship, back to what they dominated in last year, but with a different teammate. So fun to see these drivers develop. You talk about Eric Filgueras under the tutelage of Stephen McAleer, and for George Kurtz, who's been running with Colin Brown now for a handful of years. And they may team up in prototype competition yet to be announced as well for next year, so they could have a dual program going on with their teammates, and that relationship just continues to build.
They did that at Le Mans this year, along with James Allen, where they won the Pro-Am class of the LMP2 category, so kind of a subclass, but still counts in my book. Right now, second best placed BMW is the Bimmer World car, and actually that's how they qualified too. Let's keep that in mind. This is the car that split the two WRT machines, and this is one of the eligible cars nominated by BMW to score points for the manufacturer towards the IGTC manufacturer's title.
Yeah, and I think James Clay and the whole Bimmer World Group should be very proud of how they've stepped up and competed well against the WRT operation. I think that qualifying run by Robbie Foley yesterday was excellent, to be right on the same pace as the other two cars, splitting them, in fact, in terms of the top 10 pole shootout. And I think bar that, I'd say it was just a miscue really in terms of driver not being available, keeping Chandler out there, not making that pit stop. Otherwise, I think they could have been very much in with a shout of winning this Fanatec GT Pro class here today.
And that's not an all-platinum driver lineup. That's 2 gold and 1 silver drivers, as rated by the FIA. Now let's not talk about this race being over, or at least in those tones. We've got 1 hour, 46 minutes and change, which is a full race distance in lots of series.
Now we've got our pole sitter behind the wheel once again of this Huber Motorsports Porsche, Lauren Heinrich. Stunning lap here yesterday. I believe he's going to finish off this race. They saved him for the end, Bob.
Yeah, they did.
His fastest lap so far is about 6/10 off the fastest lap of the day, which is held by the 30 machine right now.
It's a bit of a radical strategy, it seems to me, to have your best, your fastest driver waiting to the end. There's so much that can happen before he or she gets in the car, you know, that it may be a wasted effort. I think I might want all that talent a little bit further up in the driver lineup so they can contribute to the track position when we get to crunch time.
Yeah, I think there's a way of splitting up to get your fast guy back in, get you back in the group, not lose so much ground so you're further and further behind. Because it's very hard to make up with the pit stop regulations in this championship and the minimum stop time on pit lane. So I think keep getting it, you know, if you've got a driver who doesn't have the pace of someone like Heinrich, let that driver run, put him in, get back with the pack, fall back a little bit and catch back up versus having this massive delta at the end of the race. Stoltz's last lap here was the fastest lap of the day in that car, so maybe the Mercedes are going to come alive here a little bit in the last couple of hours as things are starting to cool down. 123.42 is only 0.3 of a second off the fastest lap of the day.
Yeah, that's as close as anyone's gotten to that fast lap set way back on lap 74. We're now working lap 258 for the race leader.
Problem is both Mercedes are 30+ seconds back. Need some help. They need some help. They might have lap pace here at the end if should there be a full course yellow and compress this field, but as we've said before today, the BMW seems to have the speed in the right places, Ryan.
Edge to the BMW, Cal, I have to agree. And again, I've told the story a few times. I mean, we thought in qualifying they would be the cars to beat. Maybe Mercedes. None of us had Porsche tabbed for pole. Certainly not out of the Pro-Am ranks, but that's what we saw. That great lap from Lauren Heinrich, who I think you guys were talking about just a moment ago. Running third right now. That car is recovering, and we did preview the fact that they were saving him for the end of this race. Now we're going to see if that will pay off.
Well, meanwhile, Sheldon Vanderlinde in the race-leading WRT BMW just did a lap at 123.7. Before that, 123.198, just 0.03 of a second off the fast lap of the race.
Yeah, so just we think the Mercedes are finding something here in the late going. BMW lay down a reminder. We've got this one under control.
Lucas Stoltz, P3, 8.9 seconds behind Mercedes stablemate Marciello. And then right here, the 04, Colin Brown, 6th overall. I think we can hear more about their story. They are seeking a Pro-Am championship here today. Amanda, what's the update from the Riley pit box?
And you can only imagine what George Kurtz could be thinking right now. I'm sure he's watching us, hanging out back as his bus as we get to these last hours of this race. And Nolan, you're competing with a team that is on the brink of winning a championship together. I imagine there's some pride in that for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super, super grateful for this opportunity to join CrowdStrike and Riley. And, you know, I've been driving with George in the LMP2 car in IMSA and heard all about this. He loves racing here and loves driving this GT3 car with this team, and I see why. It's been a great experience, and you know, it's not over yet, but it's a championship winning team, and I hope that they can get another one in a couple hours here.
We talked a little bit about your resume on the broadcast already, turning 19 years old next month, and we talked to Kyle Milot about you as well. You guys were on Indianapolis early together. Might we see that again in the future, maybe in a different series?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. You know, it's like home here. I've raced here so much, and yeah, it's been fun getting to race a lot of people from different series and you know, drive a new car here. It's been a cool experience.
Nice job, Nolan.
Thank you.
Impressive young man, and I'll take this one on the chin, Amanda. I know I said earlier that he was 18. He's not quite 18. He turns 18 a month from today, so still 17 years old. Very nearly won the Indy Next Championship in his first shot at it. And if that doesn't sound familiar, that's the old Indy Lights, new name this year, Indy Next. Finished 3rd and was named Rookie of the Year.
Lights are coming on at trackside. Excuse me, Calvin.
Yeah, it's going to get spectacular here, Bob, for this last hour and a bit. This is the sweet time. Car starts to come alive as well. Air cools off a little bit. Engines perform better. Air gets thicker.
Now, when I say lights, I'm not talking about lighting up the whole place like a football stadium. There's a set of about 5 light standards at start-finish to illuminate checkered flag time when it rolls around in an hour, 40 minutes and change.
I like doing a double at the end for the team's strategy to let that driver drive through that changing light rather than just throwing someone out there. But the pros are used to it. I mean, they've been in so many different scenarios, but it's definitely easier to get your eye in gradually as you're going through that lap after lap as the light starts to drop, get to sunset. Place just looks beautiful when you come here on site. Just the job that Roger Penske and his staff have done here since the acquisition of the Speedway is just tremendous. It's such a massive facility, Bob, when you start to explore and just all the corners that have been looked at and you know, tuned up, and even the grass. Ryan may know the answer to this, but I believe that Roger was not happy with the grass here on the infield, and I think he got the greenskeeper right from the Brickyard Crossing golf course to come over and give his opinion and advice how to get it sharpened up a little bit.
That is exactly right. That is what happened. Always immaculate. And okay, don't ever listen to me when it comes to math. 18 was correct. He's about to turn 19. So we've been back and forth on this all day. I've now confirmed it. Amanda's right. I'm wrong. He is 18 years old. From Palo Alto, California. No math needed in that.
Was it 300 mules, though, that put this place there? That's what I heard, 298.
You know, I got that from Art Blemker's wonderful history of the early days of the Speedway.
Just a nighttime reading?
Correct. Actually, that was COVID reading for me, quite honestly.
You left out the, what was it, 4 million bricks?
3.2 million, I think.
2 million.
3.2.
Well, it's a couple of million bricks.
Indeed.
I tell you, we talk about how impressive this track is at ground level, but if you've ever seen it from the air when flying into the Indianapolis International Airport, it really is something to give you a sense of the size of the place, just all of the acreage it takes to put this 2.5 mile oval and a similar length road course inside. It's really just gargantuan.
Stoltz is a up on the wheel in this Mercedes. I mean, he's 7.2 seconds back of Marciello. Took another 3/4 of a second to add that margin on that last lap. So there's a good little battle going on between the two Mercedes. Sheldon van der Linde continues to look comfortable up front in that lead BMW by about 35 seconds, but the two Mercedes are getting ever closer together. Could become a good battle for the runner-up position with no issues for the BMW.
That is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Hall of Fame Museum. It's opened in 1956. It's been in this building since 1976. Open just about year-round.
Well,
until
closed
now.
Right now,
Yeah.
right. Just a couple of weeks
That's
ago,
right.
they closed it for a major renovation project that should be really exciting. $89 million to be invested, and it's definitely worth a visit. And if you're really a good boy or girl, the opportunity to go down into the basement and see the treasures like grandma's attic. You just don't know what you're going to find down there, but it's going to be really cool.
I believe part of the idea with the renovation is to bring some of those cars out of the basement, really not to have a basement per se.
Yeah.
Because they had so much neat stuff down there that never saw the light of day. And it's a shame. They recognize that.
I hope they have restoration shops where the public can stand and watch, you know, maybe like an operating theater in a hospital or something. Watch the craftsmen bring these great cars back to life.
Speaking of great museums, there's a great museum at Barber Motorsport Park where we're going to be visiting next year with our championship. So that place is, we talk about how special Indy is when you look at all of the attention to detail. I mean, you go into Barber Motorsports Park, it's like driving down Magnolia Lane at Augusta. It is an immaculate facility.
Yes, it is.
Wonderful addition to the calendar, although really a return. Rally World Challenge did race there at one time. By the way, for those interested in such things, we have passed the 1,000 kilometer mark. We did 500 miles a little while ago, up to 1,000K. Checking to see how close we are to a distance record for the event. I'll be working on that.
Need about 60 more laps to set a new record. 95 minutes to do it. You're right about
it's doable.
That museum at Barber. George Barber, Mr. Barber, who built the place, is a huge motorcycle fan. And my old colleague and motorcycle nut, Dave Despain, just marveled after looking at it. He has one of everything, you know, from priceless hand-built MotoGP race bikes all the way down to the most humble, you know, 125cc Honda putt-putt. And he also likes race cars. Big fan of Lotus race cars.
Exactly what I was about to say. That museum houses the largest collection of Lotus race cars in the United States.
I think there's a Senna JPS car in there, isn't there?
I haven't been in there in quite a while, so I'll defer to you. Always liked that paint scheme, though.
Yeah. The John Player Special.
Coming down to the final 90 minutes of the race. Traditional Fanatec GT World Challenge America race is 90 minutes. That's basically the distance we have to go.
So we're on the pre-grid right now then.
That's it.
Yep.
What are you doing up here?
I love it. Still lots to be decided. It's pointing in certain directions in terms of the Fanatec GT Pro and Pro-Am titles, but
oh, that was close.
It's the 31 car. On a cut and paste down in turn one from what we saw earlier.
Different driver, it's worth noting, but turn one has been Calamity Corner. It was Augusto Farfus there that collided with Onofrio Triarsi and took that car out of the overall lead of the race. They are much delayed now. 31 car all the way down at 18th overall. But historically, at Indianapolis and in this event, as that continues to be really close, it's Christian Engelhardt he's fighting with.
Yeah, there's no easy customer right there.
Now, this is 17th and 18th, but are they on the same lap? I suspect not.
I don't think so. They're 2 laps apart.
Do they know that, though? It sure doesn't look
Do they
that
care?
way.
Right. Just having fun. I'm
just going to find somebody to race, yeah.
Both of these cars, both of these teams have had dismal days in the final analysis. For the Reardon Racing car, Engelhardt is driving it.
Tell you what, though, the pace has been good for that Reardon Racing team. That's a statement. 123.4 compared to a fast lap 123.1. It's pretty spicy.
But a bitter pill to swallow. 3 incidents with the same 2 cars, Reardon Racing and Racer's Edge, all in the same corner, and not here in turn 1, which has been the trouble spot.
But sends it in there, gets a little bit wide, probably gets into the ABS, has to give it up again.
This is the best race that didn't mean anything that I have seen in a long time.
He calls the pits and says, "Can I get a fresh set of tires?"
That's right.
No.
Sticking me up.
Might have seen, by the way, in the run down to turn 1, a few temporary lights set up outside the track, but not many. It gets properly dark in the infield and all around this track. There are plenty of lights from the pylon and the pagoda, things like that, that do help to illuminate the racetrack. But it does get awfully quiet, or awfully dark, excuse me. Not going to be quiet tonight, racing into the evening.
Tell you what's going to be difficult to find is that escape route. You overshoot turn 1 in the dark. It's really hard to find that little rabbit hole there.
You know, and boy, I'm going to kick myself for saying this, but we really haven't seen anyone use that.
No?
I can't think of a single instance of using that escape route in turn 1.
The track has had decent grip.
Bob's got one.
George Kurtz used it early in the race.
He did.
Okay.
Yep.
I stand, or more accurately sit, corrected. Here we go again.
Engelhardt just takes it in there. The problem is when you go that inside, the car on the outside has a little bit, I don't know, just a smidgen more grip being on the rubber. And that makes it really tricky when you got an ultimate pro like Engelhardt behind the wheel of that Reardon Racing Porsche. I'm excited to see if that group comes back next year, because Vesco's Kozarov is feisty, but he's a really great racer, and I think there's a lot of potential with young Jake Peterson as well. So that would be cool as Wirtz finally gets the move done. A little simpler and cleaner, in fact, down into turn 7.
Sheldon van der Linde showing the way in the lone remaining WRT BMW in contention.
Tell you what, Marciello has extended the gap on Lucas Stolz. Stolz had a bit of a run going, narrowing that margin, but Marciello has got it up to 10 seconds now, so he stomped on the pedal.
Well, he had a stirring final stint last year. Maybe he's got another one of those stored up his sleeve somewhere. But it's all Sheldon van der Linde and WRT right now at Indy. Well, it's been a few hours, but this is what the track looked like at the start of the race. A Pro-Am car from Huber Motorsport had the overall pole, but quickly into the lead. WRT, the number 30 BMW, grabbing the lead at the top. A little bit of Calvin's argy-bargy mid-pack, but everyone makes it through.
Took a bit of a squeeze there. He did manage to survive, and the car was healthy, and he went on the attack, but on the opening lap, trying to coexist here through this high-speed chicane. Look at this, Vesco Kozarov flying in that brand new Porsche.
The first of several highly dramatic moments for that car over the course of the race. This was another one. Contact between the Porsche and the Acura of Kyle Marcelli. Penalty to the Porsche for that coming together, but it would not be their last. Problems for Conquest Racing. They go behind the wall with a suspension issue. Bill Auberland knifing his way forward early in the opening stint. That was around the overall pole-sitting car. Then we have this lunge from Kyle Marcelli. This one was clean. He was on the comeback drive, but it was not to be. Close calls in the pit lane, though.
Stufafas there having to crack the throttle, trying to get to his pit box. And then on pit out was really tight between the two WRT cars.
These two.
Like the 31 was going to grab it, and then Maxime Martin elects to crack the throttle and let his teammate back in.
They were cooperating then. That would not always be the case. This is Antares Al making a pass on Jeff Burton. Jeff Burton, unfortunately, has since had to retire. The number 20 car is starting its comeback drive. And remember these two? Well, they're back together again. The power couple of the weekend. The Racer's Edge car and the Reardon car. Here we go in the pits, another close call, but this was actually a change of position in the pits between the two WRT cars.
Yeah, and I think there was some strategy there, releasing that 31 car early, then slowing it down so he didn't exceed that minimum pit stop time. But then immediately the 30 car goes on the attack, relatively cold tire, nudges his teammate, has to give that position back.
Saw RS1, Stephen McAleer fighting there with Chandler Hall. Hall actually restarted after the lone safety car at the very front of the field. They took a different strategy, and Hall was just trying to hang on with aging Pirelli P0s. Fought on gamely, but did drop a couple of spots. And that car still a little bit off strategy at this late stage in the race, leading on in the car. It is racing for the championship in the pro ranks. Shortcut there, that resulted in a penalty, but still that pro class car looking awfully strong. Penalty for this machine. It was the race leader at the time. They ran afoul of the maximum stint length. That allowed Marciello to come through and at least temporarily take the lead for Craft Bamboo, cycling a car other than a BMW to the front.
A bit of a moment there for Jake Peterson, getting up on the front straightaway, nearly in the wall. And then we see Philip Eng taking care of the Mercedes there down into turn 1.
Erasing the deficit built up because of that drive-through penalty, able to get past the 999. Then a few laps later, same story, right around the outside of the number 70 machine. That put him second on the road at the time, behind his teammate. Oh yeah, these two together again. Reardon Racing, Racer's Edge, more contact, more penalties. Both of their days effectively over with any kind of good result in mind.
And we saw a great battle here between the two Pro-Am championship contenders, but unfortunately for the 120 machine, they got a little bit off strategy with an early pit stop. This is Nolan Siegel trying to make a move there on skier down into turn 7.
So much at stake between these two. Whichever finishes ahead of the other will win the title. This, though, was the moment the race turned on its head. Augusto Farfus very aggressive to the inside of Kenton Cook into the Ferrari of Onofrio Triarsi, effectively ending both cars' days for a chance at a good result.
Eventually got a repair done on the 31 car, but he's a dozen laps down, and that promoted the 30 car up to the front right there as he drives by the wounded Augusto Farfus.
Behind the wall, back to gasoline alley for the 31 car. It has since re-emerged, but way down the order, running in the 18th spot. But it's the team car, Sheldon van der Linde, that leads. And there is Sheldon van der Linde right now behind the wheel. Actually, that was not. I'm sorry. It's the car that was delayed. Then back in the 18th spot. Let's see. Well, last time we checked in on this car, Charles Weerts was racing with the Reardon Porsche. That appears to be just about done. And now we look at Sheldon van der Linde, who is the overall leader for WRT, but in quite a bit of traffic. Marciello, though, has lost ground since we went to highlights. It's now 37 seconds first back to second place.
And that's just the ominous pace of this BMW, because Marciello is stretching the gap back to the third place. Lucas Stoltz aboard a similar Mercedes. So this racetrack is cooling down. It's not cooling the pace of the BMW, it seems. So you've got to keep it clean. But you can see the constant traffic that you're having to deal with here at Indianapolis and making the correct choices. And with these long endurance races, you're dealing with different drivers, so you may come across the same car a few minutes later, different driver behind the wheel, takes a different line, there's a different braking point. That's all what makes sports car racing so special.
Now, the 30 car that leads has been, without question, the fastest car on track for the bulk of this race. As you see, CrowdStrike fastest lap belongs to Dries Van Thor. That was set quite a while ago. and has stood the test of time. But they have had to overcome their fair share of setbacks. It has not just been about the outright speed today. They've also had to get a little bit lucky. But right now, they've done enough.
Yeah, it hasn't been a flawless run. I mean, the Mercedes really have had 2 really strong runs, but they just don't have the ultimate pace to really go after the win here. But again, we saw the 31 car have a mistake. That's what the Mercedes group are hoping for. Just execute your race and see how the chips fall at the end of the day. Moments like this, right there.
Yeah.
Trying to get through that traffic.
Justin Engelhardt not making friends with either WRT BMW at this stage.
Not at all.
He's a fierce racer. He just doesn't want to give it up, but it's give and take, right? I mean, because you're going to be in a class or race-winning machine, and you're going to have to deal with these drivers on another day, perhaps, and maybe they'll return the favor in terms of not giving you a break.
Augusto Farfus was pretty outspoken about lapped cars in his comments to Amanda after his incident.
Yeah, I think it had a few moments during the race. I think the one that took him out of the race or damaged his race car, you couldn't really blame traffic for that one, but certainly he felt that he didn't get a clean run. We saw on numerous occasions where he had to give up big speed and lose a lot of lap time to do so and keep it safe. But, you know, it's if drivers are just ignoring blue flags and doing their own thing, it makes it difficult when you got multi-class racing, because if the driver's not totally aware of being told by the pit box who it is you got coming up behind you, they're going to defend track position.
Most positions gained overall in our race vision powered by AWS. It's been a solid day for the 04 team, and it might be a championship winning day. Colin Brown up 12 spots.
Look at Kenton Cook, 11 passes for position.
Not bad for a guy called in, not off the couch, I guess, in this case. He said he woke up to the text message. So.
Yeah,
he was in bed.
I assume these positions are based on the car, not the individual driver, but nonetheless, there's been great progress by both of those cars.
Trent Nestip, Earl Bamber, Elliott Skier, and it is indeed about the car. We're just showing the driver that is in the car at present. Tight moment there between a couple of teams that know each other well from Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup. ST Racing, which runs a Ferrari over in the Endurance Cup, and Sky Tempesta Racing, which runs a McLaren in that championship, and here they are racing a BMW and a Ferrari respectively in the Indy 8 Hour. Second place, Raffaele Marciello. Raffaele, you know if he's got a chance, he's the guy you want in the car trying to go for it. Not sure it's in the cards for the Mercedes here this evening, but still plenty of time in their back pocket.
You just keep grinding. You just keep hoping that something trips up the leader, get a late race caution, compress the field, get aggressive, get your elbows out. So you give him a sniff of a win, he's going to be going for it. You know that. We've seen it so many times in the past. Last year's race was sensational.
Sure was. And then third place, Lucas Stoltz. It had been about a 7 or 8 second gap. It has ballooned now to nearly 15 seconds between Marciello and Stoltz.
He really had the hammer down there for a while, was eating into that gap to the second place Mercedes, but Marciello has responded and shown what he has.
Stoltz, part of the Bathurst 12-hour winning crew earlier this year alongside Jules Bounon and Kenny Habul. Shame not to have Kenny here with us. That was his intention. He had a big crash ahead of the 24 hours of Spa. Still recovering from that. We wish you a speedy recovery, Kenny. Always a big character to have in the paddock.
Yeah, big personality. Loves to win races. He won a bunch of big ones in the last couple of years, but hopefully we'll see him back next season. And I think that's the difference between, you know, an AM driver, a gentleman driver, as we sometimes call them, and a pro. A pro's going to be back behind the wheel as soon as they'll let them, whereas someone else who's got a business background and other things to take care of will take their time.
think the party after the Bathurst 12 hour was at Kenny's place.
Didn't have far to go, right?
He's got a house on the Conrad Straight.
You can walk from Victory Lane over there. Open the fridge.
Well, that's close. A couple of cars very much on opposite ends of the running order here today. 4th overall, Trent Hidman around Earl Bamber in the Grove Porsche. He's all the way down in 16th at the moment.
The car's been quick, though, in the hands of Earl, so he's out there to strut his stuff for his own team. EBM runs that Grove Racing entry here.
Talked about drivers coming in for effectively a one-off, joining the full season American teams as their 3rd driver. Klaus Bachler, one of those in this RS1 car. Not too much pressure on his shoulders. Looks like job basically done for RS1, trying to clinch the Pro Class Championship, but still to be the one-off guy needing to bring the car home. There's some pressure that comes with that.
Big pressure, and it was all a little bit tight and squirrely there through the opening couple of corners when he got into the side of Bill Auberlen, but then he really was super disciplined. We saw 2 or 3 moments, Bob, where Klaus Bachler was willing to give up track position, not getting too much of a fight, ensuring that this car was going to get to that halfway point in this race and score points for his teammates.
Just one of the things that the drivers and teams have to think about during the course of the race to maximize their potential for scoring points, maybe winning a race, maybe winning a championship.
And next we find the 94 of Bill Auberlen, currently running 7th overall.
Auberlen may finally be beat here at Indy.
I know, I was thinking the same thing. They have run this race 3 times, twice in GT4 when GT4 cars were a part of it, and then last year in a GT3 car where they won the American part of the Pro-Am competition, and they won the GT4 class the 2 prior years, so undefeated. They could still keep a podium streak going.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be bad. Running 3rd right now.
Yeah, and I think they would definitely in with the shout of the victory here today if it wasn't for that decision not to pit Chandler Hull. If they're on the same strategy, we'll certainly know over the next 10 minutes if they've got to make 1 or 2 more pit stops to the finish. I think they just got to make 1, but I'm not absolutely certain of that. But good bounce back, had good pace, had some refueling issues as well, similar to the ST Racing machine. Strange that they're both BMWs, totally different teams and fuel rigs, that they're having similar issues.
So maybe this answers your question, Cal. Bill Auberlen last pitted on lap 265, which is around 13 or slightly more, depending on who we're comparing to, laps more recent than the cars around. We'll see how that shakes out. Looks like
he should be good then.
Yep. Yep, that's good news there. Here's a call to the pit lane. This is another team that got off sequence. Some kind of a technical issue. We never quite did get to the bottom of it. No. Callum Eilert was very coy, shall we say, would not divulge what was amiss that caused them to pit out of sequence, and it made them do an extra stop. They elected not to refuel on that stop, so that at least cut down on the amount of time spent in the pit lane.
That pit stop time, I think it was about the 4th last pit stop of the race, was about 5 minutes outside being okay, so that had to be a tough one to make that call.
And it's so important because they were fighting for the championship with the 04, and this has put them on the back foot. Look at the Lauren Heinrich driven car. See a driver change here for the 120 Pro-Am car for Wright Motorsports.
Look at the respective pace. I mean, this car and the 04 car, they're in that battle for the championship. Their fastest lap is literally 4 thousandths of a second between each other. So they had identical pace, Bob, and that could have been a fantastic battle to be talking about right now. But as you said, Ryan, they elected to make that extra stop early, try and be in with a chance of catching a full course yellow and maybe erasing that gap that's been built to the 04 car.
They will still need to pit one more time. We're still 8 minutes away from 65 minutes to go. Maximum stint length is 65 minutes. A little bit of wiggle room with where pit in is scored and with the time spent in the pits, but nevertheless, that's the uphill climb that the 120 is looking at the moment.
That may indicate to me that they've got a refueling issue going on, because they
should
by
not have
doing
had
that
to,
start,
right.
they shouldn't have needed to pit before the about an hour to go mark. So that may be what Callum Eilert did not tell us, is that they're not getting a full fuel run each time.
10th, I think now 9th overall, is Trenton Estem from MDK Motorsports. Talked a little bit about this team earlier. Based near Columbus, Ohio. In fact, their race shop is the shop that was only recently vacated by Meyer Shank Racing, Indy 500 and 24 Hours of Daytona winning team. Big aspirations from MDK. Raced in the Gold 12 Hours last year, like we talked about. That was their IGTC debut.
Affiliation with Kevin Magnussen.
Correct.
Kevin M. Magnussen is actually an ambassador for the group.
Jan Magnussen has driven with them. Kevin, I think, was supposed to drive in the 24 Hours of Daytona with them this year.
Yeah, and I think he had a wrist injury or wrist operation or something, so he had to get done before the start of the season, so had to...
Wrist injury. Or a cyst in his wrist, which required surgery, according to my notes.
So he needed an assist on the cyst. Or...
Oh, there he is. That is Calvin Fish, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, it was 7 hours in.
No, I approve. I just wish I was as clever as you.
Just keep counting those mules, mate.
TR3 Racing, and we've talked about this car quite a bit. Started dead last. They've had penalties to overcome. They've had a transponder they've had to change. New driver drafted in right before the start of the race. And yet, currently top 10 overall.
Yeah, and I think it's just a testimony to the operation that the Romanelli brothers have with that TR3 group. They can change brands, change to different race cars, throw different drivers and lineups at them. They always put a great car on the racetrack. Really a fun team.
Nice work from Amanda Pitside. Did get confirmation that there is a fueling issue, or has been one, for the 120.
Several cars that we've had in this race today.
More Indianapolis Motor Speedway related trivia for you. The first Indy 500 was won by Ray Haroon in the Marvin Wasp, 6 hours, 42 minutes, the driving time required. We have passed that here today. As mentioned, this is the longest professional race held at IMS for the winner. Told the story earlier about Ralph Mulford in the 1912 Indy 500. He finished 10th that year, making multiple stops, including eating, according to reports, fried chicken dinner at one stage. And it took him just under 9 hours to complete that race. So that is the longest run for a single car in a race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But as far as winners go, 8 hours is the mark.
I wonder if Doug Bowles, the president of the Speedway, knows that stat.
I bet he does.
Might want to make this a 10-hour race.
There have been amateur 10-hour races held at this track, and I have to insert myself into the story here, but my father, who's racing in TC America this weekend, myself, Clark Camburn, whose Apex broadcast crew is providing the pictures and the production for us here, were part of a class-winning team in one of those races. Finished 3rd overall, and a connection to this race is that the car that won overall was prepped and driven in part by Bill Riley.
Well, there you go.
Apologies for inserting myself in, but saw the opening, and I took it. 15th on the road, Racer's Edge Motorsports. My goodness, this day went wrong right off the bat, didn't it? With that contact with the Reardon Racing Porsche. And then that was repeated ad nauseum over the course of the...
3 times in the same corner, twice by the same pair of drivers, respectively. But they've had the sort of day that they were hoping their competitors were going to have to get them back in this championship after that DNF in the second race at Sebring in the last rounds of our championship. So it certainly hasn't gone their way the last couple of weeks.
Hang on, it just dawned on me. So we're sitting here with an Indianapolis Motor Speedway race winner?
Absolutely.
Did I kiss the bricks? Yes, I did.
Wow, I have a whole new perspective on you now.
I'm not sure how much credit I deserve for our result that day, but I'll take it.
A win's a win.
Success has 1,000 fathers.
Sure was a fun day, right?
Oh my goodness, it certainly was. Getting to share the car with Dad was extra special. We talk about father-son duos, and we're looking at one right here with Brenton and Stephen Grove. Earl Bamber also part of the driving lineup, so they know full well just how special it is. Another racing family represented in this Wright Porsche here, with Madison Snow, whose parents also quite famously raced and won.
It's been a great little battle here. It's not for track position or anything, but for Trent Hinman, he'll be enjoying this, knowing that he's got one of the best in the business in Earl Bamber right behind him, and he's kept him at bay.
Good measuring stick if you're a Porsche driver, Earl Bamber.
Yeah, not bad.
Knows his way around a 911.
Yeah, 2-time overall Le Mans winner for Porsche, along with many, many GT3 victories around the globe.
He's had an interesting year when you think about it. He races for Cadillac in the World Endurance Championship. Chip Ganassi Racing's done some IMSA and long-distance races as well in the Cadillac. Races Porsche here, but he won the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring for Ferrari. That was a famous victory for a non-German GT3 manufacturer. That does not happen much. But they did win overall, and it was the wonderfully named Fricadelli Racing Team that scored the victory. Earl Bamber, Nicky Katzberg, Fernando Laser, and David Pittard.
Should be the final pit stop of the day here for the leader. 65-minute maximum stint time, so by the time he jumps out of pit lane, should be underneath that number.
Again, WRT right there on the fringes.
I'm gobsmacked. I looked up at the clock with time remaining as Calvin was speaking, and I thought, oh, wait a minute, that says 66:45 or something remaining. Oh, that's right. Minimum pit stop time. They've got it timed to the second to get in here and start the last stint with just under 65 minutes to go.
That stint time starts when he leaves pit lane, so it's not when he leaves his pit box or where he's stationary right now. It's when they leave pit lane. So all of those calculations are taken care of.
This is what WRT does. This is why they are so good. They know the ins and outs of all the rules. And as we said before, they play on the margins. But that's where precious seconds can be found.
Yeah, they got a lot of great X-races there as well, which I think really helps when you got good key management positions being held by X-drivers. I'm not saying that's what makes you a great manager, but you also know the nuance from the driver's seat as well. You understand the game a little bit better. I believe Thierry Tassin is still part of that group. He certainly was in years past here. He's an ex-Formula 3 driver I got to know back in the UK back in the early 80s when I was just starting in racing. So he's part of that group. And they're all very detailed. They got things buttoned up here, along with Kurt Mollikens, who's the GT3 program manager here.
It does seem that most successful team owners have driven in some capacity at one point or another. Even people like Roger Penske, who you think of more as a business tycoon, but of course had a pretty exemplary racing career himself.
Yeah, Chip Ganassi.
Exactly right. Yeah. Roger Penske, interestingly enough, was offered a rookie test for the Indy 500, turned it down either for a job interview or for college, something like that. And that rookie test ended up going to Mario Andretti. I'd say it worked out for both of them.
Really? If you
Yeah.
can't get Roger Penske, I guess. Go
You
to the
could do
next
worse.
name on your list.
That's right.
Wow. It's a great story.
Isn't it amazing,
is,
though, how
yeah.
everyone's interconnected in this sport? It is a global sport, maybe more so now than ever. And IGTC actually does a really good job of exemplifying that. But everyone knows everyone else. Everyone has a story about racing with everyone else, it seems like. And the rare exceptions are worth talking about. And actually, that has been a focus of our conversation here. Some of these teams and drivers racing against one another for the first time. And racing into the twilight at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Just over 1 hour to go. Raffaele Marciello has cycled through to the lead, but still owes a pit stop. Same can be said for Lucas Stoltz, who runs second on the road. Sheldon van der Linde is due to inherit that lead once again, having made the final pit stop just a few minutes ago.
This is where that new pit stop regulation of the pit lane being closed if we go full course yellow really changes the whole strategy game, because you can be in that danger zone, you know what I mean, if you're staying out there and potentially catch a yellow, dive in, have a less of a delta loss in terms of catching a break under yellow and making your pit stop. But all of that goes out of the window now with this pit lane closing.
How do you assess this race if you're one of the two Mercedes teams running towards the front? Because you have run a nearly perfect race. We've never seen them in strife, no penalties, nothing like that. The BMWs have had plenty, and yet it's the BMW that is running away with this race.
Well, you just got to realize that on this racetrack anyway, the BMW is a little bit stronger. You just got to hope when you get to the final round of the championship that it swings back your way. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough sled for Gunon to hold on to that lead. But even if, as they run, he were an 8-point margin, which would mean he'd need to finish second to ensure himself, whatever the result is for everyone else, that he'd keep that driver's championship lead. But if you suddenly have two BMWs run in front of you there may be nothing he can do. But again, as I said, horses for courses. We'll see which car is stronger there. As we saw him in their pit lane for the final time, hopefully.
Pitting out of the lead of the Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro Class. Could be a banner day for Wright Motorsports, picking up a race win in Indianapolis. Job done for Trenton Estep. He's out of the MDK car. See what they like to do here. Does Trent, who is the third driver, finish? No, he does not. It's going to be Jan Halen by the look of that helmet.
Pretty calm there. Then he
oh, he's out.
Sprints into action.
That was an abrupt change of gear from
It
Jan.
was, yeah. Must have electric powers instant.
He's a driver that is only getting better with age, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, just more and more experience. I think I'd call him one of the more aggressive drivers in the paddock, but I think he's actually toned it down a little bit in the last couple of years to what I feel is a more complete driver. Less risk, very, management assessment is good, but he's still fit as a fiddle, avid cyclist, owns a bicycle shop actually down in Florida, and just on top of his game still. He's early 40s, right?
You're going to make me do math again, Calvin. Yes, 43.
Hasn't given up any speed. It's the crazy thing. We talk about Aublin Bob being 55 this month. I mean, if you're into it and if you keep working hard, stay fit, you can stay in the game for a long, long time.
What a year Jan Halen had back in 2021. Won an Endurance Cup championship at IMSA. Won the Pro-Am championship here. Won a GT4 championship at IMSA, all in the same season.
I think he won the Porsche Cup.
He did. You're exactly right.
Which is points that are allocated to any non-Porsche factory driver globally. And every championship holds a different X factor in terms of how those points are scored. So more cars, harder championship. You get more points for those who just had a big, big year.
just looking at the front of that Mercedes AMG GT3, and you saw one of the crewmen reaching in with his hand between those vertical straights, cleaning out the radiator. Now, I would think somebody might say, well, let's hinge that front grill so you could just get all of them down, wipe it off, close them back up again. It's tight. Nobody asked me, but...
And is Stoltz, who leads overall in the yellow Mercedes. The back of Jan Halen in the white Porsche on what I believe is Jan's outlap.
Yeah, so many of these things are controlled now with homologation with these various cars. I mean, we've seen different screening effects in some of the big, long 24-hour races. We'd almost like that little dryer thing that you pull out of your dryer at home to get the lint out, just to clear the way for the cooling system to get the full effect of the air hitting it, particularly if you're in grimy conditions with a lot of rain or silt around the racetrack over 24 hours. Hard for everything to survive and not get gummed up. But so much of that is now controlled. You're not allowed to just add these bits and pieces to make the cleaning more efficient.
Stoltz right now is up on the wheel and he's wearing out that headlight flasher button. He wants by Jan Halen, trying to put him a lap down to the overall leader. And part of this is there is still a battle for second. It does look like, unless something goes horribly amiss, that WRT has this race pretty well in hand. But these two Mercedes have been relatively close together. And they're on differing pit strategies here. We saw Marciello already make that pit stop, so Stoltz is trying to maximize these last couple of laps before he comes in.
Halen lets him by there, so he got the nod. That's the overall leader behind you. No need to fight him. For a moment, he was going to try and stay on that lead lap in case they caught a yellow.
But he knows that Stoltz still needs to pit, so he should get that lap.
But even so, if there was a yellow
right.
right now and safety car jumps out there, he would have basically gained 3/4 of a lap, just the timing of it. But the race has been pretty clean here for a while now.
Just the one full course yellow at this stage. Came back in the very early juncture of the race. That was for a stranded car. Actually, Jeff Burton was off the track with a driveline failure of some kind. Hasn't been too much in the way of contact outside of the 3 incidents with Reardon and Racer's Edge. And then the big one, which was the deciding moment of the race, at least so far, where the WRT number 31, driven at the time by Augusto Farfus, got it wrong in turn 1, clipped a lapped Ferrari driven by Onofrio Triarsi, and took them out of contention.
These lights are now starting to showcase some of the clag, as our mate Mr. Hobbs used to call it.
Right.
Bob, offline.
"55 minutes to go." We've talked about the day for Racer's Edge Motorsports. It's been full of travails, Amanda. What is their outlook? I know you found Ashton Harrison.
Yeah, and Ryan, as you say, there's less than an hour left on this 2023 Fanatec GT season, and the partnership of Mario Fahnbacher and Ashton Harrison, last year's Pro-Am champions, racing in the pro category this season. I know it's been an up and down season for you guys. How will you reflect on the year that was?
Yeah, obviously there was a lot of highs, but with racing there comes lows, and unfortunately we've been experiencing those the last couple rounds. You know, right now we're doing our best we're finishing the race. Our Acura NSX is actually really strong. We've just been on the back foot since we were spun at the beginning of the race. And so, you know, we're doing our best right now. Kyle just got out the car. Mario's in the car to finish strong. And I'm still so proud of the Racer's Edge team and to be doing this with Mario and Acura. So, you know, we'll do the best that we can, but we're still proud of the effort we put in.
In the battle for the championship to the last race of the season, any plans on what's next?
To be announced.
I figured that was going to be the answer. You're good at teasing that.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Ash. It's been a fun season. Thank you.
Yeah, I think she has plans in place. I asked the same question at the driver's briefing the other day, and she said, well, maybe within a week I'll know exactly, or be ready to tell everyone. But certainly been an exciting partnership, her and Mario. And this is a great little team. John Maraki, you know him well, Bob. really has come a long ways over the last decade or so in terms of jumping up to GT3 competition and winning numerous championships.
Yeah, his relationship with Acura and Honda have really boosted the profile of this team, and the facilities and the budgets and everything you need to be successful. And I'm happy for John.
Team based in Florida, of course, 35 miles north of Orlando, 23 miles west of Daytona. Should help you triangulate DeLand, Florida. John Baraki, who owns the team, former club racer himself, holds a degree in automotive technology, and as Bob talked about during qualifying, a certified personal trainer as well. Physical fitness, a big part of that whole operation, and it seemed like maybe they were an early adopter of that, Bob. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would say so.
Putting the emphasis on driver training.
Yeah, I mean, the whole driver, as Calvin might say, the complete package. Fitness, skills, judgment. I didn't always agree with his menu choices when it came time to eat lunch. For example, he once told me in a Mexican restaurant, nothing good ever happens when you eat pork. I said, okay, more bacon for the rest of us.
Amen to that.
He's got a good program. Chris Dyson, the multi-time Trans Am champion, who may have clinched his third straight title this weekend. I don't know. That's not a spoiler alert. He came up through John's team.
So many great drivers, though. I mean, there's a list as long as your arm. People like Jordan Taylor, Dane Cameron. I mean, so many superstars in our sport have spent time under John's wing.
Still the leader here, Lucas Stoltz. Extending this stint. Needs to make one more pit stop, however.
Seen some fast laps here over the last few moments of this race. Caroli set his that car's fastest lap of the race. VHC did the same with the 007 machine. So track is quick.
This is about the time where we like to caution our viewers that the television cameras make it look a lot brighter than it really is.
Look outside of our window here in the pagoda. I haven't looked outside in a bit. I've been staring at the screen all day. It has gotten dark.
It's getting dark.
Headlights starting to glare into the camera shots. And you know, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but there was supposed to be some extended night practice earlier this week. That got washed out. So these teams really haven't spent too much time running in darkness here this week.
No, it was pretty, there was a lot of water on the racetrack, so I think a lot of the teams believed it was high risk to send the cars out there. I think 9 of the 22 entries in the field explored that nighttime session, led by the BMW and Maxime Martin. But you're right, not ideal, but just a good opportunity to set the headlights and stuff like that, give the drivers a little bit of a visual as to what the track, how it's going to be lit, if there's any dark spots that you've got to really worry about. When you know that the weather forecast is not showing any precipitation for the rest of the weekend, it is big risk there, as you see our leader, Lucas Stoltz, dive down at the inside trying to clear traffic. 45-second lead over Sheldon Vanderlinde, but obviously that's going to go away with a 112-second minimum stop time for him coming up.
Final pit stop at what might be a championship-winning season for CrowdStrike by Riley, George Kurtz, Colin Brown. And this weekend, Nolan Siegel joining the fun. George Kurtz, a winner at the GT4 level, back when the series was known as Pirelli World Challenge, and the class was known as GTS. He won a GT3 championship in GT America last year, although that class was known as SRO 3. This could be, though, that breakthrough Fanatec GT championship. And they've just got 49 minutes left to go to clinch it.
Won a lot of big races, though. Class winner at Spa, won at Le Mans, came up like literally a whisker shy of a Rolex 24-hour win this year as well.
He did. Interesting coincidence. The man who beat his car to the line at Daytona, James Allen, was his co-driver along with Colin Brown at Le Mans this year.
Can't beat him, join him.
Wonder if that came up at dinner at all.
Sure it did.
To add to George's accomplishments, we shouldn't forget he won a class crown at Sebring in 2021 too. And now the 999 heads to pit lane for what they hope will be the final time. The gap, 45 seconds. That should easily be overcome with this car in the pit lane. No way they can get away without refueling, so they'll have to spend the mandatory time in the pits.
Yeah, and I think the 77 car, looking at the splits, is probably going to get around it, so may drop this 999 back down to third.
And that's where it was running before this pit sequence. The 77 elected to pit early. Group M, by contrast, decided to run as long as they could. Looks like it will be Stoltz to take it to the finish. Fresh Pirelli P0's going on. Fuel going in. And through goes the new race leader. The once and future race leader. WRT, the number 30, with Sheldon van der Linde, the South African, out in front. Now we wait to see where the two Mercedes will shake out. Marciello starting to close in. We'll watch that, but now let's hear from George Kurtz, who we were talking about just moments ago.
George, you guys named your intention of winning the Pro-Am Championship all the way earlier at the beginning of the season. Now with 47 minutes left to go in this 8-hour race, why are these the toughest minutes of the season?
Oh, they really are. It's just, it's so nerve-wracking. Obviously, lots got into the season, and anything can go wrong in 47 minutes. So, obviously, we got our best guy in, and we're just focused on clean laps to the end, and you know, we'll see what happens, and hopefully it falls our way.
When you look over the last 7 hours that we've had of this race, what impresses you the most about your team's effort today?
Well, I think we really fought through some adversity. The car had some problems and challenges when I got in handling-wise, so we were able to make a couple of setup changes during the race, which really helped the other guys. And, you know, you got to run competitive laps, and we've been able to do that. So it was a rough start, I would say, but we're hopefully finishing strong.
George, you're still currently the reigning GT American champion from last season, but a Pro-Am championship here in Fanatec GT. How does that sound?
Well, I'll let you know in a little bit, but that was really the goal for this season, and we'll see what happens at the end, but a lot of time still left, and we're on pins and needles here.
There's some smiles there, guys.
Well, George knows what he's talking about when he says anything can happen in these races. Let's remember race 2 at Road America just a few months ago. He was leading overall. That race looked like it was in the bag, and somebody rejoined the track right in front of him, took him out, and he was lucky to avoid a major injury, let alone the hit to his championship that day.
Yeah, he looks pretty chill, but you can't afford to relax. Colin Brown, as he said, just needs good, clean laps to get it to the finish. And what a spectacle it is watching this CrowdStrike Racing entry circulate here. See the skid blocks sparking away. They've been running this car obviously as low as they're permitted to, and get the car lower to the deck. He's just going to grip a little bit better typically. But just spectacular shots here at night at Indy.
Recapping their day, they took a different strategy approach. I think only 3 teams elected to do this from the Pro-Am ranks, where they kept their fastest driver out until as late as possible. In their case, it's Colin Brown. George Kurtz did a double stint early. They actually dropped a lap at one point. This race has only had 1 full course yellow, and that was crucial for this team because they were able to get a wave around that brought them back into the mix. And then their strategy of saving drive time, first for Nolan Siegel and then ultimately for Colin Brown, has paid dividends.
Yeah, it has. There's different approaches to it, and again, I think a lot of it comes down to the set of regulations that you're working with as well. So we talked about that with Heinrich, who put that Porsche on the pole, electing to save him till the very end and put him in for a triple. At least Colin got in, got back out again, and is now finishing with a double. But different approaches. There's pros and cons to it both ways.
Heinrich does run second in class, though. but quite a ways in arrears of this car. Back to Amanda for another update.
And just prior to this interview, I did tell Chandler, no jinx. We don't like to do any announcer curses around here, but if it was to end right now, Chandler Hull and Bill Oberlin would be runner-up in the Pro Championship. Last season, it was a Pro-Am entry. You guys finished third. The season in review came on late here in the year. What led to that effort?
You know, we've just been learning this car over the past couple of years, and I think we kind of struggled with the direction of where to go, and we kind of changed things up towards the end of this year. And the Bimmerwood guys have been really strong the last couple of seasons, and just keep putting in that work that we need for them. And you know, Bill and I can drive any car, but if it's a bad car, then you know you're kind of at a loss. But with a good team behind us, we kind of turned it around and moving forward.
I see you and Bill laughing a lot together. It seems like you guys have great rapport with each other. How do you describe Bill as a teammate?
I don't know, because he's been racing longer than I've been alive. So at the beginning of last year, I think maybe there was a little awkwardness, but you know, he's only out here to win, and he's only out here to help me get better, like just like he did with Robbie over the last few years. So it's been really nice. He's totally pushing me at all moments. If I'm going too slow, he says go faster, and there's really no other way to do it other than go faster.
Nice job this season, Chandler.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think it's really a great analogy there, because you know, Robbie Foley was Bill's sidekick, so to speak, for a few years there at Turner Motorsport, and we could see how Robbie's developed, and I think Chandler is on a similar trajectory. And I think he's been busy. I mean, I think maybe if he curtailed racing so much and just focused more on a real championship, I think they've been so close this year. If everyone has their ifs, buts, and maybes, but for certainly the 94 team, they had such a solid run at Road America, then had that mechanical in race 2 there. They had the incident with Chandler and Manny Franco at Coda way back in this season. And with those 2 race results back, it could have been a totally different game here for the championship.
29-year-old from Dallas, Texas, Chandler Hull, only started racing competitively in 2018, ran 32 club-level races in a Spec E46 BMW that year, and from there jumped into touring cars, did some racing over in Europe, and has been on the fast track, like you said, Calvin, just as many race cars as he can jump into.
Yeah.
He's been at the racetrack as much as he can, trying to accelerate that learning curve.
I think that's a good thing to do initially. Just get him out there, get the seat time, get the track time, but then ultimately you've got to then sort of like really focus on what are you looking to achieve in this upcoming season. Let's really put all our eggs in one basket, maybe focus on one championship, do more testing, and less travel with all of the races and everything, because that becomes pretty exhausting, particularly when you're doing it on the global stage as well as just here in North America.
And not just one series in North America, he's also run Pirelli GT4 America, so that's an additional couple of races every weekend. Did win his Asian Le Mans Series championship this year, though, and that led to him making his Le Mans debut back in June. Chandler Hull, one to keep an eye on for the future. One of the great stories of the day was Kenton Cook's late call-up for TR3, and Amanda has found him.
Even 12 hours ago that he found out he was going to be racing here today in Indianapolis, as you told us early. We talked to you prior before you got into the GT3 machinery here at IMS. How will you reflect on this day?
It's a good one so far. So, yeah, hopefully we can make it to the end on the podium here. It's been a pleasure to be with the TR3 guys. My butt hurts, my left leg hurts, my neck hurts a little bit, but so far it's all been worth it. And to be with this group of guys has been a pleasure, so I couldn't be happier.
And more racing for you tomorrow. I did see them just hand you this jacket, got the Mercedes sweat. You better keep that now.
Oh, I'm not giving it back to CJ here. That's for damn sure. It's nice, but it's a little tiny.
Congrats on an excellent day.
Yeah, thank you. It's not over yet.
They've still got their sights on a podium run here. They're currently running 4th. I wonder if they're assuming that the 120 maybe has to make another pit stop with their refueling issue.
I think that's right. Remember, they pitted,
Yeah.
I want to say it was with an hour and 10, hour and 15 minutes left, so I do think they owe another stop. Callum Ilott currently driving that car. This is The car Kenton Cook was driving, though, here today. Shown in the car right now, obviously he is not, and that's because they had to switch transponders midway through the race. They ran afoul of some regulations while doing so and had a drive-through penalty, and despite that, they could have a podium day in the offing.
That'd be huge. I mean, that is really a big, big effort. Be starting at the back of the field here, new driver coming in, transponder issues.
Yeah, Matt Bell is in the car right now.
And he has an excellent GT record behind him.
There are so many sensors and other electronic gizmos in these cars. Each driver will have a personal transponder, so the drivers can climb in, plug in, and all of us here on the outside who want to know who's in the car will know, as opposed to the days when you had to look for the livery on someone's helmet and try to guess who was in the car.
I'm spoiled is what you're telling me, Bob.
Yes, you are. Back in the day, we used to light the racetrack with candles.
Were there mules involved? It's been our theme today. We look here at the Pro Class points. McAleer and Filgaris closing in on that championship run for the RS1 team. What a season it has been. McAleer, you knew what to expect. He's a wheel man. But Eric Filgaris, brand new to GT3 racing. Suspections we're looking at that car. We might have perhaps an interview, maybe an update. What do you have for us, Amanda?
Well, now with Seth Lucas, who made his debut in GT3 racing this season. And Seth, I imagine it's been a year of growth for you. 7 podiums on the year. What will this year mean to your development?
It's been an amazing year. I truly can't thank everybody at MDK enough for everything they've done for me. This year has really meant a lot to us. You know, we started out good. We had a couple falls, but all the while we kept it up. And just, I mean, here at racing at Indy, so it's been a great year.
We've heard his team is making fun of him off camera, which I love. But we've heard some rumors of what might be happening for you next season. What can you tell us?
We got a couple things in the work. I don't want to release anything right now, but it'll all be being released in the next couple weeks.
These drivers are tight-lipped down here, guys.
Oh, mature beyond his years is Seth.
Just get him in the bar tomorrow night at the gala. They'll start to open up a little bit.
I don't think he can go to the bar.
That's true. He's not old enough for it.
Calvin. Let's not get the young man in any trouble. I don't have a date of birth for him, so I'm not going to hazard a guess, but I believe he is still a teenager.
Give him an ice cream or something.
That might do it. Won the AM class here last year in his GT3 debut. That was with the Zalus Motorsports team. Admittedly, not a high car count in the AM class last year, but kept his nose clean, showed some decent pace.
Just looking at the from the tails away shot down into turn 7, and that big truck kind of driving through one of the access roads there. That has to be a little bit bizarre as you're approaching the brake zone and seeing a big set of headlights coming straight at you.
Would be unsettling.
Yeah.
"35 minutes left, 4th running of the Indy 8 Hour.
Just looking at the 28 scenario, we basically said as long as they pass the 50% mark and don't finish last, well, the last place car is the 21 machine that had that heavy delay in the early part of this race with some issues there. They're 21 laps down, and right now McAleer is shown as 4 laps down on the lead, so it's a 17-lap delta. It's about 25 minutes, so I think if we get another 10 minutes on the board here, they should be safe, even if they had any technical issues, but get within 25 minutes of the finish of this race, and I think it's safe to say that the 28 car has done it.
Sights and the sounds of GT racing under the lights. That's actually a bit of a misnomer. Not many lights here, as Bob talked about earlier. But how about in the darkness at Indianapolis?
Tell you what is spectacular, we spoke about it earlier today, Ryan, is we're in the pagoda in the TV booth, obviously, but how impressive this structure is. I mean, it was really, when you think about it, when it was built, it was state of the art, because it still feels really special and not dated at all many years down the road.
Built in, or completed, I should say, in the year 2000, ahead of Formula One's debut as an official Grand Prix at Indianapolis. Bob made the point earlier correctly that the Indy 500 did pay World Championship points for about a decade.
Spectacular backdrop there you can see downtown Indy.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, that's really cool.
And in the background, you could catch a glimpse of the JW Marriott, which will be the host this year of the end-of-season banquet for the North American Championship. That will be tomorrow night.
Familiar vista there, the pagoda, the pit lane, the grandstands, and of course, the yard of bricks at start-finish. Speaking of which, when you won your Indy 500 victory, did you celebrate?
Not Indy 500, just to be clear.
Indianapolis.
Very amateur endurance road racing win, yes.
Okay, when you won your very amateur endurance road race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, did you celebrate with milk?
I did not.
Oh, man.
Cookies?
I think that should be reserved for the Indy 500 winner. That at least is something that pretty clearly came from that particular event. We talked about kissing the bricks earlier, actually coming from NASCAR, Dale Jarrett.
Right.
They don't give the NASCAR winner a bottle of milk. And we'll leave that for one day in May.
Was that the inaugural Brickyard, or did Jeff Gordon win the first?
Jeff won the inaugural in
Yeah.
1994, his second career win, having won the, I think it was at the time the Coke 600, it might have still been the World 600.
And then famously, the next guy to win was Dale Earnhardt Sr.,
Yes.
who went in and announced to the press, well, I'm actually the first adult winner of the...
That's cool.
And you look at the list of names that have won here, and obviously the IndyCar names are the ones you think of first, but even on the NASCAR side, the number of eventual champions that won the Brickyard 400, it's a pretty high percentage of those who would go on to win the championship later that year. Formula One, Michael Schumacher, who was the kingpin of his era, he was the guy to beat here at Indianapolis. He might still have the record for most wins.
I think he had 5. And I think something tells me...
Jimmy Johnson win 5?
I'm thinking one of the NASCAR drivers may have been right up there tied with him.
Might have been Jimmy, and Jimmy also won an IROC race here. Of course, 4 is the magic number as far as the Indy 500 goes. 4 drivers have won 4, none have won more.
Leo's coming back again now, another crack at it, right? Out of the full-time seat, but...
Drive for 5 is on. Well, how about this? We might have something to talk about here in the final 30 minutes between the top 2 Mercedes cars with Marciello and Stoltz. Stoltz has been chipping away at this one, guys.
Yeah. The overcut came in a little bit later, so threw those fresh Pirellis on and got the hammer down. Did this similar kind of theme a couple of stints ago, and then Marciello was able to respond. So, you know, if you're basically getting a beating from these BMWs, you want to be the top dog at least within your brand. So, a little bit of ego on the line here between Marciello and Stoltz right now. For Marciello, it's very important for Jules Gounon that he hangs on to that second place finish to maintain an 8-point margin at least heading to the final round of the championship. Don't want to lose a further 3, otherwise the championship could be out of his hands.
You're right.
Oh, we talked about the 94 car, if they're going to be good. Now they're back on pit lane.
Hitting from 2nd in class, 5th overall. Just a bit. Tires and driver change. That's how it appeared. But yeah, you're right. If we talk about Intercontinental GT Challenge Drivers' Championship, Philip Eng is the co-driver with Sheldon Vanderlinde, who leads overall. came in with a 15-point deficit to Jules Gounon, who is the co-driver of Marciello. Gap in points between first and second is 7, so he stands to gain 7. Maybe it was 16 points coming in, so I think it would be a 9-point, 8-9 point, whatever the case. It's going to be very close going into the finale of the Gulf 12 Hours, at least as they run. And for Philip Eng, he did not run the IGTC opener at Bathurst, was second at Kyalami, won at Spa, could add another win here at Indy. So in 3 starts, his worst finish would be second. That would have him in with a shout for the title. Back down to the pits. Let's check in once more with the man.
Well, let Derek DeBoer do the math on this. If it ends right now, he would be 3rd place in points in the Pro-Am Championship over Samantha Tan by 1 point. But you said one of the biggest takeaways this year were the relationships that you made with VHC and now with Ben. What else will you take from this season?
You know, it's just been an amazing entry into GT3 level racing, and we would have never thought that we would be fighting for the championship. And we've been biting our nails, and I hope my dad's math is right at home. We've been texting to try to figure this out and not paid too much attention to the positions, but there's still a half an hour. A lot of stuff can happen, but gosh, we're just so amazing to be here. And the only thing that would make not being on the podium at Indianapolis a little bit more acceptable would be to finish in the top 3 of the championship. So fingers crossed for it to continue as it is, or maybe even a little bit better.
We've enjoyed watching this year.
Thank you very much.
How does the math look to you, keeping in mind there are a few
there's some
cars
people who drop scores, who are not accountable. If you show up in this championship in the last 2 rounds, you're not viable to score points over the regular season finishes. So we'll have a quick look here, but I think they're good.
Exhaust glowing on the side of the 77. Again, it becomes closer and closer. Marciello to Stoltz.
I think Derek is good. He had a 9-point advantage just to tidy that one up over Samantha coming in. He's only a position or 2 back, so should be good.
They are running low to the ground.
Yeah, you can really showcase how low these cars are here at night when they're rubbing on those skid blocks.
There might be something more to it. It might be that the splitter could be loose, dragging. I mean, he's certainly kicking up more sparks than anybody else that we've seen.
He may be in trouble if that's the case, because Stoltz is certainly gaining ground. There you see it on the left front. Yeah, definitely got some damage on the left front side of that splitter.
It's allowed some of this other traffic to start to close in.
Yeah, that gap is only 4.6 seconds back to Stoltz now. And the reason for the significance of that is the fact that Jules Gounon is part of this 77 driver squad, who is the championship leader. Right now, he's about to lose 7 points to Philip Eng as they run, but it'll be a 10-point swing at Stoltz get around Marciello here in the final moments of this race, and that totally changes the complexion going into the final round. Because Eng, if he would win the race, having gained 10 points here today instead of 7, would control his own destiny.
Would Mercedes consider intervening? There's no threat to Stoltz or Marciello from anybody behind within IGTC class, or really even in the overall, just to ensure that your driver Gounon's got the best possible chance going into the finale?
Well, I'm sure Stoltz doesn't want to do that, because he's got a 4-point margin over Marciello in the championship, so I'm not sure he'd be up for that. Suddenly he may have some radio communication issues if he gets that call.
It's one of the interesting wrinkles with IGTC, because it's rarely the same lineup constant through every event, which means many of these drivers, they'll do every race, but in different cars, and end up on different points tallies. And your teammate from the last race is now the guy you're racing against.
You wonder where that splitter damage came from. Or he's had a bit of a moment, and we saw him run wide through turn 11 earlier in this race. Remember when he said he just kept his foot in it? But there's really not a massive curb there. It's normally one of the bigger curbs that you have down in turn 1, turn 7, turn 12, where you're going to do that sort of splitter damage by yourself.
Certainly not getting any better. You can see that splitter oscillating at high speed. And Stoltz has just chopped off About another second on that last lap. So, yeah, this is the car on the charge, the 999, tracking down the wounded Mercedes of Raffaele Marciello.
Yeah, he's definitely on the march. He's going to be hearing the numbers. He'll be able to see Marciello up ahead, be gauging the gap, where that car turns in, how close you are on the next lap at the same point in the racetrack. The team will be giving him the gaps as well at the same time.
This is the hero of last year's edition of this race. The shoe on the other foot here. He's playing defense, not offense, and he's got to do it with a wounded car. Plus, the fight is for second, not for the lead.
And sometimes you can have an off-course moment, just weaken something, and then you get deeper in the race, and suddenly that part will fail. As we said, we saw Marciello off the road in turn 11. About halfway through this race, didn't seem to be a big drama, but maybe it's going to cause him to lose a little bit of pace here in the final moments.
We'll keep an eye on the gap. Coming to the yard of Briggs, Marciello a 24.3, Stoltz a 23.8. It's a 3-second gap, Amanda. What are you hearing?
Well, can see that a front end from the Craft Bamboo team was delivered here to pit lane just now. They are working some on that. I talked to the team and they said that it is the splitter issue, but when you think about what driver ability be right now in that 77 Mercedes, what are they going through?
Well, it's going to affect the downforce on the car, so it'll affect it through the corners, but also under braking, but it can also be inconsistent. So if it's flapping up and down, it's not going to maintain a constant pressure on the nose of that car, giving him the downforce and the grip. So it works like an airplane wing in reverse. It's basically pushing you down to the ground, and you got those little dive planes and everything working together as well in coordination with the front splitter. Plus, it's going to give you a bit of a headache when that thing's flapping up and down at 160 miles an hour plus down these straightaways. Not a great sensation.
Well, what's at stake here as far as the IGTC points? Stoltz would take 3 points away from Gunan with the pass. That means that it would only be 5 points out of the championship lead going into the finale. And to your point, Calvin, that means with a win, there would be nothing.
Yep, you'd take the big prize.
Yeah.
That's what you'd love to have going into a championship finale. If you win, there's nothing anyone else can do. Works the same for Gunan, of course, who'd still hold the championship lead, but for Eng, that would be a big boost in their momentum heading to the final round of the championship. And almost a couple of months to think about it. Gap is now 2.9, so it seems to be that last lap. There wasn't much in it, only a 1/10 of a second. I'm not sure if Stoltz encountered some traffic there. It'd been coming down at about ½ second a lap. Marciello's got to somehow figure out how to get this car around here for the last 20 minutes without making that vital mistake.
Yeah, you can be sure that both drivers know the situation.
Be looking at every single sector here, trying to see how that gap is fluctuating. Pretty even over the first 2 sectors in this last lap. Stoltz only took a 10th of a second through sector 1, and they're very even through sector 2, so there's not a lot in it. We saw this with Stoltz earlier in the race run, where he went on a tear through the first half of the stint, and then it kind of plateaued out.
Yeah, you're right. I report this car might have been off the pace. This is the delayed number 08. Thomas Sargent currently driving. They spent a significant amount of time behind the wall. Only 21st, last of the cars still running. In fact, we're running with all but one of the cars that started this race.
There's a great visual of that front splitter going up and down the Holman Boulevard.
We are within 10 laps now of the distance record for this event, which very well may be the distance record for any race at Indianapolis. I'm racking my brain trying to come up with anything that would have gone further.
How many miles did you do with your
Not
victory?
nearly enough. I can say with some confidence.
No, and they're on pace to do it. If it stays green, certainly.
Not every day can you say you saw something that has never happened before at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but today could be that day if they do indeed eclipse that distance record.
I just turned to the webpage that has the answer to all things, Wikipedia, and if you look up race results at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and you're like me, you will be astonished at all of the races and all of the contests that you've never heard of that took place here. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of these student-built cars raced for 24 hours or 48 hours or something. But on balance, I'll go with your judgment that we may see a record distance covered here at the Speedway.
I do know manufacturers at one time, and we're talking decades ago, used to do 24-hour endurance tests of road cars here, but I wouldn't count that. That wouldn't be in competition.
No, that's a test, right.
So last year, again, the track, or the number of laps covered was 328. The official length, as far as I can tell, of this road course, 2.439 miles. So that comes out to just under 800 miles, like a fraction under. And I actually remember this coming up last year, that we said they got to 800 miles, and they didn't quite. They were 0.008 of a mile short. I think that could be broken today, or more accurately, tonight.
And I think we can safely assume that this team is going to win a championship here. Because with the amount of time left in this race, I don't think they could drop to the last place in class, so I think they're safe. Time to celebrate.
Amanda's got more down in the pits. What have you found for us?
Well, if you go back to the first race at Sonoma, it was the pairing of Adam and Elliott that shocked us all when they took the first win of the year in the Pro-Am category. And Adam, I think my favorite quote of the season was, "I was born to drive a GT3. 6 wins later, we're ending up here in Indianapolis, and I know this is not the way you wanted it to end. It's a bit of a bummer, as you said, but reflect on the year that was for Adam."
One more, last part real quick.
Reflect on the year that was for Adam.
Ooh, well, we came into this season, you know, with the mindset that this is going to be a learning year for us. We had no aspirations other than to do our best to figure out how to drive these cars and acclimate to the crazy world that is GT3 racing. And very quickly, we learned that all the prep that we put in the off season, all of the training, you know, especially my time in Cup cars and Elliott's time in Cup cars and other GT3 cars as well, really, really paid off for us. We found ourselves battling for the championship, and you know, that definitely made it a more difficult experience for us because there were times where we wanted to try different things and learn. But we had to focus on the championship instead. But regardless, I'm incredibly proud of how far I've personally come. I'm really thankful to Elliott, Wright Motorsports, John Wright, PMNA for all, you know, believing in us and giving us a platform to actually go out and do this. And coming into this race, we came in with the mindset that whatever happens, we're grateful for the year that we've had, and this was supposed to be a learning year, and being in a championship fight is the icing on the cake. We didn't want it to end, you know, with a fueling issue and a puncture, but there's still 15 minutes or so of racing left to go, and let's see what happens.
What a pleasure it was to watch.
Yeah, thank you so much.
What a great addition to the paddock. Great personality. He and Elliott Skier are quite a pairing on and off the track. Inseparable friends as well as co-drivers. And we've been following up on this distance record. Race Control anticipates, if we stay green the rest of the way, 2 more laps than we ran last year, which would easily get us past the 800-mile threshold in this race, and again, I believe set a new distance record for an event held at IMS. Could be proven wrong on that, but I am racking my brain and not coming up with anything that would come close.
Marciello continues to dig deep with that wounded race car. Stolz is continuing to narrow that margin, but by not a significant amount each lap. It was just over 1/10 of a second quicker on that last turnaround. Again, we saw this car come to life early in the stint, earlier in the couple of stints ago, and then kind of plateau a little bit in terms of the advantage that he seemed to have over the 77. So I think that may be coming into play a little bit as well as Marciello just dealing with the handling of that race car, maybe getting accustomed to it and figuring things out. Maybe some cockpit adjustments have made it more drivable for him. 3.3 seconds is the gap between the 77 and the 999.
Stolz is on the fresher rubber of the two by 8 laps. I think he would have a shot.
Yeah, I think that's where he was eating into it with that overcut early in the stint.
Sure, and now it's plateaued.
See the rotor's glowing there after that big deep brake zone into turn 1, bleeding off a lot of speed from about 165. We saw 168, I think, was the top speed in the field here today into that brake zone. Taken all the way down to 50 miles an hour for that apex.
Shot was of the Craft Bamboo team. Great team based out of Hong Kong, running with support, as we mentioned a few times, with Lone Star Racing here in the States. Winners last year. Win doesn't look like it's in the cards here in 2023, but a win and a runner-up, not too bad in back-to-back editions of the Indianapolis 8-hour.
Sparks don't seem so bad, so I think he's worn away a lot of that splitter as well. They have little rub blocks on each corner as well, so maybe he's gone through that, so it's not as dramatic. Maybe just be looking at carbon fiber hitting the deck versus a titanium skid plate potentially. .2.1 last time. Let's see what it is this time across the stripe. Stays the same. Nothing to choose between them. Mere hundredths of a second. Marciello may be able to hang on here.
All of this, by the way, happening 51 seconds behind the race leader, Sheldon Vanderlinde. Pit stop here. What do you make of this, Cal? Right Motorsports coming in. He does have quite a bit of time in hand, it would appear, on the next car in class. That's McAleer.
Yeah.
Just a right front change, so that could be a puncture. No refuel.
No, it's unscheduled, so it means they don't have to be stationary for that minimum stop time and no refueling taking place. So that was definitely unscheduled. But as you said, they have a comfortable margin over the second place pro runner in Fanatec GT, which is the 28 championship elect team.
Just remarkable what Marciello is doing here with a wounded car, Cal. I mean, this guy, you can never count him out under any circumstances. Maybe not for the race win here, but to fight on like he has, to extract the lap time out of a car that is clearly suffering with splitter damage, and to keep a driver like Lucas Stolz in check. Now, Luca just did take a chunk out. It's down to 1.7 seconds. But even still, Marciello is well deserving of his reputation as one of the best GT racers on the planet.
Yeah, still got potential to get really close. I mean, that was 3/10 that lap, and if he did that for the next, say, we've got 6 laps to go or whatever, 6-7 laps, that would be right on the number of a 1.7 second gap right now.
Confirmation coming in from a variety of sources that there was a puncture for Wright Motorsports. That's why they made the pit stop. Certainly looked like that was the case with the 1 tire change, no refuel.
We're also understanding that the other Wright Motorsport car, the 120, we talked about the refueling issues there, that may promote the 27 car up to that final Pro-Am podium spot. It's going to be tight.
Even on these tires that have run the bulk of a stint here, Lucas Stolz that last time by within 4/10 of that car's best lap in this race. A little little bit of traffic to contend with here. This is the leader in the Pro-Am class, 6th overall, Colin Brown.
Stoltz is a little bit closer, maybe picked up another couple of 3/10ths there. Gap is now 1.4 seconds between the two Mercedes.
Colin makes way. That will not hinder the fight for second.
It's going to be so tight. Last couple of laps, they could literally be nose to tail if this deficit continues in terms of pace between Marciello and Stoltz.
In the Pro-Am ranks, if you'll remember that conversation with Kenton Cook, he thought TR3 might be in for a shot at the podium. That was dependent on the 120 needing another stop. Well, they just took it. So Matt Bell is up to 3rd in Pro-Am from last on the grid. And that's with a drive-through penalty factored in. Great job by TR3 here today. But our focus is on this car, the 999 of Lucas Stoltz. Mercedes-AMG Team Grupa M, chasing Mercedes-AMG Team Craft Bamboo Racing. Top teams, top drivers fighting it out right now for 2nd and 3rd overall in the waning moments of the Indy 8 Hour.
No change in the gap there through the first 2 sectors. It's 1.556 coming across the stripe. I think it's going to be a similar number this time, unless Marciello loses a lot of time in this 3rd sector here coming up the front straightaway.
You can see the gap updating live on the timing left-hand side of the screen. Another 10th or so. Mitch Stoltz's way.
0.46, but he's running out of time.
And here's the thing. Yes, he is quicker, but it's only incrementally so.
Right.
To actually make the pass in dirty air could be a tall task.
He's going to keep digging. He's not going to be doing all of this work and then just sit there like a good boy, I don't think. He's going to be going for it. And look at the traffic up ahead of that pair of Mercedes. That could be a factor as well, fighting their way through traffic. Who gets the advantage there?
To update Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli manufacturer's points. Remember, there was a time BMW was running 1-2. We thought maybe they could clinch. Right. That's not the way it's going to go here today. As they run, both BMW and Mercedes are set to score 33 points. So they came in 9 points apart. They will stay 9 points apart with 1 round to go. That from Intercontinental GT Challenge press officer Tom Hornsby.
That'll make Abu Dhabi intense over 12 hours.
A car that's dropped well down the order is the Bimmer World entry. Saw them on pit lane, and now they're dropped all the way down to 19th overall.
They were set to score points for BMW,
yeah, they were right
so that's
there,
part of the story.
Dropped way down.
Now looks like their streak of wins at the Indy 8 Hour will come to an end at 3. Speaking of stats from the press room, thanks to John DeGeese and Dan Lloyd for this one, I would not believe it if they hadn't reached out to the team to confirm it, but for WRT, would you guys believe if they hold on, this would be their first ever win on American soil? Stunning, right?
Wow. Yes, absolutely.
Well, thanks, guys, for sending that along.
Well, you talked about it. You know, we so often think of Audi's success here in the hands of the WRT teams, but Santalog team won here.
They did.
A couple of years ago.
Second running of the event went to Santalog. This would be the first repeat manufacturer overall win. BMW won the inaugural edition. That was Valkenhorst Motorsport.
Look at Stoltz there. He is pushing. He can see Marciello right there in front of him. Marciello having to deal with that traffic. If he's got a wounded car and getting a little bit of understeer, does that exaggerate that situation as he's coming up on these cars in front of him? 1.1 seconds across the stripe.
That's a 3/10 improvement.
We have matched last year's distance record. It will be surpassed the next time around, and that will, for the first time, eclipse 800 miles in an event here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
28 car now sits between the 999 and the 77. Right there, you see it, the dark gray and green RS1 championship winning team. Gustals, he's figuring out, is he close enough to make a bold move down into the brake zone for turn 7? No, he's not. Now he's got 2 cars between he and Marciello. He's getting a rough run through traffic here.
This
it is
might be
hurting
the
his
difference.
cause, yeah. Look at that, Marciello has disappeared. So all of that work, all of that grind to keep chipping away is suddenly going away on this lap.
All that hard work, you're right, comes undone. Still stuck behind the RS1 car. McAleer with some pretty good pace.
Now he tucks it in there. Now he's got clean air once again. Marciello has extended that gap. It was 1.1 last time. Let's see what it is at the stripe. Could be up to around 2, I think.
Van der Linde has come around to complete the lap, so we've got a new distance record for the Indy 8-hour, or should we call it the Indy 800, over the 800-mile mark here for the first time. All credit where credit is due. That was Mike Scott, the TV truck, who fed me that one. Thanks, Mike.
I like that.
And he got it from either Brian Hughes or Brian Till. Brian Hughes in race control. Well, thank you, fellas. Making us look good up here, which is hard to do. Here we go.
It's a takeoff on Jim Lampley with ABC Sports. I forget which year it was, but we had a very late yellow flag at the 500. And he came back from commercial and said the Indianapolis 500 has become the Indianapolis 5 because there were 2 laps to go. I think that was the Allenzer Jr. Oh, come on.
ML?
No, Scott.
Goodyear.
Scott Goodyear,
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
When Unser and Emma, was that 1990?
It was 89.
Collided down
yeah.
at 3.
Emerson Fittipaldi went on to win the first of 2 Indianapolis 500s.
Didn't drink the milk one year, right?
That was in 93. That was the second
That's
one. Drank his orange juice and still hears about it.
Oh, yeah. He had to come back and
track.
redo the victory lane ceremony with milk.
I'm sure he cashed the check.
But here at Indianapolis, under the lights, just a few laps to go. WRT looking ahead to a famous win at the Brickyard for the driver lineup.
Maybe
It's
one
gonna be
lap
white
to go.
flag here.
Yeah. We're at 1:25. Yep, there it is. White flag.
One lap to go at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the 4th edition of the Indianapolis 8-hour. The South African Sheldon van der Linde at the controls of the car that led after taking the lead on the opening lap through this section of the track right here. They've overcome pit lane penalties to take firm control of the race, and no one has emerged to challenge them.
And that's good news for Marciello by the fact that that white flag came out just then. I mean, if the 30 car had been 5 seconds further down the road, they'd have gone probably one more additional lap on top of that. So that is really important for Marciello. He doesn't have to hang on for 2 laps, just one more with Stoltz closing in again.
Van der Linde gets the task to bring the car to the checkered flag, but Philip Eng put in a few tremendous stints. He now will go to the IGTC finale with the chance to win the driver's crown. And Dries Vanthoor set the race's fastest lap in this machine as the fireworks go off here at Indianapolis, just a couple of turns away from Indy glory for WRT, Sheldon van der Linde, Philip Eng, and Dries Vanthoor. Just a couple of quarters to go. WRT rounds the final bend. For the first time, they win on American soil. WRT takes the 4th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour, presented by AWS.
Dominant display of pace there. There's Philip Eng. Celebrates with his teammate.
Now the long wait for second place. Raffaele Marciello nursing a wounded car for the final stint. Sparks flying every which way. Behind that machine, in the North American Pro Class, Wright Motorsports has taken control, emerged as the team to beat. Around the midway point in the race, it has not looked back. It's up to the Belgian Jan Heylen to take it home. The Porsche through the final turn for the final time. And Wright Motorsports, Trent Hindman, Jan Heylen, and Madison Snow win the North American Pro Class at Indianapolis. Marciello and Stoltz across the line by only half a second. Stephen McAleer crosses the line to clinch the championship for RS1. And Colin Brown will come across the line to clinch the title for CrowdStrike by Riley, winning as well in the Pro-Am ranks.
Wow, Stoltz was right there.
How
We're
did that
talking about
happen?
Sheldon Vanderlinde and, you know, just getting to the line just shy of being able to do one additional lap. That could have been the difference right then.
Yeah, that was quite a lunge on the last lap.
Half a second from second to third, but it all happened 53 seconds behind Sheldon Vanderlinde, capping off a dominant run for the WRT team.
It's not like Raffaele Marciello was slowing down either. I mean, his last lap was quicker than Vanderlinde's on the lead. And Stoltz almost got him.
There's the celebration for RS1. Eric Filgaris with the poofy hat. His first season in GT3 racing, and he is a champion.
Incredible. What a story. To get that opportunity, have a dominant year in GT4 competition here in SRO and follow up. He and Stephen McAleer and that whole RS1 team, congratulations.
Your class podiums, WRT, Craft Bamboo, Group M, 1, 2, 3 in IGTC Pro and overall. Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS Pro Class, won by Jan Halen and Wright Motorsports. Stephen McAleer in RS1 finished second to clinch the title. You got to go quite a ways back to find the next car. I believe it's Matteo Cairoli for MDK. 8th overall, 3rd in North American Pro, and the podium in Pro-Am. Colin Brown, George Kurtz, they win the championship with this race win. They're joined by Nolan Siegel, his first victory at Indianapolis, despite many, many starts here previously in junior open wheel and other sports cars. Lauren Heinrich in the car that started on the overall pole, clawed his way back up to second. And Matt Bell finishes the job for TR3. They're on the Pro-Am podium. There's the celebration from the South African Sheldon Vanderlinde.
A special moment. Abby Hay there giving congratulations to Sheldon. Dominant performances by the BMW here in race trim.
Yes, indeed.
A date with the Yard of Bricks awaits the class winners for the customary kiss of the bricks. But first, the celebration in Victory Lane, the podium, plenty of photos as well to commemorate victory at Indianapolis. And there's Jan Halen, who started the season racing with his father-in-law, Charlie Luck. Charlie stepped out of the car midway through the year. Wish you a speedy recovery, Charlie. Madison Snow jumps in. Jan Halen joined by Trent Hidman this weekend, and a famous win at Indy.
Classy move by the team to leave Charlie Luck's name on the car.
Yep, and there is Charlie, giving his son-in-law a big hug.
Wow, that was amazing. A sweep in the weekend at Sebring, get this double points win here as well.
3 wins on the trot, Cal.
Really strong.
Congratulations all around. Our overall winners are down with Amanda.
And it's 3 wins in a row for the BMW in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Series. And Sheldon, you brought it home for WRT's first win here on American soil. Why was it the BMW's day today?
I don't know, man. Honestly, from the beginning of the weekend, we knew we had a very good car. The team's been amazing this whole weekend. We made no mistakes in the race, apart from the little mishap in the pit stop, obviously. But in general, super happy with the win here. First time in IMS for me personally. And yeah, can't wait to kiss the bricks.
Well, Dries, there's 8 hours in this race that you get to handle the highs and the lows, and one came for you in the driver's stint miscommunication. The fortitude that takes on the middle side of racing.
Yeah, it's part of racing. You know, we made a small error there. At the end, we had to pay the price. We got a drive-through, but we kept on fighting. We didn't give up, and the team did a great job. My 2 teammates, they drove outstandingly well, and yeah, a big thanks to BMW, to WRT, and of course to my teammates, and to not giving up and to keep pushing.
And Philip, from what I get to understand, you get to keep this Drivers' Championship honest to Jules Gounon. You get to push it down to the last race of the season. How crucial was today's performance?
Very important. We had a great car all week. Chapeau to our guys. We had a fantastic car. They changed the gearbox yesterday, from yesterday to today, so it was a late night for them. And yeah, it's great to keep the championship alive, obviously. It goes down to the wire in Abu Dhabi now. And yeah, I'm super happy, thanks to the team, thanks to my teammates. Everybody did a faultless job, and here we are. And even though it was a rental, we were not so gentle.
And then just real quick, Sheldon, talk about seeing fireworks as you close down this race.
Yeah, it was insane, honestly. I didn't expect it, but my engineer came on the radio on the last lap and said, look out for the fireworks. I didn't have to look very far because it was literally all over the cockpit, so that was really cool to see, and a nice little ending to the race.
Your overall winners here at the Indianapolis 8-hour.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Really well done. Great perseverance, as Dries said. You know, don't hang your head. Keep fighting through.
Yeah, Dries, he's won some big races now, hasn't he?
He has.
In a short career. Incredible, following in the footsteps of his brother, who's a super successful driver for Porsche and Penske Motorsport.
Won a lot of championships as well, but I mean, last year alone, he won 24 Hours of Dubai, 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and also won the championship in Sprint Cup, along with Charles Wirtz. So, yeah, really impressive young man.
Le Mans win to his name.
What's that?
He has a Le Mans win to his name.
Yes, that's true. That is true as well. Plenty of big wins in a short amount of time for Dries Vanthoor. And like you said, following in the footsteps of brother Lawrence, who made a habit out of winning big races himself in GTs before getting the call to run prototypes for Penske Porsche. Well, those are the overall winners, but how about our U.S. winners, Amanda? And our champions, excuse me. Let's hear from them now.
And it is hugs on hugs on hugs on hugs. And from the GT4 champions of last season to now the GT3 champions here in the first year of effort for you, Eric. But we documented your journey from this just being a dream to this being a moment that you are living in. How surreal is it?
I still feel like I'm in a dream. I mean, this is incredible. To go from the season we had last year dominating, stepping up to GT3, today's effort and all season was a team effort. It was not one single person. It was every single person on this team that puts their hands on the car before the race weekend, after the race weekend, during it. The guidance from Steven all year long. In the last 2 years, helping me. Klaus Bachler coming on board this weekend has been fantastic. So this is absolutely a team effort and a dream come true.
Steven, back-to-back championships that you get to wear in your career as well. Talk about the joy it's been as teammates with Eric.
It's been incredible. You know, we won the GT4 championship quite easily last year, and obviously this was a totally different ball game. I mean, we've had some tough races in this car, and we've been consistent. You know, I think there's maybe one or two races where we were actually like up front, and it's been nice to close the deal here. Klaus has been fantastic. He was incredible today. Eric has been incredible. I mean, it's a big step for RS1 and Community Beer Works to pull it off in their first season.
Your 2023 Fanatec GT Pro champions.
So Eric goes from hugging Calvin Fish to hugging the championship trophy. We saw a picture of him as a young boy with his arm around Calvin many years ago.
It's been quite the journey, as Amanda said, and congratulations to the whole Filgueras family. It's not just you. I mean, there's such a support system with the sponsors that he has now and partners, but also his mum and dad have been there every step of the way. I'm sure they're very proud tonight.
As they should be. Very well done. A runner-up finish in the race, let's not forget. Good, strong result for them, but more importantly, the championship. And speaking of the winners within the North American Pro class, we can hear from them now with Amanda.
Madison, we talked earlier how strong the Porsche ended up being for you guys here, and when we talked about just the Indy 8-hour and the pairing that you guys have had over the prior two events, could you have imagined your season ending this way?
I mean, it's been a great last three races for sure. I mean, it was awesome to have Trent come in, help us out for the 8-hour, and definitely, I mean, awesome finish for us.
Jan, when you reflect over the 8 hours and the effort from your two co-drivers, what would you say was the factor at finding this win here today?
Yeah, just good teamwork. You know, all the drivers, the team, everybody just performed how they should, and that's got us to the win here today. So good job by all the guys here.
Trent, a win at the Indianapolis IMS. Does it get better?
It doesn't really, but what really makes this important is the fact that we executed very well as a team. I think we maximized the bit of equipment that we had. So massive thank you to Wright Motorsports, Charlie Luck, obviously, for having me. Obviously, Madison Jan as well for accepting me in the car for this week. And yeah, just very happy with our execution today.
Congratulations to Wright Motorsports.
Just another feather in the cap for Wright Motorsports. They've won so many of these big races over the years. And I'll tell you what, we saw that driver lineup announced. We thought that could be something special.
Yeah.
That's how it panned out. Let's look at our provisional race results. Top 3 all belonging to IGTC Pro cars. WRT was not to be denied, guys. Final margin of victory, 53 seconds.
Yeah, it's dominant to say the least. I mean, they just had the straightaway speed here and the outright lap pace as well. Nothing the Mercedes guys could do. Damage limitation in the points. Gounon goes into that final round of the championship with the lead, but that has been narrowed.
53 seconds from first to second, 53 hundredths of a second from second to third. It was really close at the line between Craft Bamboo and Grupa M. Then you get to the top finishers. We just heard from them from the North American Championship, Wright Motorsports, and Colin Brown and George Kurtz, along with Nolan Siegel. Winners in Pro-Am here today, helping them clinch a championship in Fanatec GT World Challenge America. Powered by AWS, shot down the front straightaway, which now falls silent here at Indianapolis for the final time in 2023. Final event of the season here at this grand old venue. Look here at class results for North America Pro, or Fanatec GT America Pro to be more accurate. Full lap in hand for the winning car. That is domination.
It really is. Big surprise there to see the Bimmer World entry. They're very much in the mix. Had a shout at the victory, actually, other than that little miscue in terms of strategy. Must have had some kind of technical issue at the very end, dropping them to the bottom of the list there.
Fanatec, actually, this is an overall Pro-Am. It's a combined class here this weekend, and another win by over a lap. In this case, CrowdStrike by Riley ahead of the Huber Motorsports team that started on the overall pole. Tried a different strategy, holding Lauren Heinrich for the end. I think they were maybe a yellow away to try and bunch the field back up and totally unleash Lauren Heinrich's pace.
Yeah, super impressive young man, and really made a statement here this weekend that's going to get a lot of attention on the global stage, you would feel. Huber Motorsport is not a surprise. They've shown pace already this year with that pole position at Spa.
That was exactly what I was going to say. Took the words out of my mouth there, Cal. As we look here at point standings unofficially to conclude the 2023 Fanatec GT World Challenge America season. Filgaris and McAleer over Harrison and Farnbacher, so close to repeating. Remember, they were Pro-Am champions last year, stepped up to Pro this year. A little bit of misfortune cost them a chance, and it was super tight with them and the MDK crew.
Yeah, it was. And look at the Bimmer World team. We're thinking about a championship win. Certainly thought second was locked in. They dropped down to fourth, and the MDK team move up to third there in the final standings.
As mentioned, champions for the first time in this series, Colin Brown and George Kurtz. 237 points. They win by 17 over Skier and Adelson, rather. Derek DeBoer does clinch third position ahead of Samantha Tan. By the way, with the way some of these things shook out at the very end, CrowdStrike by Riley, I believe, locked in the team's championship too. That was a bit more up for grabs. But that does fall their way provisionally. Fantastic season for Colin Brown and George Kurtz, but for Adam Adelson and Elliott Skier, their first season racing GT3 cars, to come that close to one of the benchmark teams in Pro-Am over the last few years speaks volumes.
Yeah, huge performance, and I'd say it's a bit of a surprise for those guys to jump into this level and perform like they did. I think Adam put it perfectly. They said whatever happens today, they'd be satisfied with the season. They came in just thinking there was going to be a learning year, Bob, and to be coming into the final round with the championship lead, albeit a narrow one. They had a misfortune there with the refueling. They had a slow puncher and things like that, so the day didn't go their way, but that shouldn't distract from what's been a great 2023 campaign.
Totally agree.
Our buddy DJ Clark did a great job down in the pit lane for us. He's on podium duties now, and as only DJ can, he welcomes the podium drivers to the box.
Old leather lungs.
He's not even using a microphone. It's amazing.
Special event for DJ, I know. He's from the Indianapolis area, as am I. Any chance to work here as a Hoosier is very, very cool. Any chance to win here is exceedingly cool, and that is the case for this trio. What a race for Sheldon van der Linde, Dries Van Thor, and Philip Bang, who's got a chance at an IGTC Drivers' Championship. Don't miss the Golf 12 Hour, December 8th through the 10th on these same streaming platforms.
You know, if you ask the average fan to name really major league events here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, they might go through the Indy 500, the NASCAR Brickyard 400, and probably run out of gas. As I mentioned earlier, just a quick look at the record book shows there's been a lot of racing here over the years, but I think what the SRO concept is proving is that Indianapolis now has a third real world-class event.
Le Brabant Song, the national anthem of Belgium, playing to recognize the winning team, WRT. Standing atop the box here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Famous victory for them. I cannot believe this is their first ever win in North America. They've not done a ton of racing over here, but you think about the various runnings of this event and its predecessor, the California 8 Hours, where they featured heavily. You would have thought perhaps they could have broken through, but it took until today here in Indianapolis.
They did it in spectacular fashion, that is for sure. Those cars were hooked up. BMW had the strength here, and now we move to that final round of the IGTC Championship. Can the Mercedes rebound here and get the upper hand? Got a feel for Augusto Farfus making that little error coming through traffic. Otherwise, they could have been on the top step here tonight.
This race really swung on that decision, and like we talk about, this is a sport of thousands of micro decisions, right? Every lap, you're making these small judgment calls. And unlike just about any other sport, one poor decision can totally end your day.
Yeah, and you know, you're dealing with traffic nonstop, and it was just a little lapse there by Augusto. He just missed his braking point a little bit, and Ferrari's right there. Just it basically became a target at the apex, and just dire consequences, major suspension damage. Team dug deep, got the car fixed up and back out there, but they needed that win. They need that buffer in the points.
Trophies and medals. Medals to Intercontinental participants. Trophies to anyone who get up on the podium.
And the famous motorsports hat dance.
These drivers are all so familiar with one another, running various championships on the global stage. Different teammates at times, teamed with one another at times, just great camaraderie within the group. I'm sure there's some fierce rivalries that we may not be aware of, but nonetheless, just fantastic racing at a top level.
And of course, the champagne.
Tradition started by Dan Gurney. And has become ubiquitous in motorsports ever since.
Yeah, I spoke with...
We got a chance to hear from some more champions now with Amanda.
I have to say, I was just standing by Doug Bowles and Greg Gill, who just took all the champagne from that podium, and they love the Indy 800 name for what happened tonight. And I'm supposed to tell you, you won the Indy 800 as well. But George, man, finally, you guys, I mean, the years that you have shared together, it's a pleasure to be inside of this moment. And here it is. Was it as high as you expected?
Well, it's the team just did a fantastic job, so credit to the team. These guys did an amazing job, and we never gave up. Obviously, a lot of highs and lows of the season, and I don't think you could ask for anything more than a one-race shootout with the 120, who did a fantastic job. So I couldn't be prouder. It's a long time coming, so close for many years, but we finally got it done with all these guys and our lucky charm.
Nolan, you were chosen as the ringer for this effort. What's it like for you observing this championship?
Oh, it's super special to observe it and be a part of it. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be a part of the team in their last event. And yeah, for them to get the championship and to, you know, have played at least a small part in their championship feels amazing. And I'm super happy for George and Colin. They deserve it and the whole team deserves it. So happy for them.
As you just said in those words, champions, champions, champions. I hope those words do set. You've get to share this ride with George for many years. The relationship that this has meant to your career, Colin.
Yeah, super special, obviously. I mean, I've been working with George for the better part of a decade now, and to get this championship finally locked in, it's been close many, many years, but just proud of the CrowdStrike Rally guys. They gave us a great Mercedes all year, and George did a super duper job driving all season. We had super high highs and a couple of low lows that made this a real nail biter, but as George said, I mean, the 120 car, those guys did a great job all season. Fun to battle to the end, and you know, in the end, it was cool to win the race too, right? We got the championship, we got the race. Nolan did a heck of a job. Our guys worked their butts off all year. So, yeah, pretty darn special for the whole group in CrowdStrike.
In the words of Colin Brown, a championship, a top step at the Indy 800. Not a bad night. Congratulations.
Colin Brown has won plenty of races, plenty of championships in his career, but this is the first as a father. Just became a father within the last couple of months. Congratulations to Colin and the whole Brown family. Look at the famous pagoda, once again standing sentinel over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. More podiums to celebrate. We saw the top 3 in IGTC Pro, which doubled as the top 3 overall. Very soon we'll be welcoming either the North American Pros or the amalgamation of Pro-Ams to look at the ever-evolving skyline of downtown Indianapolis, just off in the distance. Here in Speedway, name of the town where the track resides.
Oh, my goodness. Well, as long as all these third drivers who came for the longest race of the year are thanking their team, I want to thank you guys for letting me come here and share the booth with you. I really, really dig this event.
It's great to have you here, Bob. We've worked together over the years many times, but always special to get back in the booth, and especially here at Indy, sitting in the pagoda is a privilege, and calling this race has been cool.
And for me, I put it out on social media a few hours ago, a guy could do a heck of a lot worse than having Bob Varsha and Calvin Fish as colleagues. I'm tickled pink. Super cool to work with you folks here at my home track, my favorite track. I love this event as well, Bob. You expressed it beautifully, what this event means to IMS and to all the competitors. I hope it has a very long future. We know we'll be back next year. Season finale once again for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. And again, part of next year's Intercontinental GT Challenge that includes the Bathurst 12-hour, the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa, and for the first time, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring joins IGTC.
Just making the eventual championship that much more valuable.
And you come out on top. After those 4 races, you've done something right.
Speaking of right.
They've had the right stuff, haven't they? Another victory for Madison Snow and Jan Halen. That's 3 now to close out the season. Not bad for a duo that wasn't even supposed to be driving together here this year. And Trent Hidman, who has not raced in this championship for a couple of seasons, still very active with Wright elsewhere, but gets the call and was right on the pace to continue the right punt.
Yeah, nice BRM watches, timepiece to go along with the victory.
On the left of the screen, those are the champions, at least 2 of them. The 2 in the CBW Racing outfits. Eric Filgaris, Stephen McAleer taking home the title. Joined by the Austrian Klaus Bachler here this weekend. Great job that they did. And MDK Motorsports, Cal, I know we've said it a few times, but doing what they do, just keeping it clean and coming home with another podium finish. This one, in my estimation, their most impressive of the year.
Yeah, they've really matured in a number of ways. I mean, when you hear Seth Lucas there in his interview with Amanda, just fantastic to see him learning the ropes and gaining confidence over the last couple of years that we've been watching him here in SRO competition.
Now these are teams that have been hard at it since the season began at Sonoma Raceway back in the spring. Plenty of ups and downs along the way. But a season to remember, especially so for RS1, Stephen McAleer and Eric Filgaris, who take home the 2023 crown. And another chance to hear from some more drivers now. Amanda is not drivers, apparently. It's actually the president and CEO of SRO America standing by with Amanda.
Well, I told you got in the middle of the celebrations. You can still see some champagne on Greg Gill's glasses, and what a night it was. We finished under fireworks here under the lights at IMS, a staple that this is coming to this calendar.
It is awesome. The folks at Indy love it. We saw an increase in attendance, increase in teams, and world-class racing. What more could we ask for here at the Brickyard?
As we close down one season, what can we tease for next year?
Better racing, bigger fields, more people, more excitement. This is how racing should be.
Thank you, Greg. Congratulations on an excellent season.
Very much, Amanda.
Nice call back to the past of the championship with that tagline. And yeah, so much to be excited about looking ahead to the future for SRO America. Looking here at Fanatec GT World Challenge manufacturer points. We were talking about IGTC manufacturer points throughout the broadcast. This is something separate. This is scored around the world in the 4 Fanatec GT World Challenge championships, including here in America, Europe, as well as Asia and Australia. Mercedes-AMG extending their lead over Porsche with the results here today. Audi, BMW, Ferrari, McLaren, and Lamborghini also scoring points in various series around the world. But it is still pretty tight there with a few races yet to be run. Most of the seasons are wrapping up, but not quite done just yet. GT World Challenge Europe Sprint still needs to conclude for one thing. Now the podium in the Pro-Am class. Let's let DJ Clark take it away.
Worth the price of admission.
And on your top step of the podium, in the number 04 Craft Strike by Riley Mercedes-AMG, George Kurtz, Colin Brown, and Nolan Cino!
Awesome job by all involved. And look at that, your champions take the top step. Plenty of mutual respect all around.
There's one of my stars of the race, Kenton Cook. Called in at the last possible moment, and he did yeoman work for his team.
Now you can tell he does not have the matching fire suit.
Right.
And he's not done racing this weekend. Neither is George Kurtz, by the way. We've got another GT America race still to come tomorrow, but also Pirelli GT4 America has its season finale tomorrow. As does TC America, powered by Skip Barber. Keep an eye out for those races all tomorrow morning. GR Cup as well, still to wrap up its season here at Indy on Sunday. There they are, the podium finishers. In the Pro-Am class, Brown, Kurtz, and Siegel. Not just the win, but also for Kurtz and Brown, the championship. Lauren Heinrich. Might not be a win, but what a performance in the pole shootout yesterday. That's one I'll remember for a long time.
Yeah, he was simply sensational. So we talk about this event, winning at Indy, but also a great opportunity to shine against world-class competition. And Heinrich certainly made a name for himself as Colin Brown goes down.
You know, I spoke with Dan Gurney about the champagne spraying thing, and he said it was totally a spur-of-the-moment thing. You know, he just thought, well, I remembered it was fizzy, and you know, soft drinks like Coca-Cola would, you know, burst from the can if you shook it, so I thought I'd do that. And he was always awed by the fact it's become a worldwide phenomenon. It's just synonymous with victory lane in motorsports.
Little did he know. Of course, Dan Sexton Gurney had quite a run of success as a car builder here at Indianapolis over the years. Never did find victory lane himself as a driver, but the Gurney Eagles, for many, many years, were a car to contend with.
It was the car to have. There were years when the field of 33 was almost entirely All-American racers Eagles.
Not just success in IndyCar racing, but Grand Prix racing, as well as sports cars.
Yep. Winning in a car of his own construction, 1967, a week after he and A.J. Foyt won Le Mans in an American car. That was the year Mario Andretti got his victory in the Daytona 500 in '67, and it was quite a year in racing.
And you can't help but be a bit nostalgic when you're in this place. The echoes of days gone by just reverberate around the place, right?
Oh, it's just magical. At the moment you drive through that tunnel, as we said earlier today, it just hits you immediately. Just this is the biggest stage in the world of motorsports. And that's what makes it so special at the end of this 8-hour race to come out on top, kiss that yard of bricks, and memory of a lifetime.
Special place, special race. The Indy 8-hour, longest 8-hour in history. Quite possibly the most distance covered in an event ever at this track. We did get over 800 miles today. I can say it with some confidence. We said it last year, and then somebody did the math. We had only calculated 2.4 miles. If you had done 2.457 or whatever it comes out to, you came up 0.008 of a mile short. Yeah. Even the pedants can't critique this one, I think.
Yeah.
This is, I believe, the Independent Cup podium here. See the Grove Racing team, Earl Bamber, Brenton, and Stephen Grove. Got a couple of cars set to go in the Bathurst 1000. Not exactly sure when that is relative to right now, but it can't be too much longer before that gets started. You got cars starting 6th and 8th.
Close to start time, I would think.
Yeah. Might not have resulted in a class win per se, but Independent Cup honors do go to the Huber Motorsport team. They'll get their medals to commemorate the result. Sky Tempesta Racing settling for second. Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Wee, and Eddie Cheever III there on the left-hand side of the screen. But front and center, the Huber trio of Heinrich, Rennauer, and Au. to put a specific number on it, it looks like it was 332 laps completed here this year en route to the championship. Well, a memorable day coming to a conclusion here at Indianapolis. Big thanks to our entire team that has made this broadcast possible. Amanda Busick and DJ Clark down in the pits, Bob Varsha and Calvin Fish joining me here topside in the Pagoda. Thanks to the entire Apex broadcast crew as well. That concludes a wonderful season of Fanatec GT World Challenge America Racing. But not done for IGTC. Don't miss the Golf 12 Hour still to come December 8th through the 10th to conclude the 23 season.